Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2608. Lu Yin smiled. Young mistress, sorry to disturb you. Brother Xian Qi, you can treat the scenic Cloud clan as your own home. How could we disturb you when you're home? Yun Yun was very good with words, and she looked at Lu Yin with a strange light in her eyes. Although the scenic Cloud clan treated Lu Yin courteously, it was not enough to cause Yun Yun to act this way. The main reason was that when Yun Yun had first seen Lu Yin, she had coincidentally seen Lu Yin display his Taishu domain. That checkered diagram had been too impactful, and it had caused ripples in her heart. After all, she was still young, and it was easy for her to be affected by certain emotions, which led to her current attitude. Ku Jian was not the only one who felt that their young clan head was too enthusiastic. However, no one dared to say anything. The clan head had gone to the endless battlefield. Now, the ones in charge of the scenic Cloud clan were young clan head Yun Yun and Grand Elder Su Xiangyin. Su Xiangyin's attitude towards Lu Yin was even better, as he wished that he could treat Lu Yin as his own grandson. Lu Yin had not come to the scenic Cloud clan to return home for nothing, as that was the truth. He introduced Ku Jian to the scenic Cloud clan, and Yun Yun smiled. Senior Ku Jian, you've come as a representative of transcending spacetime. The scenic Cloud clan welcomes you. Ku Jian smiled and said a few polite words. The group entered the scenic Cloud tribe. The transaction went smoothly, and Ku Jian was very satisfied with the fact that Ku Jian had actually made a deal with the scenic Cloud clan in the past, but because the efficiency had been too low, Ku Jian had had no choice but to rely on Lu Yin. The terms of this transaction were the same, and the only difference was that the time required was much faster, which satisfied Ku Jian. After the transaction was completed, Ku Jian left immediately. He had to report back to his superiors. Before he left, he had to discuss the time of the next transaction. The first time, Lu Yin had brought it along, but there was no need for him to do so again. After Ku Jian left, Yun Yun hurriedly showed him around the scenic Cloud clan. The scenic Cloud race's territory was bigger than the Void Yang race and the Void Yin race combined. Even though the two races had inherited the legacy of an extreme expert like Venerable Void One, they were only inheritances and not descendants. They were not pure extreme experts' family clans. The scenic Cloud race, on the other hand, was the descendant of a true extreme experts' family clan. Their heritage was not something the other two races could compare to. Big Brother Xian Qi, I heard that you helped the Void Yang race and the Void Yin race find the Yin Yang sword. Yun Yun suddenly asked as she led Lu Yin on a tour. Lu Yin nodded. This matter had already spread, and there was no need to hide it. Yun Yun was envious. They're really lucky to have Big Brother Xian Qi's help. Lu Yin replied, it's nothing much. If there's anything I can help the scenic Cloud clan with, I'll do my best. Yun Yun smiled. I know. What is that place? Lu Yin asked as he looked towards the mountain range to his right. Yun Yun said, that's a garden used to cultivate medicinal herbs. Does Big Brother Xian Qi want to take a look? Herbs. I wonder if there are any special herbs in the virtual god universe. Let's see. All right. Not long after, he looked in another direction. What's that place? Our scenic Cloud clan has 135 scenic spots, and each of them is extremely beautiful. The ancestor personally arranged them, and this place is one of them. How many sceneries have we seen? 17. Let's go take a look at that. All right. What is that place? That's, through Yunwu's memories, Lu Yin had a good understanding of the scenic Cloud tribe, and he had intentionally brought Yun Yun closer to Yunwu's residence. However, from what Yun Yun knew, Lu Yin had only done so by accident. Brother Xian Qi, it's not good to go there. That's the area where my aunt Yunwu lives, Yun Yun said. Lu Yin was curious. Your aunt? Yun Yun nodded. Aunt Yunwu had a hard life. She had many suitors when she was young, but my father forced her to marry someone she didn't like. However, she had a strong personality and would rather destroy her own cultivation than marry. My father had no choice but to give up on her and banish her from the main area of the clan. She then moved here. Yun Yun was very respectful towards her aunt, and she spoke a lot about it. Lu Yin knew about Yunwu's memories, and through Yun Yun's point of view and her memories, he was able to determine what kind of image Yunwu was trying to create for herself. After a long time, Yun Yun finally reacted. I'm sorry, Brother Xian Qi, I spoke too much. Lu Yin didn't mind. It's fine. Yun Yun, you said that your aunt stays here all year round and doesn't go out. Yeah, that's why I didn't call her along when I welcomed you, Yun Yun said. Lu Yin smiled. Although she doesn't go out all year round, she's still quite diligent. It seems like she's not satisfied with staying here. Yun Yun was confused. Why do you say that? My aunt has never returned to the clan. Father basically chased her out, and she swore that she wouldn't go back. Lu Yin looked at her. She doesn't go back. Are there other people from the Scenic Cloud clan living here? Of course not. Yun Yun's expression changed. If there really were other people living here, then it meant that Yunwu was hiding something from the clan, and that would be very embarrassing. Lu Yin frowned. But I saw a trace that leads from your aunt's residence to the Scenic Cloud clan. It's very deep, and someone should be moving around here often. Why hasn't anyone passed by? Yun Yun looked ahead. A trace. Where? Up ahead, Yunwu's residence was filled with flowers, and there were no traces of anyone passing by. Lu Yin explained, this is a trace of someone walking through space. Normal people can't see it, but I can because I cultivate Taishu. Do you want to take a look? Yun Yun nodded. Lu Yin raised a hand and gathered his void god power, causing lines to spread out and form a square diagram. One of the lines was twisting, and Lu Yin pulled his hand back. The other lines dimmed, and only that one continued to extend. That line represents a trace of someone walking through space. I'm sure that someone often goes to the Scenic Cloud clan from your aunt's residence, but I don't know where that is. At the same time, Yunwu, who was the closest to Lu Yin, saw the square diagram flash by. Her expression turned grave as she walked out and looked into the distance. She saw the dim line that led from her courtyard to the Scenic Cloud clan, and her expression changed. What was that? Many people from the Scenic Cloud clan saw it as well, and they all flew over to where Yun Yun was. Young clan head. What's this? The elder asked, looking at Lu Yin in confusion. Yun Yun's expression sank. Outsiders did not know where the line led to, but she knew that it led to the library, which was where the Scenic Cloud clan gathered information. Whether it was information from the Void God spacetime, the front lines, or even the endless battlefield, anything that was related to the Scenic Cloud clan would be received there. She looked in Yunwu's direction, unable to believe that her aunt had gone there. Lu Yin was curious. What's that place? The members of the Scenic Cloud clan looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Yun Yun looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Brother Xian Qi, can you really see the traces left behind by void walking? Although she had a good impression of Lu Yin, this wasn't a joke. Furthermore, she didn't believe that anyone would be able to see the traces left behind by a spatial walker. That was just too ridiculous. She had only been curious about what Lu Yin was talking about, which was why she had asked him to take action. However, she also suspected that Lu Yin had ulterior motives. Compared to Lu Yin, she was naturally more willing to believe her aunt, even if Lu Yin had been introduced by Su Xiangyin. Lu Yin replied, it seems like that place is very important to your Scenic Cloud clan. Yun earnestly replied, Brother Xian Qi, I won't lie to you. That's where my scenic cloud clan receives information from the outside world. So that's how it is. Lu Yin understood, and he fell silent for a moment before looking at Yun. I don't know how to explain this, but the void is not formless. In the eyes of most people, space cannot be touched, and it's just a concept. However, to some people, especially those who can interact with space, the void is as obvious as the earth. Lu Yin took a few steps back. There are traces of our footsteps on the ground, and there are also traces of our footsteps in the void. Are you saying that it's the same as intercepting a conversation with a cloud connection stone? Someone from the scenic cloud clan asked. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, that's right. The 6 parties would use cloud connection stones, and those who had cultivated their domain to the void god realm could intercept the contents of a conversation. If even that could be intercepted, then it would not be strange for traces to be left behind in space. Yun looked in the direction of Yunwu's residence, and her expression turned ugly. Someone who had sworn not to enter the clan's territory was constantly sneaking in, and he had even gone to the library. There was definitely something wrong. Why hasn't Yunwu appeared yet? An elder from the scenic cloud clan asked. Yun's gaze turned cold, and she headed towards Yunwu's residence. The others hurriedly followed behind her. Soon enough, the group arrived at a simple courtyard. At this moment, Yunwu was watering the flowers. When she saw Yun and the others, she was astonished. Little Yun, why are you here? Yun took a deep breath and smiled. Auntie, I brought some guests. Yunwu's gaze swept across the group and stopped at Lu Yin's face. Her expression was cold. The scenic cloud clan's guests have nothing to do with me. Yun asked, since I'm here, aren't you going to invite me in? Yunwu did not reply and continued watering the flowers. No one from the scenic cloud clan said anything, as they were well aware of the relationship between Yunwu and the clan. Does Senior not care about that line? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yunwu paused and looked at Lu Yin. Why would I care? Lu Yin was puzzled. I admire Senior's peaceful nature, but have you never visited the scenic cloud clan in all these years? Yunwu frowned. Are you questioning me? She then looked at Yun. Little Yun, you brought an outsider here to question me. Yun replied, Auntie, he's not an outsider. He's Elder Su Xiangyin's most favored junior, and he's also Senior Su Wuwei's disciple. Many people believe that Lu Yin, who had learned Tai Xian, was Su Wuwei's disciple, and that Su Wuwei was not a guide. Yunwu was shocked. Senior Su Wuwei's disciple. Lu Yin looked at Yunwu. Senior, are you willing to answer this junior's question? Yunwu retracted her gaze. Let alone Senior Su Wuwei's disciple, so what if I'm the Void Master's disciple? I've never betrayed the Void God spacetime, nor have I betrayed the human race. Why should I be questioned by you? Yun asked, then let me ask you, Auntie. Have you ever visited the clan in all these years? Yunwu was calm. No. Yun looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Space can't lie. That's what Senior Su Wuwei said. Senior, you've been to the scenic cloud clan more than once. That line is the path you took when traveling through space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2609. When she heard Lu Yin's words, Yunwu sneered. What a joke. You can leave a path in space. Do you think they'll believe you? Or do you think that everyone will believe you just because you mentioned Senior Su Wuwei's name? The scenic cloud tribe members were skeptical as well. Su Wuwei's name was famous, but it was not enough for them to blindly believe him. Yun felt the same way. Lu Yin raised his hand and used Tai Jade again. This time, everyone was astonished. Thai jade was the power of the 5 void flavors. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was difficult to resist. Countless people wanted to learn it, but they were unable to find a master. Even Yun Yun had secretly fallen in love with Lu Yin because of Thai jade. Anyone in the void god spacetime who saw Thai jade would be shocked, and Yunwu was no exception. Space is like land, and you can leave traces behind. When you use Thai jade, I found something strange about you. Why are you tearing through the void in your own residence? You can reach your destination in just a few steps, but you're walking through the void. Can you explain this to me? As Lu Yin spoke, his gaze fixed on a corner of the courtyard. Yunwu's expression changed, and she suddenly turned around. Lu Yin had used his void god power to lift up the corner of the courtyard, revealing a scarlet vertical eye. Everyone's expressions changed. Yunyan's face darkened, and she angrily shouted, "Auntie!" Yunwu instantly appeared in the corner, picked up the eye, and fled. She had not expected to be discovered. She was a cautious person, and every time she used the eye to contact a corpse king, she would tear through the void and hide it in a corner. Her goal was to prevent others from discovering that she frequented that corner, and she did not want to place it in her cosmic ring to prevent any accidents from happening. Her caution was not wrong, as she would not step out of this region. Whether it was in the courtyard or in her cosmic ring, it would be the same. However, Lu Yin had read her memories and knew everything about her. He had used Thai Jade's name to scare people and easily found the scarlet vertical eye, exposing her. Lu Yin had been thinking about a problem during this time. Why did these spies use the scarlet vertical eye to communicate? If they were discovered, there would be no way to explain themselves. The only answer he could think of was to prevent eavesdropping. The cloudstone could intercept communications, but the scarlet vertical eye could not. Another possibility was that it represented one's identity. Once the virtual god spacetime was broken by the Eternals, there was no way to prove one's identity. Only the scarlet vertical eye could be acknowledged by the Eternals. Yunwu picked up the scarlet eye and fled at an extremely fast speed. Only the elder from the scenic cloud tribe managed to react in time. The moment Yunwu fled, the elder attacked. A long spear appeared out of nowhere and stabbed out with majestic void god power. Yunwu's face turned pale. Chiu Dai fluttered in the air. Her ethereal god power was also boundless. Although her ethereal god power was weaker than the old man's, the amount of ethereal god power drawn out by Chiu Dai was no less than that of the spear. With a boom, the void god forces collided, destroying mountains and the earth. The void distorted and turned into a shockwave that swept through the Jingyun clan. The old man retreated several steps, and with a wave of his hand, he thrust his spear forward once more. Yunwu was also sent retreating, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Lu Yin coldly. Chiu Dai spread her wings to block the spear, and she took a step forward to tear through the void and escape. "Aren't you looking down on Tai Xian too much?" Lu Yin's voice rang out beside her ear. Yunwu's pupils shrank as a bone spike appeared in front of her and floated between her eyebrows. She did not know when it had appeared, but it simply floated there, causing her scalp to turn numb with killing intent. Chiu Dai landed on the ground and stopped attacking. Instead, her spear pierced through Yunwu's shoulder and pinned her to the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the ground. Yun had a complicated expression. This aunt that she had respected since she was young was actually an eternal. She was a spy in the tribe. The other members of the scenic cloud tribe stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person had actually intimidated Yunwu. Was this Tai Xian's power? Lu Yin withdrew his bone spike. The elder from the scenic cloud tribe stared at Lu Yin for a long time before walking over to Yunwu. "Little Wu, you've disappointed me." Yunwu looked up and stared at the elder, her eyes filled with disgust. "If not for that brat, you wouldn't have been able to take me down." The elder shook his head. Why did you betray the humans? Yunwu sneered. Humans shouldn't exist. The Eternals are the only race that should exist in the universe. We can live forever and not be tied down by emotions. We can do whatever we want. What about humans? Birth, old age, sickness, and death, scheming against each other, and those disgusting emotions. Shut up. Yun barked. Elder, take her away. She's gone mad. The elder sighed, grabbed Yunwu, and left. The other members of the scenic cloud tribe fell silent, as no one would feel good about having a spy in their family. Luyin watched as Yunwu was taken away. Her words had been completely controlled by Qing Kong, and she had always been loyal to the Eternals. Luyin did not know if there was a way to remove this control, and he also did not know how to deal with Yunwu. Even if she was controlled, how would she make up for her mistakes? Yun. Luyin wanted to say something, but she interrupted him. Thank you, Brother Xian Qi. Luyin sighed. How should we deal with her? Yun's expression turned ugly, and she fell silent. Behind her, one of the scenic cloud tribe members said, hand over all of the spies we've captured to the Heavens Reflection Hole. We captured them ourselves, so they have nothing to do with the Heavens Reflection Hall, someone else said. Yun frowned. Let's go back. The scenic cloud tribe members left. Luyin looked at her. Will they be handed over to the Heavens Reflection Hole? Yun met Luyin's gaze. No. Luyin did not say anything, as this was an answer that he had expected. The Frigid School's authority in the astral trees far exceeded the Heavens Reflection Hall's authority in the Six Direction Society. Even so, the spy from the Lu family had still been executed on the spot and not handed over to the Frigid School. This was not limited to the scenic cloud tribe. Luyin guessed that any other family in the void god spacetime would deal with the spy themselves. They would not hand the spy over to the Heavens Reflection Hole. This was one of the reasons why Su Lai had said that the Heavens Reflection Hall was ineffective in the Six Direction Society. You're not handing it over to us. That won't do. A voice suddenly rang out. Yun and Luyin's expressions changed, and they looked up to see a person standing in the air. They did not know how long he had been standing there. Luyin had not sensed him at all. Senior Su Wuji. Luyin cried out. The newcomer was Su Wuji, and Luyin had not expected him to appear here. Yun bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Su Wuji. Su Wuji landed on the ground. He wore sunglasses and sipped on his drink as he sized Luyin up. Impressive, kid. Senior Su Wui's Tai Jade. Luyin was surprised. Why are you here, Senior? Su Wuji downed his drink in one gulp. It's all thanks to you that Su Guan disappeared. I could only look for a place to lie down, and when I passed by, I saw a battle, so I decided to take a look. I didn't expect. He laughed strangely. Brat, I heard everything. Is that woman a spy? Yun felt bitter, but she bowed again. Senior must have come because you're worried about my scenic cloud tribe. Su Wuji replied, your scenic cloud tribe has helped me in the past, and Su Xiangyin is not around. It would be unreasonable for me to not take a look at such a huge battle, so I just happened to pass by. Yun bowed again. Senior, please don't take Yunwu away. Su Wuji removed his sunglasses and moved closer to stare at Yun. Yun met his gaze, her gaze resolute. Su Wuji stared at her for a while and then helplessly said, Fine, I'll do you a favor. However, from now on, I'm even with your scenic cloud tribe. Yun felt helpless. It was not worth it to use such a powerhouse's favor for Yunwu, but she could not be taken away. This was not because she wanted to protect Yunwu. It did not matter if Yunwu died, but she could not die as a spy. That would be a huge blow to the scenic cloud tribe, and they would never be able to recover. Su Xiangyin would not be able to protect the scenic cloud tribe for long, and it would not be easy for the tribe to rope in another void transformation realm powerhouse. The price that they would have to pay was not something that the current scenic cloud tribe could accept. Yun could only try her best to maintain the scenic cloud tribe's current situation. I won't take her away, but I'll have to consider how to deal with her, Su Wuji said. Of course, I won't make this matter public. Thank you, Senior, Yun said gratefully. Su Wuji glanced at Lu Yin. Speaking of which, how did you discover the spy? He had arrived after Autumn Butterfly had clashed with the spear, so he had not seen what had happened. He had only seen Lu Yin use Tai Jade to suppress Yunwu. Yun recounted what had happened and handed over the scarlet eye. Su Wuji was shocked and sized Lu Yin up. You can use Tai Jade to see spatial traces. Lu Yin humbly replied, just barely. Su Wuji's face twitched. How long has it been? Not only have you learned Tai Jade, but you can also use it to determine spatial traces. None of us expected this. Kid, are you interested in joining the Heaven's Reflection Hole? Yun was shocked, and she quickly gave Lu Yin a look. The Heaven's Reflection Hall was not a good job. Lu Yin was astonished. Senior, are you from the Heaven's Reflection Hall? Su Wuji replied, Heaven's Reflection Hall, Hall Master of the Void God Universe. Lu Yin respectfully replied, thank you for your invitation, Senior. This junior will naturally not refuse. Ha! Su Wuji saw the look that Yun was giving him. Brat, I just helped you, and you're already going against me. Yun was helpless. Senior, you should know the situation in the Heaven's Reflection Hole. Brother Xian Qi is not suitable. Su Wuji snorted. I think he's very suitable. I didn't even think of using Tai Jade to find spies, and even if I did, it would have been useless. We can't just ask Senior Su Wuwei to look for spies. Now that we have him, we might be able to catch even more spies. Yun grew anxious. Should we discuss this with Senior Su Wuwei? Su Wuji glared at her. It's just an errand. What's there to discuss? If Senior Su Wuwei doesn't agree, then we'll talk about it. We'll do it this way. He then tossed a pair of sunglasses at Lu Yin. Take this. This is the symbol of the Heaven's Reflection Hole. Wear it, and you'll represent Su Wuji. Lu Yin was stunned, and he stared at the sunglasses in his hand. Put it on, Su Wuji said. Lu Yin felt awkward, and he looked at Yun. She had no choice but to look away. Joining the Heaven's Reflection Hall was part of Lu Yin's plan, but the sunglasses were not part of it. It was rather awkward to have to wear them. Under Su Wuji's constant urging, Lu Yin had no choice but to put on the sunglasses. Su Wuji was satisfied. Not bad, this is exactly what I wanted. With my everlasting mirror, you can go anywhere in the Void God universe, and anyone can investigate. He then patted Lu Yin's shoulder in admiration. The Heaven's Reflection Hall should be handed over to youngsters like you. Come, I'll take you to meet the others. They'll be under your command in the future. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:10. Lu Yin took off his sunglasses and was surprised. You're under my command. It was too hasty. He had just joined. Su Wuji said, none of those pieces of trash are useful. How many spies have you caught after so many years? With Tai Xian's help, you can capture as many as you want in the future. Of course, I'll listen to you. Senior, can you wait for a moment? I still have something to say to Yun, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji looked at Lu Yin and then at Yun. He sneered. Got it. There's no rush. With that, his body vanished as he stepped into outer space. After Su Wuji left, Yun said bitterly, "Brother Xian-Chi, you shouldn't have agreed to Senior's request. It's not that easy for the Heaven's Mirror Manor to catch spies, and it'll offend too many people. Their reputation in the Six Direction Society is very bad. That's why I'm staying behind. If I go to the Heaven's Reflection Hall, the people there definitely won't tell me the truth," Lu Yin said. Yun sighed and told him everything she knew about the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Lu Yin had learned from Su Lai that the Heaven's Reflection Manor was in a bad situation, but he had not expected it to be this bad. The Heaven's Reflection Manor was fundamentally different from the Humble School. Even though they both captured spies, the Humble School had the Lu clan's support from the start. Even after the Lu clan was exiled and the Four Cardinal Scales took control, the Progenitor Realm experts remained in the Sovereign Realm to fight against the Eternals in order to stabilize their rear. As a result, the Humble School, with Mu Xia in charge, could do almost anything they wanted. Apart from the Lu clan, the Farmer clan, and a few other great clans, they could capture anyone they suspected. No one could resist. On the surface, the Heaven's Mirror Manor had progenitor powerhouses in the Six Direction Association civilization, but in the current civilization, a single progenitor was clearly not enough to support the Heaven's Mirror Manor's actions. Su Wuji was the manor master of the Heaven's Mirror Manor in the Void God universe, but even with his support, the Heaven's Mirror Manor could not do whatever they wanted in the Void God universe. There were too many conflicts of interest between the two organizations, and the Everlasting Race's spies had to be important people as well. For example, if Lu Yin had not coincidentally entered her body to read her memories, who would have thought that she was a spy? Even after revealing her identity, Su Wuji had not been able to take her away as he had to return the favor to the Jingyun family. This was the difference between the Heaven's Mirror Manor and the humble class. Mu Xia owed the Lu clan a favor at most, but with Mu Xia's character, it didn't matter who he owed a favor to. He would still capture those who needed to be captured. He was also extremely powerful, enough to make Bai Wang Yuan and the others wary. However, Su Wuji was tied down by the Jingyun family's favor. This was only the first point. Another point was that many spies were not willing, but were controlled by Qing Kong's dreamy bubbles. Such people were troublesome. Even if they were captured, how to deal with them was a problem. Spies were not ordinary people, and they had a lot of people behind them. It was impossible to directly execute them. If they were not executed, it would be hard to convince the masses. This led to the Heaven Mirror Manor capturing spies. As long as they refused to admit that they were willing, they would say that they were controlled by Qing Kong. The Heaven Mirror Manor was helpless. This was the current situation of the Heaven Mirror Manor. First, finding spies was a problem. Then, whether or not they could be captured was another problem. Once captured, how to deal with them was yet another problem. These problems were intertwined, and the Heaven Mirror Manor was unable to do anything. The Heaven Mirror Manor's original intention was to capture spies and corpse kings. If they did nothing, others would complain. For example, Su Lai had caused trouble for the Heaven Mirror Manor after he had been ambushed while traveling through spacetime with Lu Yin. He had questioned why the Heaven Mirror Manor had not detected the two corpse kings' tracks beforehand. Those who had been exposed as spies but admitted that they were controlled by Qing Kong were also dissatisfied with the Heaven Mirror Manor. After all, even if spies were controlled by Qing Kong, they would still be recorded, which was equivalent to being destroyed. This caused the Heaven Mirror Manor to be in an awkward position. This was why most people in the Six Direction Society had the impression that the Heaven Mirror Manor was just a place to be scolded. This place was completely meaningless. Brother Xian-Chi, please contact Senior Su Wuwei and ask him to let you leave the Heaven Mirror Manor, Yun advised. Lu Yin replied, if I leave the Heaven Mirror Manor now, I'll be offending Senior Su Wuji. Yun was troubled. If I join the Heaven Mirror Manor for too long, my reputation will be tarnished. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Tarnished. That wasn't bad, but the Heaven Mirror Manor situation was worse than he had imagined. At that moment, the cloud vision's stone vibrated, and Yun accepted the call. She then put down her hand. Auntie can't explain why she became a spy, but there's only one explanation for this situation. She's being controlled by Ching Kong. Yun nodded. I don't know if she's faking it or not, but in any case, all spies say the same thing when they're caught. If Auntie really is being controlled by Ching Kong, then she didn't do what she did willingly. Even Senior Su Wuji would find it difficult to deal with such a situation. In the end, she'll be recorded and imprisoned until the day that there's a way to remove Ching Kong's control. Ching Kong alone made it difficult for the Heaven Mirror Manor to continue capturing spies. Fortunately, there was no existence like Ching Kong in the astral tree realm. Otherwise, the commoner's situation would not be much better. Although Mu Xia was not afraid of anyone, he was assigned to different commoners, and there were many people from different families within the commoners. Yun, I understand what you're saying. For the time being, I definitely won't be able to leave the Heaven Mirror Manor, Lu Yin said. He then bid farewell to Yun and left the scenic Cloud clan, heading into outer space. Yun sighed. She didn't know if it was because Lu Yin had joined the Heaven Mirror Manor or because Yunwu had become a spy. She had received a lot of information on this day. In outer space, outside the scenic Cloud clan, Su Wuji looked at Lu Yin with interest. That girl should have said everything she needed to say. What do you think now? Lu Yin was curious. Senior, why are you the Heaven Mirror Manor's manor head? Is there something strange about that? Su Wuji raised a brow. Lu Yin asked, since the Heaven Mirror Manor is in such a state, and you're not the type to look for trouble, why are you still the manor head? Su Wuji flicked his sunglasses. Will you be able to join the Heaven Mirror Manor without worry if I answer your question? Lu Yin smiled. Regardless of whether Senior answers my question or not, I will still join the Heaven Mirror Manor. Oh. That makes me curious. Su Wuji was astonished. Lu Yin sighed. There are some things that need to be done. Since I can contribute to the search for spies, why not? You worked so hard to capture a spy, but in the end, you might not receive the punishment you wanted. How can you tolerate that? Su Wuji asked. Lu Yin replied, let's capture him first. Su Wuji laughed and put his sunglasses back on. To tell you the truth, I became the manor head purely out of luck. It's not some grand dream, and it's not that inspiring. I just lost by drawing lots. Lu Yin blinked. This answer was unexpected, but it also made sense. How is it? Does your heart sink? Su Wuji teased. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. A little. It feels like there's no one to back me up. Su Wuji replied, you don't have to worry about that. Although I was forced to become the manor head, I will still do what I need to do and shoulder the responsibilities that I need to shoulder. Don't worry and boldly go find a spy. No matter what his status or background is, if anyone tries to stop you, just use my name. Lu Yin probed. What if the person you're capturing has a powerful background? Can it be more powerful than mine? Su Wuji glared at Lu Yin. Don't worry and boldly do it. Lu Yin smiled. I understand. Don't worry, Senior. Su Wuji was satisfied. Young man, you should be arrogant when doing things. As long as you confirm that he's a spy, that'll prove that he's the manor head's son. Even if he's the manor head's son, I can still help you capture him. Su Wuji's neck shrank back as he cursed himself for speaking too quickly. He hurriedly said, of course, the manor head doesn't have a son. Let's go, I'll take you to the headquarters. With Su Wuji leading the way, their speed was very fast. They tore through the void and arrived at a dark red star region. Here, the sky was dark red, and so were the planets. It was not a scorching red. Red was just a color that stretched as far as the eye could see. This is the headquarters of my Heaven's Mirror Manor, and people call it the Red Domain. There's nothing special about it, and it's only because of the astronomical phenomena that this place is completely red. It was Gue-san's idea to choose this place, as he said that it looked more dignified. Su Wuji then led Lu Yin into the Red Domain. Soon after, Lu Yin saw the headquarters of the Heaven's Mirror Manor on a planet. It was a dilapidated city, but the architectural style was very grand. The lowest building was 100 meters tall, and the tallest was a clock tower that was tall enough to pierce through the atmosphere and into outer space. Clang! A loud clang startled Lu Yin, as it had come from the clock tower. The sound was so loud that it caused ripples in the void that spread out in all directions like the surface of a lake. Lu Yin was stunned, as this was the first time he had heard such a loud bell sound. How is it? This bell sound is good, right? Anyone who comes here will hear it. Don't look at how the outside world says that my Heaven's Mirror Manor is meaningless. In reality, we capture a group of spies every year. The spies that the everlasting race personally nurtures have too many conflicts of interest, and it's very difficult to find them. However, those spies will always give themselves away, Su Wuji said. Lu Yin nodded. The bell sound is indeed very loud. This city was moved here as well. It originally belonged to a giant race, but that race was unlucky and was completely wiped out by the everlasting race. So, I simply moved that city here, and it looks very intimidating. Su Wuji then led Lu Yin into the city. Lu Yin paid special attention to the city gate, where the words, Heaven's Mirror Manor, were written. There are 3,600 people in the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and they are divided into 5 groups of 100 people each. The leaders are Guan Laode, Gue-san, Ning Ran, Yu Pai, and Old Crazy. Operations Team, Guan Laode, Yu Pai. Search Team, Old Crazy, Gue-san. Interrogation Team, Ning Ran. The rest are left to guard the Heaven's Mirror Manor. I am responsible for receiving information, assigning resources, and assigning missions. Lu Yin sat on the top floor of the clock tower and quietly listened to the report of a middle-aged man in front of him. This man was the Heaven's Mirror Manor's housekeeper, and he was also known as the Manor Steward. Su Wuji had just explained to Lu Yin that he would temporarily be in charge of the Heaven's Mirror Manor from this day onwards. Through the cracks in the walls, Lu Yin could see the city's scenery. This city had experienced the destruction of an entire race, and bloodstains could be seen everywhere, including the moat. The buildings outside looked tall, but they were already in tatters and would crumble at the slightest touch. After the manor steward finished his report, he looked at Lu Yin with a calm expression. May I ask if Lord Xian-Chi has any other questions? Lu Yin replied, 5 groups. The entire Heaven's Mirror Manor's executive power rests on these 5 groups. I want to see them. The manor steward raised a hand and used the cloud connection stone to contact Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:11. Soon after, the first person arrived. It was an old man with a sloppy appearance and messy hair that made him look like a lunatic. When he saw Lu Yin, he looked at the steward in confusion. The steward invited him to sit down. Lu Yin closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Soon after, the second person arrived, a man with a green blade on his back. He looked at Lu Yin and then at the steward, but the steward did not say anything. The man snorted and sat down as well. The third person was a skinny man, and his arrival caused Lu Yin to open his eyes. It was not that this person was strong, but rather that he was too weak. Lu Yin could tell at a glance that this person had just broken through to the void realm, which meant that he was a first-stage astral envoy. How could someone with such a cultivation be a team leader? The man flashed a fawning smile at Lu Yin, which reminded Lu Yin of Ku Wei. Soon after, a woman arrived. She was very beautiful, but there were green vein patterns on her face that made her look rather strange. There was also a toad sitting on her shoulder. Lu Yin stared at the toad, and the toad stared back at him. The woman looked at the steward. Was the master here? The steward politely replied, yes, he was here to appoint Lord Xian Qi as the acting master. From today onwards, Lord Xian Qi will be in charge of all matters of the Horizon Manor. The four looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Him. The man with the green blade on his back raised his brows and turned to look at Lu Yin. His gaze was fierce, and there were traces of red in the depths of his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of his blade, causing a terrifying aura to sweep out towards Lu Yin. It was as if the void was being sliced apart. The others did not interfere and merely watched the show. Lu Yin found this funny. Was this a test? He did not even move, allowing the blade-like aura to sweep past him. He looked very relaxed. The man lowered his hand. Not bad. Ning Ran frowned. What special ability does he have to become the acting master? Not everyone could see through Lu Yin's cultivation level. From Lu Yin's point of view, only that old man could see through his cultivation level because that old man was at the void transformation realm. The others were all at the void luminous realm. No one's cultivation level surpassed Lu Yin's. The steward did not answer Ning Ran's question. Ning Ran looked at Lu Yin. In terms of cultivation, it is impossible for you to surpass the master. Since he has appointed you as the acting master, what special abilities do you have? What special abilities do you want? Lu Yin asked. Ning Jin replied, capture the spy. Lu Yin smiled. I can. Ning Ran looked at Lu Yin and then fell silent. What is this toad? Lu Yin was curious. Ning Jin replied, I'll be in charge of the interrogation. This is my innate void spirit venomous toad. Very few people can withstand its poison. Is that so? Lu Yin suddenly thought of someone, Miss Child. Her innate gift was that the stronger the poison she consumed, the more powerful her body would become. It had been a long time since he had seen someone like her. Didn't you say there were 5 team leaders? Where's the other one? Lu Yin asked. The housekeeper replied, Guan Lauda didn't come. You went out to catch spies? Lu Yin asked. The housekeeper said bluntly, I don't want to come. The answer is yes, I don't like Master Xian Qi. The other 4 did not react. Apparently, they were used to it. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. So direct. What's his cultivation level? Peak of the void luminous realm, said the old man. Lu Yin nodded. He has character and value. Let's not bother about him. He then sat up straight and scanned the group. I just found out that Yunwu from the Scenic Cloud clan is a spy. The manor head has already given the order not to leak any information. All you need to do is find everyone who has interacted with Yunwu and give me a list. He then looked at the man with the green blade. You're Yu Pai, right? Go to the Scenic Cloud clan and verify the list with them. Yunwu is definitely not acting alone. Yu Pai was stunned. Yunwu. The Scenic Cloud clan. The others looked at Lu Yin in shock. He had just arrived, and he had already made a contribution. Lu Yin looked at them solemnly. Although I've just arrived and am not familiar with you all, capturing spies is a big deal for the sake of the entire human race. I don't wish for anyone to go against me. Or perhaps you all wish for me to show my might. Yu Pai stood up. There's no need for that. We joined the Heavens Examiner Manor to capture spies. We won't let go of any clues. The old man and Gue San left as well, leaving only the housekeeper and Ning Ran behind. "Where's Yunwu?" Ning Ran asked. Lu Yin shrugged. The manor head didn't bring her back. Ning Ran's expression darkened, and she turned to leave. The housekeeper asked, "Does Lord Xian Qi have any instructions?" "Where's Guan Laoda?" "He's in the northwest corner of the city." Lu Yin had originally wanted to ignore him, but after some thought, he decided that it wouldn't take much effort, so he might as well take care of him. The Heavens Examiner Manor situation was clear, and it was hated by countless people. Anyone who had joined under such circumstances had either been forced to do so, or they really wanted to take care of the spies. Although Su Wuji did not manage the Heavens Examiner Manor much, appointing a team leader was not child's play. Su Wuji would still observe the person, and since he had confirmed that Guan Laoda was the team leader, it meant that there was nothing wrong with this person. Perhaps Guan Laoda was a little arrogant, but as Su Wuji had said, young people should be arrogant and despotic. When Lu Yin saw Guan Laoda, the man was drinking with his subordinates and completely ignored Lu Yin. Lu Yin then used Tai Xian, and a bone spike floated between Guan Laoda's eyebrows. This scene had happened far too many times. However, seeing Tai Xian in the Heavens Examiner Manor shocked everyone, and they all looked at Lu Yin differently. The steward no longer spoke to Lu Yin calmly, and his tone was filled with respect. Guan Laoda was the same. He had been arrogant before, but now, he was obedient. "Master, leave the scenic cloud clan to me. Yu Pai's cultivation is too low, and they won't take him seriously." Lu Yin replied, "There's no need for that. Just wait here, and I'll have something for you to do." Subduing Guan Laoda was too easy. There was a half-ancestor at the general appointing platform, and there was even a progenitor imprisoned in the Ionian kingdom. More than 10 days had passed between Yu Pai's arrival at the Scenic Cloud clan and the list of names that had been sent to Lu Yin. Cloud Dance thought of a way to isolate herself from the Scenic Cloud clan so that no one would suspect her of stealing information from the clan. Given her cautiousness, she'll do everything she can to reduce suspicion, which is also her weakness. This cautiousness allowed me to find the symbol of the Ionian tribe, and it also allowed us to see who her contacts are. Her contacts with these people are definitely open and aboveboard, but the spies that contact her are definitely hidden amongst them, Lu Yin said as he looked at the list of names in front of him. Guan Laoda, Yu Pai, the other captains, and the steward all sat at the front, listening to Lu Yin speak. Many of them could think of the same thing, but finding the spies was the most troublesome part, as they couldn't just capture all of them. Anyone who could associate with Cloud Dance was no ordinary person. Lu Yin didn't know what he was talking about, but he wanted to confirm the list for one person. "Investigate this person." Lu Yin circled a name on the list and tossed it to the captains. They all looked over. Yi Jun. "Master, is there something wrong with this Yi Jun?" Gue-san asked. "Yes." Gue-san looked at the others. The elder spoke up, "This Yi Jun isn't an ordinary person. Her appearance and talent are the best in the Void God spacetime, and she has a large number of followers, including many descendants of virtual realm powerhouses. She once joined the Endless Battlefield to save her father, and she made great contributions there. She's very famous and has connections with many powerhouses. This woman isn't easy to investigate." Lu Yin looked up. "That's why I'm certain that there's something wrong with her. If I were an Ionian, I would also choose to make her a spy. But she made great contributions in the Endless Battlefield," Yu Pai couldn't help but say. Lu Yin asked, "On what basis?" Everyone was stunned. Lu Yin continued, "What was her cultivation level when she joined the Endless Battlefield? She was just a virtual realm cultivator, and yet she was able to make such great contributions. That's the Endless Battlefield, and even virtual transformation realm powerhouses can't guarantee their survival if they enter. How can a mere virtual realm cultivator make such great contributions? What a joke." No one refuted this, as it did sound ridiculous. Of course, I'm not saying that it's completely impossible, but the possibility is very low. The way I see it, there's one way to make sure that she made great contributions. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The Ionians. The Ionians deliberately made her make contributions. The elder was shocked. Lu Yin said, "That's something I can think of. Since I've joined the Heaven's Mirror Manor, I have to think of the worst. Evidence is needed to prove that she's a spy, but conjectures don't. Next, the Heaven's Mirror Manor only has one mission." Lu Yin pressed down on the list, investigate Yi Jun. The person who had exchanged information with Yunwu was Yi Jun. This woman was a spy, and Lu Yin wanted her to be on the list so that he could have a reasonable opportunity to investigate her. Otherwise, investigating Yi Jun for no apparent reason would be too unreasonable. Even though Lu Yin's reason for investigating was a little far-fetched, his last sentence was correct. Everything had to be thought of in the worst-case scenario, and this sentence could explain many things. Lu Yin had given the order, and everyone in the Heaven's Mirror Manor's target was Yi Jun, regardless of whether they were willing to investigate her or not. However, the investigation did not go smoothly, and the Heaven's Mirror Manor could only find external information about Yi Jun. They could not meet her at all. The Heaven's Mirror Manor could not expose their identity and investigate her openly either. Otherwise, not only would Yi Jun be on guard, but they would also encounter great obstacles. Yi Jun isn't someone who just anyone can meet. There are too many people who want to meet her every day. Unless we reveal our identity as the Heaven's Mirror Manor and investigate her openly, we won't be able to meet her. Yu Pai was distressed. Guan Laode added, "I can use another identity to meet her, but I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Even someone like you, who's at the peak of the Void Realm, can't meet her." "This woman is quite ostentatious," Lu Yin muttered. Guan Laode smiled bitterly, "There's no other way. Unless you can reach the pinnacle in a certain area, you'll have to wait slowly to meet her." Pinnacle? Lu Yin was confused. What does that mean? "It means the pinnacle," the old man said, his hair disheveled. "For example, being the number one in your generation, being the strongest Void Realm cultivator, or having made a great contribution." "Can I pass the Void Gate?" Lu Yin asked. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The steward was stunned. "You passed the Void Gate." Guan Laode was speechless. "You were the one who passed the Void Gate." Lu Yin replied, "It was me. It should be fine." Everyone looked at Lu Yin in a different light. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:12. Ning Ran was shocked. "No one has been able to pass the Void Gate for countless years. How did you do it?" "Master, you're amazing," Gue-san said in admiration. The old man's gaze towards Lu Yin changed, ruthless. Lu Yin said, "All right, since it's possible, let's go meet her. I want to see just what kind of charm this Yi Jun has to attract so many people to line up." There are two types of people lining up to meet Yi Jun. The first are those who admire her and want to marry her, while the second are those who want to ask about the situation in the endless battlefield. It's said that she has a group of comrades who have gone through life and death with her, and they contact her every once in a while. Many people want to know more about the endless battlefield and their families or friends, the old man said as he followed behind Lu Yin. He was old deranged, and the reason Lu Yin had brought him along was because of his unique skill, Qiankuan sniff, which allowed him to determine whether someone had contacted him before or not. Lu Yin discovered that the people from Heaven's Mirror Manor didn't know that old deranged was a half-step ancestor, and they only thought that he had become a team leader because of his Qiankuan sniff. At this moment, old deranged wasn't as disheveled as he had been in Heaven's Mirror Manor. Instead, he had combed his hair and looked like a kind teacher. The two of them were currently on Yi Jun, and the planet had been named after her. It was a reward from the Void God universe for her contributions in the endless battlefield. This June is very hospitable. Is she willing to meet these people? Lu Yin asked. Old Deranged was speechless. No, but there aren't many people who can meet her. It's impossible for just anyone to meet her. June resided at the foot of a huge mountain. A waterfall flowed down from the peak, filling the sky with white mist. It was very beautiful, and the sound of the zither cleansed one's soul. There were people shouting at the foot of the mountain, hoping to meet June, but no one succeeded. My appetite is the best among my peers. Please meet June. This attracted a wave of mockery. I'm good at painting and would like to draw one for June. This also attracted mockery. My name is Lu Yin, and Old Deranged watched from afar. The more they shouted, the less likely it was to meet June. My name is Bo Chi. I've made an appointment and would like to meet June. The waterfall suddenly stopped, and a stream of water separated from the waterfall and connected to the young man's feet. Young Master Bo Chi, please. A voice came from the stream of water. Young Master Bo Chi stepped on the water and headed towards the mountain peak, attracting the envy of the surrounding people. That's the young master of the Fu clan. I heard that the head of the Fu clan is currently in the endless battlefield. This young Master Bo Chi must be here to find out about the head of the Fu clan, someone commented. Even though June has friends in the boundless battlefield, she can't possibly know how everyone is doing. You don't know about this. The boundless battlefield gathers information and transmits it to the Six Direction Society, and then the Six Direction Society transmits the information to many parallel universes. The reason why June is so popular is because one of her good friends has access to this information. This information includes the names of the experts who died and the names of those who performed meritorious deeds. The head of the Fu clan is at the peak of the Void Bright Realm, so he is worthy of being mentioned in the battle situation. Sir Bo Chi is looking for June to ask her to keep an eye out for the head of the Fu clan. That's true. With June's ability, it's impossible for her to directly investigate the situation of someone in the boundless battlefield, but she can pay attention to this information. Perhaps she can mention the Fu clan's leader. Not long after, Bo Chi walked out with a pale face. Someone asked him what happened. He didn't say anything and just walked away. There was no news from the mountain peak, as this information couldn't have been leaked out so easily. Lu Yin walked out with the crazy old man. Xian Qi, you've passed the void gate. Can you meet June? The crowd who had been watching the commotion felt that they had misheard. What did he say? Past the void gate. Past the void gate. He's the one who passed the void gate. It's actually him. There were constant cries of surprise, which showed just how much Lu Yin had shocked them. On the mountain peak, the zither music stopped abruptly, and a pleasant voice sounded out. It didn't belong to the person who had just spoken. This voice was even softer and gentler. Xian Qi, please wait a moment. Lu Yin looked at the mountain peak. There were no experts on June, and the strongest was only at the peak of the Void Bright Realm. They weren't on the mountain peak either, so if he wanted to, he could do whatever he wanted. He could even capture this girl directly. He was very clear that she was a spy. This woman could receive information about the endless battlefield, which meant that she was very important to the everlasting race. He waited patiently. Soon, a figure descended from the waterfall, carrying a beautiful aura. Her face was as white as jade, and her face was flushed red. She landed in front of Lu Yin and bowed. June greets Xian Qi. They had been waiting here for a long time, but they had never seen June treat a young man like this. Lu Yin smiled. Miss June, you're too polite. There's no need to welcome me personally. June smiled. You can't be careless with young Master Xian Qi. The Su Pass was built by the Su Master and represents the Nihility universe. Young Master Xian Qi, in order to join the Nihility universe, you didn't hesitate to break through the Su Pass and risk your life. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Not many people knew why he had passed the void gate. In the void god spacetime, no, in the Six Direction Society, there were many who passed the void gate without needing a reason. However, Jun knew that he had done so to join the void god spacetime. This woman had some tricks up her sleeve. Xian-Chi, please. Jun raised a hand, revealing a flawless arm that was dazzling to the eyes. Lu Yin smiled and nodded, leading the crazy old man and Jun into the peak. After they left, the crowd finally reacted and looked on enviously. This was the difference between people. Jun had personally welcomed Jun, while they didn't even have the right to speak to her. Jun received Lu Yin in a pavilion above the waterfall. The pavilion spanned across the waterfall, and the surroundings were filled with water vapor. Lush greenery hung down from the pavilion, and it was a beautiful sight. Lu Yin could see the people waiting outside, and seeing their anxious and expectant expressions, he looked at Jun. Do you like this place? Jun replied, I can't help it. The people below all want to see me, but I can't meet everyone. I also can't ask my sister to keep an eye on the endless battlefield, so I can only stay here and play the zither for them. I'll try to calm them down and see who's the most anxious. Maybe I can help them. Lu Yin praised, Miss Jun is so kind. Jun shook her head, Xian-Chi, don't tease me. I'm just an ordinary girl, and I have more connections. I'll help everyone. They sat down, and the crazy old man stood behind Lu Yin. Jun was curious, Senior. He's a servant, don't mind him, Lu Yin said. Jun was curious, I've never heard of Xian-Chi having a servant. You must have taken him in recently, or was it a gift from Senior Su Wei? The crazy old man raised a brow, gift? That word sounded harsh. Lu Yin remained calm, it seems like Miss Jun is very interested in me. You know a lot about Xian-Chi. Jun smiled, many people bring interesting news from the outside world when they come here. There's quite a bit about Xian-Chi. Oh, is there any bad news? Lu Yin teased. Jun smiled, yes, little you said that she's very dissatisfied with you. Lu Yin was surprised, Su Yu. It seems like you have a deep impression of her, Jun said. Lu Yin asked, Su Yu's back. What about Su Ji? They're all back. They came to find me yesterday. If you'd come a day earlier, you could have caught up with them. They missed you very much. Jun stood up and personally poured tea for Lu Yin. Her fingers were slender, and her pure white skin was very beautiful. There was also an indescribable fragrance that made one feel refreshed. Lu Yin couldn't help but move closer and take a deep breath. What's this fragrance? Jun hurriedly retreated and glared at him. You're too much, sir. Lu Yin reacted and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Jun. I rarely come into contact with women, so I'm really sorry. How about this, I'll punish myself with a cup. He picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp, causing Jun to laugh. If you want to punish someone, it should be wine. Sir, are you using tea in place of wine? Lu Yin smiled, I don't drink, sorry for making fun of me. It's good that you don't drink. Drinking tea is better for you to experience life. You're very emotional, Mississippi looks like you've experienced a lot. Life and death in the endless battlefield, I've indeed experienced a lot. You stepped onto the battlefield to save your father, which is admirable. Xian-Chi salutes you. Jun hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. Sir Xian-Chi passing the void gate is admirable. Compared to you, Jun's small contributions are like fireflies. Lu Yin laughed heartily. Behind him, the crazy old man remained calm. The manor head seemed to be enjoying himself, and he had to admit that Jun was beautiful to the point of arousal. Would the manor head be charmed by her? Jun looked at the crazy old man. Lu Yin glanced at him. Are you not feeling well? No, I just choked, the crazy old man said. Lu Yin smiled at Yi Jun. It's really fragrant here, I'm also choking. Yi Jun rolled her eyes. If you don't like it, sir, I'll go change. She then bowed and left. Lu Yin watched her leave and asked, how was it? The crazy old man replied, I definitely did, and more than once. Lu Yin grunted. He obviously knew this, but he needed the Heavens Reflection Hall's confirmation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to confirm it alone without the support of others. Not long after, Yi Jun changed into a black robe that accentuated her exquisite figure. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sir Xian Qi. Right, what did you come here to ask? Lu Yin replied, the endless battlefield. I want to know the situation there. Yi Jun didn't understand. If you want to know more about the endless battlefield, you can ask Senior Five Tastes or the Void Yang and Void Yin clans. Why ask me? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I don't like to trouble people I know. Yi Jun laughed. You're really interesting. Alright, I'll explain it to you. The endless battlefield is the largest battlefield used by the Hexagon Association against the Eternals. It's also known as the 100 Alliance battlefield. It's formed by 62 parallel spacetime civilizations discovered by the Hexagon Association. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:13. Lu Yin naturally knew what Yi Jun was talking about. Back then, Shi Jiao had used this to persuade Lu Yin to fight for the position of sanctification so that he could help Su Xiangyin, who had reached the end of his lifespan and needed to go to the endless battlefield. This was because more than 20 light ancestors had died in the endless battlefield, not to mention the countless half-ancestors that had died there. That was the millstone of life and death, and no one could be sure that they could leave the endless battlefield alive. Rather than saying that the endless battlefield is the final battle between the Six-Party Association and the Eternals, it's more accurate to say that it's the front line of the Six-Party Association's invasion of the Eternals, Yi Jun said. Lu Yin was astonished. Invasion. He had never heard anyone mention this before. Yi Jun continued, why is the Eternals so fixated on the endless battlefield? It's because once they let go of the endless battlefield and allow the Six-Party Association to control it, they can directly invade the Eternals. They can attack at close range or retreat at will. This is something that the Eternals cannot accept, so both sides are frantically increasing their manpower in the endless battlefield to wear each other down. Every day, every hour, and even every breath, there are people dying. It's the largest and cruelest battlefield since the dawn of humanity. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. No wonder the endless battlefield was such a huge battlefield. If he were the Eternals, he would not fight against the Six-Party Association on the same battlefield. He would definitely think of ways to invade various spacetimes and even gather the 7 sky gods to destroy them one by one. The Eternals did not do this because they could not. Once they did not have enough strength to defend the endless battlefield, the Six-Party Association would be able to invade the Eternals. The sole true God could destroy any parallel spacetime if he had the chance, and powerhouses like the Grand Empyreans, including Void Master and the Ruler of Wood, could also invade the Eternals if they had the chance and destroy what was most important to them. Neither side could bear such losses, which was why the endless battlefield had been created. Right, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that the desolate ancestor had killed his way into the Eternals alone. How had he done it? Had he also passed through the endless battlefield? If so, had he left behind any legends of killing in the endless battlefield? Was the endless battlefield the only place where one could directly enter the Eternals? In theory, it was impossible for the Eternals to casually invade the Six-Party Association, which meant that humans could not casually enter the Eternals as well. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Yi Jun continued to speak, and Lu Yin listened quietly. This woman was truly knowledgeable about the endless battlefield. Today's trip had not been in vain. After drinking 7 cups of tea, Jun finally finished. Luin sighed. I never thought that the endless battlefield would be even crueler than I imagined. Jun said, if you don't go to the boundless battlefield, you'll never be able to understand the cruelty of the battlefield. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to see a void transformation realm cultivator, let alone an emptiness realm cultivator. However, in the boundless battlefield, it's possible to encounter an emptiness realm cultivator on the first day. Luin picked up his teacup. Miss Jun, I admire you. It's no wonder why you're being treated like this. Jun said, young Master Xian Qi, you don't have to admire me. If it weren't for the help of my comrades, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything, and I wouldn't have been able to bring my father back. If young Master Xian Qi doesn't mind, you can call me Jun, all right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Jun, Luin smiled. Jun blinked, then can I call you Big Brother Xian Qi? Of course. Luin spent most of the day chatting with Jun. This woman understood the void god spacetime very well. It would be great if she wasn't a spy. Luin sighed. But then again, if she wasn't a spy, she wouldn't have been able to return alive from the endless battlefield. Had this woman willingly betrayed the humans and become a spy, or had she been controlled by Qin Kong? He wouldn't be able to tell if he didn't fuse with her memories. Luin left with old crazy. Jun sent them off from afar, and when they were completely gone, her face sank. They had talked so much, but she hadn't been able to see through this person's goal at all. Was he here just to understand the endless battlefield? Go and find out who that old man beside Xian Qi is, Jun ordered. Although she was well informed, it was impossible for her to find out that Luin had joined the Heaven's Mirror Manor. This had only happened recently, and neither the Heaven's Mirror Manor nor the Scenic Cloud clan would have leaked this information. A shadow disappeared behind her. Manor Lord, we can only prove that this woman is related to Yunwu, but we can't prove that she's a spy, Old Crazy said. Luin replied, Yunwu's matter hasn't been leaked. Yunwu hid her scarlet eye, which means that Jun can't contact Yunwu. Only Yunwu can contact this Jun, and they're doing it by meeting each other. This makes things easier. You're saying impersonating Yunwu? Old Crazy asked, but he immediately shook his head. No, they must have a special way to recognize each other. They're both spies, so it's impossible to tell them apart by appearance. I have my ways, Luin said, our Heaven's Mirror Manor is understaffed. Come, I'll take you to find someone. Old Crazy was curious, find someone. No one is willing to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and we're very strict when it comes to accepting new members. Luin ignored him and headed off in a certain direction. Through his conversation with Jun, he knew where Su Ji and Su Yu were, and he wanted to pull them into the Heaven's Mirror Manor. People like Su Ji and Su Yu were the most suitable to deal with people with conflicting interests. With Su Ji and Su Yu's backgrounds, who couldn't they capture? Even though their families weren't very strong and didn't have any virtual realm powerhouses, Su Ji had obtained the astral stone disc and become a bonded virtual god. He had even met the Void Master before, which was an honor that few people in the Void God spacetime could achieve. No one knew what Su Ji had said or done after meeting the Void Master. Some guessed that he was the Void Master's disciple, while others guessed that he was the Void Master's in-name disciple. Regardless of his identity, no one in the Void God spacetime dared to offend him. If someone like him joined the Heaven's Mirror Manor, it would save Luin a lot of trouble, and this was only the first step. His goal wasn't just the Void God spacetime. It wasn't difficult to find Su Ji and Su Yu, as they were too famous. At this moment, Su Yu was sparring with someone. She had used her innate gift of Thunderwood and her stone door battle techniques, which caused many to sigh in amazement. This was the effect that the void god spacetime wanted, to attract people to join the 6 directional training halls, merge civilizations, and increase power. Suyu had used her stone puppet battle techniques and her innate gift of thunderwood to easily defeat an expert whose void god power surpassed hers. Her pride was greatly satisfied, and she was very proud. After returning from the 6 directional training halls, they had been given this mission, to spar in various places in the void god spacetime and let the cultivators of the void god spacetime see the effects of the convergence of civilizations. It wasn't just them. The 6 directional training halls were doing the same in other spacetimes as well. As they spread the word, a large number of people were eager to join the 6 directional training halls, just like how Suyu had seen Shihong. Suyu was pleased with herself and looked around before suddenly turning to look in a certain direction. She frowned. Xianqi. Not far away, Suji looked over in surprise. Xianqi. Lu Yin smiled. Long time no see. Suyu. She gritted her teeth. Why are you here? Not long after, Suji and Suyu brought Lu Yin and the deranged old man to a primitive planet. You want us to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Suji was surprised. Suyu sneered. In your dreams. Only a ghost would go to a place like the Heaven's Mirror Manor. The deranged old man was unhappy, but he didn't interrupt. Lu Yin said, we're short on manpower, which is why we came to you guys. Since you guys have nothing to do, why don't you join? You'll have Senior Su Wuji's support. Suyu sneered. My brother has the Void Master's support. The deranged old man's face twitched. Was this for real? The rumors that Suji was the Void Master's disciple were just rumors. Could it be true? Lu Yin was curious. Suji, are you really the Void Master's disciple? Not yet, Suji replied. Suyu waved her fist at Lu Yin. Stop dreaming. There's no way we'll join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Go find someone else. Lu Yin smiled at Suyu, causing her to grit her teeth. You're asking for a beating. Suyu was furious. You're the one asking for a beating. Xianqi, do you dare fight me? She had wanted to beat Lu Yin up for a long time, but she had never had the chance. The closest she had gotten to beating him up had been ruined by the Spirit Palace, and after that, Lu Yin's speed had been exaggerated. She had no choice but to try again. Suji stopped Suyu and looked at Lu Yin. What realm are you at? Lu Yin answered honestly, the Void Realm. Suyu was shocked. You're at the Void Realm. How is that possible? Suji frowned. Is that the reward for passing the Void Gate? Lu Yin smiled. That's not the reward. If you want to know what the reward is, then join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. You won't be disappointed. I just want to know why you can pass the Void Gate while others can't, Suji said. Lu Yin replied, the Void Master told me not to tell anyone. The crazy old man's face twitched, and he couldn't help but look at Lu Yin. Yet another person who was related to the Void Master. You spoke to the Void Master. Suyu exclaimed. Lu Yin replied, yes. So, if you want to know what the Void Master told me, then join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Suji was indifferent. Not interested. I just want to know why you were able to pass the Void Gate. Lu Yin replied, the Void Master told me that he admired you and that you had a backbone. Bullshit. How could the Void Master praise you? Suyu shouted. Suji also stared at Lu Yin with a confused expression. The crazy old man looked at Lu Yin's back. Was the Void Master praising him? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. These words came from the Void Master himself. Impossible. Suyu firmly disagreed. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Yin. You must have lied to him. Shut up! Su-ji shouted. Su-yu hurriedly shut up, feeling wronged. Su-ji met Lu Yin's gaze. I believe that you can join the Heaven's Mirror Manor as well. Bro, Su-yu called out. Su-ji continued, the prerequisite is that you have to convince me to join. What do you mean by convinced? Lu Yin asked. The crazy old man sympathized with him. The manor master was definitely going to take care of this kid. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't compare to Guan Lauda, who had been completely subdued by the manor master. That's your problem, Su-ji said coldly. Lu Yin nodded. Then let's do it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:14. Su-ji's gaze turned cold as he retrieved the blue energy source from his cosmic ring and pressed it into his body. Energy with a power level of nearly 1,000,000 exploded, and the blue energy repelled everything in all directions. Up to you. Lu Yin laughed and raised his hand, causing the bone spear to float between Su-ji's eyebrows. This scene had happened too many times in the Void God spacetime, and Lu Yin was satisfied every time. This was the most effective way to suppress an enemy without exposing his strength. Su-ji stared blankly at the bone spear floating between his eyebrows. What is this? Su-yu was stunned, as the bone spear's Void God power made it difficult for her to approach it. It surpassed the energy of the blue energy source. Are you convinced? Lu Yin asked. Su-ji stared at Lu Yin. That's the reward. Lu Yin nodded and withdrew the bone spear. That's right. You ambushed him. My brother has the red energy source, so he can't lose to you. Su-ji barked, shut up, little you. Su-yu grew anxious. Brother, we can't join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Our reputation is too bad. Su-ji frowned. The Heaven's Mirror Manor is looking for spies for the humans. Regardless of its reputation, it's only beneficial to the humans. He then looked at Lu Yin. What's your position in the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Lu Yin glanced at the insane old man. The insane old man understood. This is the acting manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, appointed by manor head Su Wuji. You're the acting manor head. Su-ji was surprised to see Lu Yin. He was shocked and surprised. Su-yu was also in disbelief. Regardless of the Heaven's Mirror Manor's reputation, how could this Xian Qi be the acting manor head? Well said, I'm the acting manor head. Since you've joined the Heaven's Mirror Manor, your first mission is to... Lu Yin paused. Capture Yi-jun. Yi-jun was frustrated and in no mood to meet anyone. Ever since she had met Lu Yin, she had felt uneasy, but she did not know where this uneasiness came from. Could it be that something had happened in the endless battlefield? She had tried her best to save those people and even had the help of the Eternals so that she could use them. Nothing had happened to them, right? When she thought of this, she tried to contact the endless battlefield. At that moment, someone reported that Yunwu had arrived. Yi-jun's eyes flashed. At the foot of the mountain, the river swept the clouds into the mountain. The people around were not surprised. Yi-jun also had friends who could see her at any time. Yunwu was one of them, but she did not come often. Upon seeing Cloud dance, Yi-jun calmly asked, "What business do you have with me?" Yunwu sat opposite her. "I have something to ask you." As she spoke, she sipped on her tea and made a few movements. These movements were the way for the two of them to identify each other. At the same time, it could also be used to transmit information. Even if someone was standing there, they would not be able to understand it because her movements were very normal. Yi-jun stared into Yunwu's eyes. "It's not time yet." "It's urgent," Yunwu said. "What is it?" Yi-jun frowned. "Ultimate Void wants to join the endless battlefield," Cloud Dance said. Jun's expression changed. Impossible. If he joins, what about the void god universe? Su Wuwei will come back. Are you sure? I heard that Su Wuwei's position wasn't very good, so he simply retreated and let Su Wuji go. I'll contact them right away. Jun left after saying that. Yunwu, no, Lu Yin watched as Jun left. The space in his eyes turned into lines. Even though he had merged with Yunwu's body, Yunwu did not know how Jun contacted the everlasting tribe. Yunwu could not see, but Lu Yin could. Jun's every move, including the experts hidden in her shadow, could not be hidden from Lu Yin. Jun would never have dreamed that she would be targeted by Lu Yin, who had an innate spatial gift and could fight against progenitors. In the entire Void God universe, how many people in the Void realm were equivalent to progenitors? Such people would not come to see Jun at all. Jun also did not expect to be involved with such people. It was too easy for them to know about the situation in the endless battlefield. The people she could come into contact with were either families with at most Void Transformation Realm powerhouses or elite geniuses. From what she knew, she did not know much about the Void Realm. Just like when Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, even if he had become an emissary, he had no idea how powerful progenitors were. It was only when he could fight against a half-progenitor that he experienced Xiaoshenji's terror for the first time. In Lu Yin's eyes, Jun's every move was too clear. He knew what she said, what she did, and how to contact her. Jun soon returned. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked when she saw Yunwu's strange gaze. Yunwu suddenly changed back to her original appearance. Jun's eyes narrowed when she saw Yunwu turn back into Xianqi. She suddenly stood up and retreated. Behind her, a ray of light shot out from her shadow and pierced towards Lu Yin. Several gazes gathered around them, ready to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. "Miss Jun, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" As he spoke, the ray of light that shot out from her shadow stopped. It was a dagger with a card attached to the end. It was a Lost Tribe card. Lost Tribe card. "You're from the Lost Tribe?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he released his Void God power, locking his shadow within Jun's shadow. His Void God power was close to the peak of the Void realm, which was equivalent to 6 origin tribulations. On the other hand, the expert hidden within the shadow was only at the middle stage of the Void realm, which was close to 4 origin tribulations. The difference was too great. Void gods rushed over from all directions. Lu Yin looked up. "If I were you, I wouldn't do something so pointless." Jun shouted, "Stop." The surrounding void gods suddenly stopped and stared at Lu Yin warily. Jun looked at Lu Yin and smiled. "If Brother Xianqi wants to meet me, why disguise yourself as Yunwu? You can just come directly." Lu Yin took the dagger and looked at the card behind it. "How did you get a Lost Tribe card?" Jun replied, "I don't know. I invited this person to protect me. His power has nothing to do with me." Lu Yin nodded. "You've pushed him away cleanly." He looked at Jun's shadow and flicked his finger. Void God power swept out and shook a short old woman out. She was shocked. She knew that she wasn't this person's match, but her innate gift of being able to merge into her shadow was her innate gift. "How did you get a Lost Tribe card?" Lu Yin asked. The card in his hand was very ordinary, just an ancient 4 stars card. It couldn't compare to his Hidden Mountain card, but before the 6 direction training grounds had been established, it had been very difficult for outsiders to obtain a Lost Tribe card. The Lost Tribe was also very united, and there shouldn't have been any tribesmen wandering outside. The old woman didn't answer, and she just stared coldly at Lu Yin without any fear. Lu Yin sighed. "Looks like you want to die. So be it." He threw the dagger out and pierced the old woman's body, pinning her to the wall behind the waterfall. Blood flowed along the waterfall, adding a tinge of red to the scene. Jun's expression changed, and so did the surrounding cultivators' gazes on Lu Yin. This old woman had been in Jun's shadow all this time, including when Jun had contacted the Everlasting Tribe. It was obvious that she knew everything. Regardless of whether or not she was a spy, not reporting was a crime punishable by death. The old woman hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so decisive and kill her just like that. Jun also didn't expect this person to be so ruthless. They had been chatting and laughing before, but now he had killed someone in the blink of an eye. Brother Xian Qi, this is Jun planet. You disguised yourself as her and came here, and you even killed my retainer. This isn't very good. Lu Yin said, tell me, how long have you been a spy? Jun's expression didn't change. I don't understand what you mean. Lu Yin said, since I could disguise myself as Yunwu, it means that I know you like the back of my hand. The first time I came here, I was just testing you, but you hid it well. But it was useless. Yunwu told me everything, or I wouldn't have been able to exchange signals with you. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, your identity as a spy has been confirmed. Jun laughed and walked towards Lu Yin, slowly sitting down in front of him. Brother Xian Qi, you must be joking. I don't know anything about what you just said. I only know that Brother Xian Qi wants to use force on me in this pavilion. Brother Xian Qi, everyone admires you for passing the void gate, but that doesn't mean that everyone should listen to you. I, Jun, am just a weak woman, but I'm not afraid of you. If worse comes to worst, I'll tell the entire void god spacetime about this and ask everyone to judge. Jun's expression became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, as if she was ready to cry and complain at any moment. Her expression was full of mockery. Yunwu had pointed it out. Regardless of whether or not it was true, she wouldn't admit it. With the connections she had accumulated over the years and the contributions she had made in the endless battlefield, unless there was substantial evidence, no one would admit that she was a spy. Lu Yin laughed, I know you well enough to know that you're difficult to deal with. How could I not be prepared? You want proof, right? First of all, the information you sent out is proof. Jun replied, that was my retainer who sent it out. She's already been killed by you. I didn't expect that person to be a spy. I'm ashamed to say that I've allowed a spy to stay by my side for so long. I don't know how many humans have lost, but I can't absolve myself from the blame. I'll definitely report this to the endless battlefield and try to redeem myself. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Brother Xian Qi for getting rid of this scourge for humanity. Lu Yin's lips curled up, but you were the one who sent that information. Who knows? Jun retorted, her eyes bright. Lu Yin pointed to the bottom of the waterfall, asked them if they know. Jun was stunned and subconsciously looked down at the waterfall. She saw countless pairs of eyes staring at her in disbelief. Even the old woman's blood flowing down the waterfall didn't attract their attention. Right, how could it not attract attention? Jun felt that something was wrong. She looked down at the bewildered expressions of the people below. What's going on? Lu Yin smiled faintly and didn't answer. High up in the sky, an image appeared. It was the scene of Jun delivering a message to the outside world. Your tone, expression, and even your words were all broadcasted by me. Oh right, this spacetime also has technological developments. You should know what a live broadcast is, right? Jun shouted, impossible. She had been operating on this mountain for too many years and knew every corner. How could she not know that someone had broadcasted it? What did you do? Lu Yin took a sip of tea. The tea is fragrant, but your tea is even more fragrant. Let's talk somewhere else. The crazy old man led his team up the mountain and surrounded Jun. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:15. Yi Jun's face paled when she saw their clothes, and she stared at Lu Yin. "You're from Heaven's Mirror Manor." Lu Yin put down his teacup. "Deputy Manor Head of Heaven's Mirror Manor, Xian Qi." Yi Jun suddenly lost all her strength and looked up. The scene of her delivering the message was still being broadcasted in the sky, and it was exactly the same. It was indeed a live broadcast, and even the words and expressions were exactly the same. How had this person done it? There was still a peak void realm expert on Yi Jun who was her subordinate, and that person was constantly monitoring her situation. This person should not have been able to spy on her. She could not figure out how Lu Yin had done it, no matter how hard she racked her brains. That peak void realm expert had also been captured. This person had received Yi Jun's favor in the endless battlefield and had willingly come to Yi Jun to help her. Whether or not he was a spy would only become clear after further investigation. Lu Yin did not see any information about this person in Yunwu's memories. However, when he had revealed that Yi Jun was a spy, this person's emotions had clearly fluctuated greatly. From Lu Yin's point of view, this person should not be a spy. Yi Jun had been confirmed as a spy by Heaven's Mirror Manor and had been taken away. This news shocked many, especially those who wanted to pursue Yi Jun. They all focused on Heaven's Mirror Manor and tried to find out more information about it. Heaven's Mirror Manor rarely received so much attention. News about Yunwu was also speculated by the outside world. After all, she had met with Yi Jun, and Yi Jun had been confirmed as a spy. Yunwu had not come down after that, and everyone began to speculate about what had happened. Lu Yin specifically contacted Yun to apologize. Heaven's Mirror Manor would continue to hide the fact that Yunwu was a spy, and Yun could not do anything about it. After all, Yi Jun was involved. However, she did ask if this counted as redeeming herself. Lu Yin could not answer her question. Dealing with Yunwu was very troublesome. All of the spies claimed that they had been controlled by Qing Kong, which made it difficult for Heaven's Mirror Manor to make a decision. Lu Yin could not kill all of them, as there were indeed many who had been controlled by Qing Kong. These people did not want to be spies, regardless of whether they were their friends or family. The outside world would not agree to execute all of them, as no one could guarantee that the people around them would not be controlled by Qing Kong. Lu Yin discovered that Qing Kong was the eternal powerhouse that the Six Direction Society wanted to eliminate the most. The interrogation of Yi Jun was naturally left to Ning Ran. Ning Ran had not expected Lu Yin to actually capture Yi Jun, and the evidence was irrefutable. Looking at Ning Ran's poisonous toad, Yi Jun was calm. She had already been proven to be a spy, so she didn't intend to explain anything. However, she also wouldn't say anything. The only thing she could say was, "I was controlled." Ning Ran naturally wouldn't believe such words directly. Everything would only be known after the interrogation. Within the City of Heaven's Reflection Prefecture, Su Ji exclaimed, "I never thought that you'd be able to capture Yi Jun so quickly. She's involved too many people." "Including you guys," Lu Yin said. Su Ji was calm. Su Yu looked at him strangely. "So you're actually capable of something like this? You must have been faking it all along. You're too cunning." Lu Yin was solemn. "To deal with a spy, you're willing to do anything. Do you want the spy to run rampant?" Su Yu glared at him. "Don't accuse me wrongly. How do you plan to deal with Yi Jun?" Su Ji asked. "You seem to care a lot about her. Why? Do you like her?" Su Ji replied, "Capturing her is one thing, but dealing with her is another. If you deal with her the same way as those people from Heaven's Reflection Prefecture, then there's no point in us joining." "You didn't mention this when we joined," Lu Yin said. Su Ji looked at him. "Don't disappoint me." Lu Yin was speechless. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He must have said this many times, and it was like the mantra of the spirit palace. Everyone was so arrogant. I'm going into seclusion for a while. You guys can discuss the results of Yi Jun's interrogation. If you can't deal with her, then wait for me to come out. You're going into seclusion. How long? Su Yu asked. Lu Yin replied, not too long. Of course he was going into seclusion. If he didn't, how would he find other spies? Yi Jun wouldn't be so easy to interrogate, and he wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. He found a place to seclude himself and took out the hose skeleton. He released his void god's power and raised his hand to summon his die. He tapped it, and it slowly spun. 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened. 6 pips. His consciousness appeared in a dark space. This time, he looked around and found that the brightest orb of light around him was slightly dim, but he could only fuse with that one. He opened his eyes and stood in outer space. Aside from a few planets, there was nothing else around him. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin's expression grew uglier. The person he had fused with wasn't a spy, but he wasn't much better than one. He was a selfish madman who would scheme against other families and sects to the point of annihilation for his own benefit. Countless people had died at his hands, and this person had participated in the endless battlefield. This was the most valuable information Lu Yin had obtained from this person's memories, but that was all there was to it. The slaughter in the endless battlefield was between humans and Eternals. Unless they were forced into a corner, humans generally wouldn't kill each other. However, this person specifically hunted humans and stole their resources to strengthen himself. Although this person wasn't a spy, he was even more detestable than a spy. Lu Yin frowned. Fusing with this person's body was disgusting, and he had killed himself without hesitation. When Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, the black and white fog in his heart rotated and increased by a sliver. He had completely forgotten about this. Committing suicide by fusing with someone else's body could increase death energy, and this was the only method Lu Yin had discovered. Other than that, he could only search for death energy left behind by the Grim Reaper. Letting that person commit suicide was a good thing. After all, that person's cultivation was close to that of a sixth tribulation origin cultivator, and he could cause great harm to others. If there was a chance, he could become a spy at any time. He raised his hand and continued rolling the die. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Ning Ran and Yi Jun. The toad's effects were truly terrifying. Although Yi Jun didn't appear to be injured, her willpower was constantly being weakened. The pain brought about by the toad was simply too great. Although the Heaven's Reflection Manor didn't have much of a reputation, they still had many tricks up their sleeves. In particular, the Heaven's Reflection Manor spanned across the Six Directions Society. Not only did they have methods from the Void God spacetime, but they also had methods from other parallel spacetimes. Yi Jun's willpower was quite strong, but she still managed to persevere for the second month. She revealed a list of the people who had come into contact with her. The Heaven's Reflection Manor could find this list elsewhere, but Yi Jun's revelation was a good start. Yunmu and Yi Jun had contacted each other face-to-face, so it was very likely that Yi Jun had contacted the other spies face-to-face as well. However, the spy she had contacted on the mountain peak could not be found no matter how hard she tried. If Lu Yin had not broadcasted Yi Jun's message, it would have been impossible to convict Yi Jun through the news he had deliberately spread. Lu Yin was still in seclusion, and there were no signs of him coming out. The entire Heaven's Reflection Manor was investigating that list, and anyone who had come into contact with Yi Jun wasn't simple. Fortunately, Su Ji was around, and his status ensured that he could meet anyone. Others might not like the Heaven's Reflection Manor, but they couldn't not like Su Ji. Even if they could meet those who had come into contact with Yi Jun, it was useless. It was meaningless if they couldn't find out who the spy was. Suyu complained that Lu Yin was in seclusion and had left all the troublesome matters to them. Su Wuji had been there once and had been amazed by Lu Yin's efficiency in capturing Yi Jun. He didn't care much about this girl since he had already confirmed that she was a spy. A few more months passed, and the Heaven's Reflection Manor wasn't completely empty-handed. They had caught quite a few spies before Lu Yin had joined them. Among the people who were in contact with Yi Jun, they continued to investigate and finally had some results. They caught 2 people, both of whom were spies that Yi Jun had developed. However, the third person was difficult for them. Even Su Ji could not catch that person. The crazy old man, the housekeeper, Su Ji, and Suyu all gathered together to discuss this matter. Are we really going to capture him? The crazy old man rarely spoke, but this time, his expression was unprecedentedly serious. Guan Laoda's face sank, and he didn't say a word. Gue-san carefully said, I think we should report this to the manor master. He's in seclusion, Suyu said. Gue-san replied, I mean the real manor master. The others looked at each other, but it seemed that this was the only way. Su Ji frowned. Lu Yin had invited him to join the Heaven's Reflection Manor to deal with people with powerful backgrounds. Even if the other party was from a virtual realm powerhouse's family, he would still be useful. Why are you all gathered here? Lu Yin appeared. Gue-san and the others relaxed when they saw that he had exited seclusion. No matter what, they didn't need to make a decision. Manor Master, it's only been half a year, and you've already come out? Guan Laoda asked. Lu Yin nodded, I usually only go into seclusion for short periods of time. I only go into seclusion when I have a sudden epiphany. Gue-san hurriedly said, Epiphany. As expected of the manor master who passed the void gate. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to achieve epiphany. Only the manor master can do it so easily. Suyu rolled her eyes, don't listen to him. Lu Yin was puzzled, who were you guys talking about capturing? Everyone looked at each other, and it was Su Ji who spoke up, we've found 2 spies among those who have come into contact with Yi Jun. We're still investigating the rest. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, they had actually found 2 spies. Generally speaking, spies had very little contact with other spies, so it wasn't easy to detect them. The fact that 2 of them had been found so quickly proved that spies were rampant in this spacetime. There's one person we suspect to be a spy, but it won't be easy to capture him, Su Ji said. Lu Yin was curious, who? Qingfeng, Su Ji said in a low voice. Everyone else's expressions turned solemn when they heard the name. Lu Yin raised his brows, Qingfeng. This person was a spy. Lu Yin had rolled the die many times over the past half year and had integrated himself into a few people's bodies. One of them was a spy, and the one who had developed this spy was Qingfeng. Qingfeng hadn't revealed his identity, but the spy had found out himself. This spy was quite smart, he knew that Qingfeng was the one who had developed him, but he hadn't told anyone. Lu Yin understood why they were so troubled when Qingfeng was mentioned. He knew a lot about Qingfeng, but he couldn't say that someone who had just arrived in the Void God spacetime knew so much about Qingfeng. This person wasn't an ordinary person, in fact, he was quite extraordinary. Why is it so hard to capture him? Even you can't do it. Lu Yin feigned curiosity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:16. Su Ji said in a low voice, Qingfen is very special, and he can be considered handsome. You can think of him as the male version of Lord Yi. If that's all there is to it, then it wouldn't matter. The most troublesome part is that he has another identity, which is Lotus Lord's disciple. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lotus Sovereign's disciple. The other people's expressions became increasingly grim. You should know that in the reincarnation universe, there are 3 saints, and the 9th stage venerated lotus is one of them. His disciples are all over the 6 Directions Society, and anyone who catches his eye can be accepted as a disciple, regardless of background or cultivation level. As long as he is chosen, he will become a disciple of venerated lotus. This Ching Feng is not only a disciple of venerated lotus, but he has also been invited by venerated lotus 3 times. Among all the disciples of venerated lotus, he is rare. Although he is from the Nihility God universe, he is more respected in the reincarnation universe. The insane old man sighed. If we capture this one person, we'll have to face many of Lotus Sovereign's disciples, as well as the 9th stage Lotus Sovereign backing them. This person has been invited by Venerable Lotus 3 times, so you can imagine how much she values him, Gue-san said carefully. He then looked at Lu Yin. Academy Master, I think we should report this to Academy Master Limitless and ask him to make a decision. Even the Limitless Institute's master wouldn't be willing to step in when facing a 9th stage Venerable Lotus. Unless we have a way to confirm that Qingfen is a spy, we'll be able to make the final decision without giving him any chance to refute. Otherwise, a Venerable Lotus disciple will be our biggest obstacle. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. He had been thinking about how to capture Qingfen while he was in seclusion, and he knew everything that they were talking about. Against the disciples of the Lotus Lord, the 3 venerables and 9 sages, a single mistake would spell trouble. It wasn't that Senior Lotus would protect a spy unless she was certain that this person was a spy. Even Grand Empyreans wouldn't protect this person. As long as she couldn't be sure, this person couldn't be touched. Touching this person would be disrespectful to Senior Lotus and would attract more disciples. It was just like Lu Yin's above the heavens. Anyone who dared to touch someone from the above the heavens would incur Lu Yin's wrath, unless he was certain that the person was a spy. What are you going to do? Su Ji asked as he watched Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin asked, why did Venerable Lotus invite this person 3 times? Singing, said Su Yu. Lu Yin was surprised. Singing. Su Yu nodded with a look of worship in her eyes. Qingfen's singing is the most beautiful song in human history, and it has the effect of healing people's hearts. It's simply too beautiful. Lu Yin looked at Su Ji, and then at Crazy Old Man and the others. They all nodded. I have to say, his voice is really beautiful. I've heard it once. I've heard of it once. Guan Lao grinned. I heard it once too. Although it was far away, the singing was really. He couldn't describe it. It can make people put down their weapons, Yu Pai said. Have you all heard of it? Lu Yin was astonished. Every year, Qingfen sings at a fixed place. I don't know who he sings to, but at that time, countless people gather to listen. After all, his singing can even move a 9th stage Venerable Lotus. Basically, all the famous cultivators in the Nihility God universe should have heard of him, including the big shots of the 6 Directions Society from the outer realms. It's not just Lotus Venerated Lotus, the Star Lords of the 3 Sovereigns universe have also invited Qingfen to sing. Many others want to hear him sing, Siyu reminded him. Lu Yin exhaled. This was more troublesome than he had imagined. Yi Jun couldn't compare to such a person, and the entire 6 Paths Society would be in an uproar. They would go crazy and come looking for him. Unless you make him admit that he's a spy, it'll be too difficult to do anything to him, Crazy Old Man said again. Su Yu was in a difficult position. The problem is that even we can't be sure if he's a spy, let alone make him admit it. What if he's not? We'll be in big trouble. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He had been in seclusion for half a year, and knew that Qingfen was a spy by the 4th month. He also understood that this person was difficult to capture, so he had spent the next 2 months trying to merge into Qingfen's body. The only way was to try his luck, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded yet. It was impossible to deal with Qingfen like he had with Yi Jun. Now, the entire Void God universe knew that Xian Qi was the master of the Heaven's Reflection Hall, and they also knew what methods he had used to capture Yi Jun. Qingfen had to be very cautious, and if he could be dealt with so easily, he wouldn't have been able to hide from Venerated Lotus. The only way was to use the spy he had developed to make Qingfen give himself away. "How's the news of us capturing Yi Jun spreading?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Speaking of this, Gue Sen immediately flattered, "Of course, it's amazing. The outside world admires your skills very much. They all say that you are the nemesis of the spies, the nemesis of the eternal race. Under your leadership, the spies of the Nihility universe will be terrified and will not dare to come again. The Heaven's View mansion will also be swept away and be brand new. Estate Master, you don't know how many people have been shocked by Yi Jun. Now, many people are staring at us. Your deeds have spread throughout the virtual God universe and even spread to other parallel universes. Many people have adapted your deeds into stories to promote." Lu Yin rubbed his head. "Get to the point. You're too amazing. You're able to predict things like a god." Gue San's conclusion made Lu Yin's heart sink even further. "Does that mean that the outside world knows everything about Yunwu?" Gue San was embarrassed. The others didn't answer. They knew that Lu Yin had a good relationship with the Scenic Cloud clan, and Su Wuji had promised not to publicize Yunwu's matter. Now that Yi Jun's capture had spread the news of Yunwu, it wouldn't be good for the Scenic Cloud clan. Lu Yin wasn't thinking about the Scenic Cloud clan, as they could bear the loss of a spy. He was more concerned about the fact that he had used Yunwu to capture Yi Jun, and it would be impossible to use Qingfen's spies to trap him. Qingfen wasn't stupid, and as a spy, he would definitely pay more attention to this matter. With his status, he would definitely know more than the others. He might even know what Lu Yin had said. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of someone who had been forgotten and left behind in Mount Supreme. This person shouldn't have been of any use to him, but now, he could be useful. A few days later, a piece of news spread from the Heaven's Mirror Manor that caught the attention of many in the Void God spacetime. Tu Shuangshuang had appeared. Tu Shuangshuang, an elite genius under the Sanctification sect. She should have had a brilliant life, at least surpassing the majority. However, this woman had betrayed humanity and became a spy. She had even taken Qing Kong as her master and made a move against all the elites of the Six Paths sect. Everything she had done had made her the focus of the Six Paths sect, and her whereabouts had always been a mystery. No one had expected Tu Shuangshuang to appear in the Void God spacetime and be caught by the Heaven's Mirror Manor. The Heaven's Mirror Manor announced that anyone who provided clues about Tu Shuangshuang would be rewarded, and anyone who captured or killed her would have a chance to take Su Wuji as their master. Su Wuji was a virtual Grand Realm expert, and there weren't many in the Void God spacetime. Taking Su Wuji as a master meant reaching the heavens in a single step, and he was on the same level as Su Ji and the others. This kind of temptation wasn't something that anyone could ignore. Suddenly, the entire Void God spacetime moved, and countless people came out to search for Tu Shuangshuang. Even some of the older generation experts who were cultivating in seclusion were alarmed. They also wanted to take Su Wuji as their master. At this moment, some people who sold information in the Void God spacetime became popular. However, it wasn't because their business was booming, but because they were being chased and intercepted. No one believed that these people would sell information about Tu Shuangshuang to others. They would definitely do it themselves, and those who didn't have any clues could only keep an eye on these people. These people were most likely to find Tu Shuangshuang. Gradually, this news spread to the reincarnation spacetime, and it attracted the attention of the Sanctification sect. They all thought of ways to enter the Void God spacetime to search for Tu Shuangshuang. No one hated Tu Shuangshuang more than them. The Sanctification sect had become a laughingstock because of Tu Shuangshuang. Just this piece of news caused the void god spacetime to become the focus of countless people in the Six Direction Society. The broken cliff was a very famous place in the void god spacetime. It was all because of Chingfen, who attracted countless people with his beautiful and dreamy voice. He even attracted the attention of the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. He invited Chingfen 3 times, making this place one of the most eye-catching places in the entire void god spacetime. Every year, countless people waited around the broken cliff, just to listen to a song, even if it was just a sentence. The broken cliff wasn't a planet, but a piece of land in the starry sky. It was called the broken cliff because of its broken shape. This piece of land wasn't small, and there were hundreds of empires of various sizes inside. However, since Chingfen became famous in the Six Direction Society, those empires disappeared, leaving the broken cliff in peace. Under the majestic snow mountain, a man raised his arms in the wind, allowing the cold wind to pierce his bones. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, as if an immortal had descended. He was handsome and handsome. He was Chingfen. At the foot of the snow mountain was a very ordinary village. There were no experts in it, and the people here were all ordinary people. This was Chingfen's hometown, the place where he was born. Although the people in the village didn't cultivate, they could live for a long time under Chingfen's care. As the cold wind gradually weakened, Chingfen lowered his arms and looked up at the starry sky. This wasn't the place closest to the starry sky, but it was his favorite place. When he was young, he met the person who changed his life here, giving him the chance to take charge of his own life. Not long after, Chingfen walked down the snow mountain. Someone was waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. It was a woman with a graceful appearance. She didn't stand out, but her temperament was very good. She was like an orchid in an empty valley with a refreshing fragrance. Tu Shuang has appeared, the woman said. Her name was Lingmu, and she was a disciple of the Lotus Venerable. She just happened to be in the void god spacetime, so she came to Chingfen's place. Chingfen asked, "Does the Lotus Venerable have any orders?" "No," Lingmu said. Chingfen nodded. Tu Shuang is nothing in the Lotus Venerable's eyes. "It's an opportunity for you," Lingmu said. Chingfen didn't understand. Lingmu looked at him. "Do you want to stay here and sing for the rest of your life? Although your status in the void god universe is very high because of the Lotus Venerable, this is all you can do. If you can take this opportunity to capture Tu Shuang, I can put in a good word for you in front of the Lotus Venerable and let you join the reincarnation universe. With the Lotus Venerable's help, you might have a chance to become a saint." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:17. Chingfen looked calm when he heard Lingmu's words, but a fervent look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Who wouldn't want to become a saint? But could he really do it? In fact, his cultivation talent was average. Normally, he would never have the opportunity to become an extreme powerhouse. The only exception was the reincarnation spacetime, where the position of an extreme powerhouse could be bestowed. Capturing spies for the human race is a must. I will use all my connections to find Tu Shuang. As for the position of sanctification, it will depend on fate, Chingfeng said. Lingmu laughed. The position of Great Stone Saint was bestowed upon an outsider that no one knows. Why can't the position of sanctification be bestowed upon you? Seize this opportunity and you'll become a future saint. After saying this, she left. She had come here to say this. In terms of relationship, she had the best relationship with Chingfeng. If Chingfeng could become a saint, it would be beneficial to her. As for herself, it was impossible. It seemed that anyone could inherit the positions of the 3 venerables and 9 saints, but there were some rules that only the people of samsara time and space could understand. After Lingmu left, Chingfen's eyes burned with passion. He had a chance to become a saint. He had to have a chance. Of course, his chances were not high, but if he had that person's help, even if his opponent was a void transformation realm expert, he would still have a chance. It was time to contact that person. He turned and entered the village. Within the village, those who saw Qingfen all warmly greeted him. "Little Feng, you're back. You're not going to practice anymore. You're back early today." Qingfen smiled and nodded. "No, uncle, I'll water you later. You must be tired. Third aunt, your clothes are so tattered, you should change them." "Got it, little Feng. Go do what you need to do. Good girl." The journey was not long, but Qingfen walked for more than 10 minutes. Feeling the warmth, smoke rose from the kitchen. It was time to cook again. Qingfen lived alone in a wooden house in the easternmost part of the village. There was no one to serve him, and no one to disturb him. He naturally lit a fire and cooked, just like an ordinary person. The rumors outside are correct. You are indeed the closest to nature. A cold voice sounded from the corner of the wooden house. Qingfen paused. "Please leave. No one is welcome here. Including me." A woman walked out from a dark corner. It was Tu Shuangshuang. Qingfen looked over and was surprised. Tu Shuangshuang. Tu Shuangshuang raised her head. "Qingfen, long time no see." Qingfen's gaze was piercingly cold. "You traitor, you actually dared to appear here. I'll definitely capture you and avenge Senior Huaxing. I'll also get rid of this human spy." Tu Shuangshuang sneered. "You and I are the same. Why are you pretending? What nonsense are you talking about?" Qingfen yelled. Tu Shuangshuang stared at him coldly. "The entire Void God universe wants to capture me, but I can leave whenever I want. But if I leave, some things will never be done. I want to make a deal with you." "I won't trade with a spy," Qingfen rebuked angrily. Tu Shuangshuang sneered. "I've already said that you don't need to pretend. I know your identity very well. Do you want to become a saint?" Qingfen's pupils shrank. "What did you say? What did he mean? My identity? I won't talk nonsense with you. I'll teach you the secret of the heaven transformation technique and let you surpass everyone else in terms of cultivation. But at the same time, you have to help me put in a good word in front of Master and ask him to let me go this time," Tu Shuangshuang said. Qingfen frowned. "What nonsense? Senior Transcendent has already died in battle, so how can I help you? And I won't help a traitor like you. I'm talking about Qing Kong. Still playing dumb. Do you want the position of a saint or not?" Tu Shuangshuang was impatient. Qingfen's eyes flashed as he stared at Tu Shuangshuang. Tu Shuangshuang also stared at him. The two of them looked at each other and the atmosphere was silent. After a while, Qingfen exhaled. "I can't see Qing Kong." Tu Shuangshuang said, "As long as you send a message to the clan, just say that I helped you obtain the position of a saint and serve the clan better. My master will see it." Qingfen narrowed his eyes. "How can I believe you? I can stay and wait for you to make progress with the heaven transformation technique before leaving. Anyway, no one will disturb you here. No one will dare to go against Lotus Venerable's orders," Tu Shuangshuang said. Qingfen had met Lotus Venerable 3 times, and Lotus Venerable had asked him what he wanted. He had asked Lotus Venerable to protect the lives of the villagers so that they could live as long as possible. He had asked for no one to set foot on the peak of the snowy mountain so that he could practice singing there. He had also asked for no one to enter the village so that it would be his world. These 3 requests had earned Lotus Venerable's praise and made Qingfen admired and respected by countless people. With Lotus Venerable's orders, no one dared to set foot on the peak of the snowy mountain or the village. No one even dared to enter the cliff for fear of offending Qingfen. Only a limited number of people actually dared to enter. Okay, Qingfen agreed. Tu Shuangshuang heaved a sigh of relief. I can teach you the heaven transformation technique now. Qingfen said, no rush, I'll cook first. As he spoke, he took out some wood and threw it into the stove. Tu Shuangshuang was stunned. Cook. This word was too far away for cultivators. Suddenly, a lotus bloomed under his feet. Qingfen abruptly turned around. You want to capture me? Tu Shuangshuang, you can't escape. This shout spread across the cliff and into the starry sky. Even though Qingfen's cultivation talent was average, he had accumulated countless resources over the years. In addition to Lotus Venerable's appreciation of him, he was now at the void realm. Tu Shuangshuang's cultivation was at the immortal realm. Qingfen attacked with Lotus Venerable's power. Tu Shuangshuang was injured and flew out. Qingfen hurriedly chased after her. Tu Shuangshuang didn't expect Qingfen to do this. She turned around and fled. Outside the cliff, many people looked over. Tu Shuangshuang. Why is Tu Shuangshuang here? Not good, Tu Shuangshuang wants to capture Qingfen. Go. Qingfen raised his hand and the lotus treasure enveloped Tu Shuangshuang. There was a fanatical look in his eyes. As long as he captured her, he would be able to make a contribution. Lingmu's words echoed in his ears. Compared to that, so what if he learned the heaven transformation technique? That Xian Qi's cultivation talent was shocking, but he still couldn't become the great stone saint. He only wanted to capture Tu Shuangshuang and make a contribution. Borrowing Lotus Venerable's power to fight for the position of saint was much safer than making a deal with Tu Shuangshuang. From what he knew, the Lotus Venerable's personal lotus treasure was enough to capture Tu Shuangshuang in front of everyone. Even if Tu Shuangshuang exposed him like a mad dog, it would be useless. He didn't have to worry about Qing Kong either. The person behind him wasn't someone Qing Kong could afford to offend. Tu Shuangshuang was just a tool to him. That was all. Qingfen, you're crazy. Tu Shuangshuang watched the lotus treasure descend and saw Qingfen's fanatical look. Tu Shuangshuang, I will avenge Senior Saint. Qingfen shouted. Silhouettes appeared in the sky one after another. Tu Shuangshuang was helpless under the gazes of countless people. Of course, she wasn't the real Tu Shuangshuang, but rather Lu Yin in disguise. His goal was to expose Qingfen, but it was a pity that Qingfen wasn't just cautious, he was also very smart. Looking at the fanatical look in his eyes, could it be that he wanted to use Tu Shuangshuang as an opportunity to do something? Lu Yin would never have dreamed that Lingmu had arrived before him and changed Qingfen's thoughts, drawing out his ambitions. Otherwise, things might not have turned out this way. Seeing the lotus treasure descend, Lu Yin had no choice but to leave. Qingfen thought that he would definitely be able to capture Tu Shuangshuang, but as the lotus treasure descended, Tu Shuangshuang disappeared. He took a few steps forward and looked into the lotus treasure. Where was Tu Shuangshuang? At that moment, silhouettes descended one after another. Where's Tu Shuangshuang? Where's Tu Shuangshuang? Qingfen, are you alright? Where's Tu Shuangshuang? Everyone wanted to know where Tu Shuangshuang had gone, but no one could see her clearly. Qingfen's face paled. Tu Shuangshuang was gone. Far away from the cliff, Lu Yin walked out and looked back. He had failed, which was both unexpected and expected. It was normal for some spies to be overly cautious, but he was also certain that Qingfen had nothing to do with Qing Kong. Otherwise, Qingfen would not have spoken to Tu Shuangshuang in such a manner. He was also certain that Tu Shuangshuang did not know his identity. Lu Yin had to think of another way, and just as he was about to meet up with the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, his eyes flashed, and he left. The next moment, a silhouette appeared and then disappeared. Someone was following him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had relied on his innate gift of space to leave, but he was still being followed. Who was it? It was definitely not a progenitor, or else he would have been in danger. Who else could possibly follow him? Lu Yin did not meet up with the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and he maintained Tu Shuangshuang's appearance as he continued to travel through the void. The person following Lu Yin was shocked as well. This person was definitely not Tu Shuangshuang, and he had such control over space. When had such a powerful expert appeared in the younger generation? Could it be an innate gift? Just like that, the two silhouettes continued to travel through the void. Lu Yin was certain that the person behind him had a control over space that was definitely not inferior to his own, and the person behind him was also shocked by Lu Yin's control over space. At the cliff, Qingfen and the rest were still searching for Tu Shuangshuang. Jiang Xiaodao and Little Lian had arrived, and they had both walked out of the six-direction training hall. Little Lian had wanted to look for Qingfen to listen to some music, but Jiang Xiaodao had shamelessly tagged along, leaving Little Lian helpless. As soon as they arrived, they heard that Tu Shuangshuang had wanted to capture Qingfen. Little Lian was concerned. "Brother Qingfen, are you all right?" Qingfen's face was still a little pale, but he still managed to smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Little Lian." Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes and made a face at Little Lian. "Why is that Tu Shuangshuang here? How despicable. She actually wants to capture Brother Qingfen." Little Lian raged. Lingmu had arrived as well, and when she saw Little Lian, she was shocked. "Junior sister, why are you here?" "Senior sister Lingmu." Little Lian's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Lingmu's hand. "Senior sister, you have to capture Tu Shuangshuang. That bad woman actually wants to capture Brother Qingfen." Lingmu looked at Qingfen and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Qingfen explained everything that had happened, but of course, he did not mention Lu Yin's conditions. He only said that Tu Shuangshuang had wanted to capture him and had used Dreamscape to control him. When she heard this, Lingmu grew anxious. "Where is she?" "You didn't capture her." Qingfen sighed. "I didn't. You didn't use the power vessel that Venerated Lotus gave you." Lingmu grew anxious, as she felt like she was dreaming. She had just said that she wanted to capture Tu Shuangshuang, and then she had suddenly appeared. It was too much of a coincidence. Qingfen was helpless. "I did, but Tu Shuangshuang just vanished. No one knows where she went. Even Venerated Lotus power vessel couldn't trap her." "That's impossible." This was Lingmu's first reaction. Little Lian added, "Master's power vessel couldn't trap Tu Shuangshuang." Jiang Xiaodao and the rest were astonished as well, as they did not quite believe it. However, they had personally witnessed Tu Shuangshuang's disappearance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:18. Lingmu sighed, as she could not blame Qingfen for this. How could Qingfen deal with someone who could not even trap Venerate Lotus? Search immediately and split up. Right, where's the Heaven's Reflection Manor? Why hasn't anyone from the manor come? Xiaoyan clenched her fists. The Heaven's Reflection Manor's responsibility is to deal with spies, but they put Brother Qingfen in danger. We must reprimand them. Even without Xiaoyan's reminder, Lingmu would have done so. Tu Shuangshuang had come all the way here, but the Heaven's Reflection Manor had no news at all. They were too useless. Although the Heaven's Reflection Manor did not have a good reputation, they should at least be of some use. Once this matter was over, she would definitely report to Venerate Lotus so that she could properly discipline the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Elsewhere, on a planet covered in a green corrosive liquid, Lu Yin stopped and did not move. A black shadow appeared behind him and distorted the void, but it also stopped in place. You've been following me for so long. What can I do for you? Luin asked. Who are you? The shadow behind him asked. This voice made Luin feel as if he had been struck by lightning. It was too familiar. This voice was far too familiar. It was the Witcher spirit god. Luin had not expected the witch spirit god to be the one following him. No, more accurately, it was the witch spirit god's clone from the void god spacetime. To investigate Qingfen, even the 7 gods' avatars had appeared. Luin turned around and stared at the shadow. Sure enough, it was not a person, but rather a strange doll. It was the witch spirit god doll. On the 5th mainland, the witch spirit god had not displayed such control over space. Was it because he did not have the time to do so, or was he unwilling to do so? No, perhaps he had overdone it. Back when the witch spirit god had attacked Xia Ziheng, Luin had not been able to understand many of the attacks, but he had been able to sense danger. Those attacks might have been related to space. Right, the witch spirit god could hide his sourcebox array in the void, which showed his control over space. Speak. Who are you? The witch spirit god doll made a strange sound and swayed about, as if everything was under its control. Luin, who was disguised as Tu Shuangshuang, suddenly released void god power that swept towards the witch spirit god doll. The shaman spirit doll cackled, Kiki, you're courting death. As soon as it finished speaking, Lu Yin's 5 senses interchanged. His eyes appeared on the back of his hand, and his sense of smell appeared on the side of his leg. He smelled that green liquid that was filled with a corrosive and pungent smell. The doll slowly approached Luin, giving him a feeling that he could not avoid it. Luin stared at the space and watched as the lines were pushed aside by the witch spirit god. This old freak definitely had control over space, and it was no wonder why it was so strange. At that moment, Luin also saw a sourcebox array within the spatial lines. This old freak would hide a sourcebox array wherever he went. The shaman spirit doll was puzzled. Little guy, you seem to be in a place that you can't see. Luin stared at him and then raised a hand to summon a bone spike. In an instant, void god's power crazily spread out, and Luin casually tossed it out. The divine witch spirit child was shocked. In his eyes, the bone spike was connected to the line of space. There was no way to avoid it. How could this be? A rare treasure that could control space. The bone spear approached the witch spirit god doll's forehead, and Luin did not hold back. Against an old monster from the 7 godheads, holding back would be courting death. Back in the astral tree realm, Luin had used everything except his progenitor's power, but he had still not been able to stop the witch spirit god. The witch spirit god's half-progenitor clone had almost annihilated the entire 7 Quartzu bloodline. The witch spirit god doll frantically shot through the spatial lines, and so did the bone spear. If there were outsiders here, they would have noticed that neither the bone spear nor the witch spirit god doll had moved from their original positions. However, they did not seem very real, as they were both still and moving. No one could get close to them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The witch spirit god really did control space, and this strange doll was able to do this. If the bone spear did not contain void god power, then Luin would not have been confident in dealing with it. However, the void god power within the bone spear had been personally imbued by the void master, and with Lu Yin's current realm of void god power, he could draw out void god power that was 20 times his own. What did 20 times mean? It was comparable to an all-out attack from a half-progenitor. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and his void god power surged. He took a step forward and ignored his 5 senses as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and chased after the witch spirit god doll. The witch spirit god doll cackled. Little thing, you're courting death. A sourcebox array appeared in the void as it attacked Luin. Lu Yin dodged the sourcebox array and then took out the whole bird skeleton and smashed it at the witch spirit god doll. He also drew out void god power to the limit, as well as the destructive power of a half-progenitor. The witch spirit god doll did not mind, as no matter how many attacks landed on it, they could not touch it. However, Lu Yin was constantly forced to dodge by the sourcebox array, and he was now back-to-back with the witch spirit god doll. He took advantage of this opportunity to take out his slipper and smash it down. In the past, it had been normal for Lu Yin to use his slipper to slap someone, and it had even looked like a normal person using a slipper to slap someone. But now, the witch spirit god doll could see that the slipper could actually touch space and cut it apart. The witch spirit god would never have guessed that he was facing Lu Yin. The Eternals were all too familiar with Lu Yin, and they could easily recognize all of Lu Yin's techniques. However, Lu Yin was currently using void god power and a bone spike. This was a new power, which caused the witch spirit god to not think in Lu Yin's direction. In a moment of carelessness, the strange doll's head was struck by the slipper, and at the same time, the bone spike pierced through it. The witch spirit god doll's half-progenitor avatar was torn apart. It screamed, "Who are you?" The doll's back was facing Lu Yin, and it did not even see that it was the slipper that had struck it. The entire process had only taken an instant, and the witch spirit god doll had been shattered. It was impossible for the doll's main body to obtain any information from this avatar, just like how Blacklist God had been destroyed by Mr. Mu's million cities. Lu Yin had killed a 7-god sky avatar to silence it. Panting heavily, Lu Yin put away the slipper, the whole bird skeleton, and the bone spike. Destroying a 7-god sky half-progenitor avatar was even more tiring than fighting a progenitor. The witch spirit god's control of space was almost invincible, and if not for the fact that the witch spirit god's tracking had been an accident and that he had been prepared, Lu Yin would not have been confident in destroying the witch spirit god. Only after fighting such an existence did Lu Yin realize how terrifying Mr. Mu had been when he had destroyed Blacklist God's avatar. Mr. He Mu had been calm and collected, but the difference between them had been too great. If Lu Yin had known about this difference back then, his understanding of Mr. Mu's strength would have been much more accurate. There was nothing left at the original spot, and the witch spirit god doll had been destroyed. Everything had vanished into thin air, and even the corpse was gone. Lu Yin left the planet to prevent others from seeing him. How important was Qingfen that the witch spirit god's avatar would protect her? Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that the witch spirit god had protected Qingfen, which meant that Qingfen knew about the witch spirit god's existence. If that was the case, could he replace the witch spirit god? When he thought of this, Lu Yin made a prompt decision to disguise himself as the witch spirit god doll and head towards the cliff. At the same time, Lingmu and the others' questions made Lu Yin feel uncomfortable. Boss and the others felt a headache coming on. As a disciple of venerated Lotus, Lingmu did not care about the Heaven's Mirror Manor at all. Her attitude was quite vile, and she was just short of cursing them. Guan Laode and the others did not dare to retort, as the consequences of offending a disciple of venerated Lotus were severe. There were many disciples of venerated Lotus in the Six Direction Association, and offending one was equivalent to offending a whole group. Fortunately, Su Ji had stepped in to stop Lingmu, or else the people from the Heaven's Mirror Manor would have been cursed by her. Everyone was sullen, and they tried to contact Lu Yin, but they could not reach him. I knew this guy was useless. He got carried away just because he was a little clever. Now that something has happened, we're being questioned, but he's gone. Su Yu was dissatisfied. Gue-san was worried, will the Manor Lord be alright? Who knows how many disciples of venerated Lotus came? If there's a void transformation realm cultivator, then he might not be able to escape. The crazy old man was calm, you're underestimating Tai Xian. With Tai Xian, even a void transformation realm cultivator won't be able to capture the Manor Lord. Guan Laode nodded, the Manor Lord will be fine. He thinks he's smart, but he got us into trouble, Suyu said. Suji said, spies don't trust others that easily. Even spies will be cautious. We can only say that Qingfen is too cautious, or... He looked at the others, it really isn't a spy. Suyu said, I don't think it's a spy. Otherwise, if Tu Shuang was exposed, wouldn't he be afraid that Qing Kong would come looking for trouble? Not necessarily, the crazy old man pondered. If there's a bigger scheme, then sacrificing Tu Shuang isn't impossible. The Manor Lord's actions can be considered giving us a direction. Just wait, he'll tell us when he returns. He has his own judgment. Not long after, Su Ji received a message from Lu Yin. Go to the cliff. He's still at the cliff. Gue-san cried out. The crazy old man said, it seems like it's not over yet. Since that disciple of venerated Lotus looks down on our heaven's mirror manor, then let's go meet her. At the cliff, everyone had long since left. Qingfen was fine, and Tu Shuang had escaped. There was no reason for them to stay, so they all went to search for Tu Shuang. Brother Qingfen, don't worry. That Tu Shuang will definitely be caught. Little Lian clenched her fists. Qingfen smiled. I know. Sister Little Lian seems to have grown up after her trip to the 6-direction training hole. Really? Little Lian was very happy. Jiang Xiaodao bared his teeth. Qingfen, you must be scared. Do you still dare to sing? Sister Little Lian came all the way here just to hear you sing. Lingmu was displeased. Rest for a while. Qingfen replied, it's fine. Sister Little Lian came all the way here, so how can I disappoint her? He then smiled at Little Lian. What do you want to hear? Is that really okay? Little Lian blinked and looked at Lingmu. Lingmu was helpless. Tell me, what do you want to hear? Little Lian was not an ordinary disciple of venerated Lotus. Both Lingmu and Qingfen addressed her as venerated Lotus, but Little Lian was the only one who addressed her as master. These were two different concepts, so no one dared to ignore her. She rolled her eyes. I want to hear Star Song. Qingfen smiled. All right, then Star Song it is. That's great. Jiang Xiaodao, let's go out. You're not going to listen here. Brother Qingfen is going to sing. Don't get close. Let's go. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26:19. Lingmu left the cliff as well, feeling regretful that she had been so close. If she had known earlier, she would not have left. Qingfen was even more regretful, but he would not show it in front of Little Lian. He would always maintain an untainted image, just like the village below. The smoke and fire seemed to have broken away from the cultivation world. It was close to nature and comforting. Soon, a beautiful voice spread out like a ripple, intoxicating Xiaolian and the others who heard it. Lu Yin heard it and stared at the cliff in shock. This song was able to affect his emotions, and it was truly beautiful. It was as if the song was painting a picture, and he could see stars twinkling in the sky. It made his blood boil with excitement. This was a song that could move a person's emotions. Lu Yin thought of Luoshin, her dance could also move a person's emotions. If they worked together, the scene would be even more beautiful. It was a pity that Qingfen was a spy. The song continued, and Lu Yin entered the village. The commoners could not see him. He had felt that something was off when he had disguised himself as Tu Shuang, but he wanted to take a closer look. Third aunt, help me hold the ladder. The house is broken, and it leaks when it rains. Sure, wait a minute. I'll wipe the handle. Old man, water the ground when you have time. We're still waiting for a good harvest next year. Cough, cough. This old man is coughing. I don't have the energy. Go away. You won't die anyway. It's good that you're dead. Shoo. Luin listened to the people in the village talk, and he gradually realized that something was wrong. These commoners had been given a long life, and even their appearances had not changed much. They lived day after day, year after year, and their lives were leisurely and ordinary. This should be what most people pursued. To these commoners, it was immortality, but did they really pursue it? If the world was prosperous and exciting, then immortality would be a form of pleasure. For example, cultivators could go into seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years. They pursued the peak of cultivation, fought for resources, and climbed one peak after another. This was a process of cultivation, but what about commoners? They fetched water, irrigated, sewed clothes, repaired houses, and did these things day after day. What joy could these things bring them? They would never leave the village, and even if they lived forever, they would only be able to move around in this village. What was the point of living? To them, growing old was the true meaning of life. They had nothing here, but they had to live for a long time. This was not life, but torture. Their gazes were numb. Even though Qingfen's singing was so pleasant to the ears, it was unable to affect their emotions at all. They were only ordinary people. Even a cultivator who was close to becoming a half-martial ancestor would be affected by Qingfen's singing. However, they were not affected. It could only be said that they had long since become numb and had lost their pursuit of life. These people would rather die than live like this. Death should be very simple for ordinary people, but to them, it was unattainable. The so-called taking care of nature and treating his hometown well were just wishful thinking on Qingfen's part. He was using the existence of these people to satisfy his own desires. How could others not see this? Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Could the high and mighty venerable lotus not tell? When the singing stopped, the people in the village acted as if they didn't know what was going on and went about their business numbly. Qingfen returned. Uncle, I'll hold the ladder for you. The middle-aged man was grateful, but his gaze did not change. Third aunt, why haven't you changed your clothes? It's already so broken. Qingfen looked over. The old woman hurriedly wiped her hands. I'm coming, I'm coming. Qingfen smiled, feeling very satisfied. He liked this kind of scene, just like when he was young. These people had treated him well, and he had hoped to give them as long as possible. This was what they wanted, wasn't it? Qingfen returned to his own house. The house that had been destroyed by the attack on Tu Shuangshuang was being rebuilt with the help of the villagers. Qingfen smiled even more happily. This was what it meant to be simple. After a few days, the wooden house was repaired, and Qingfen moved in. It looked exactly the same as before. The sky darkened, and a strange doll appeared. Kiki. The strange laughter was the trademark of the shaman spirit, and when Qingfen heard it, he hurriedly stood up and saw the shaman spirit doll floating nearby. He bowed respectfully. My lord. Aside from the doll, there was another figure lying on the ground. It was Tu Shuangshuang. Qingfen's eyes burned with passion. My lord, you captured Tu Shuangshuang. The shaman spirit doll lowered its voice. The heaven's reflection manner is coming. They're here to capture Tu Shuangshuang. How should we deal with them? Qingfen asked. How do you want to deal with them? The shaman spirit doll asked. Qingfen's eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth. I hope that my lord will give me a chance to better serve the clan. You've already done very well. The shaman spirit doll laughed strangely. What else do you want? Qingfen's heart trembled, and he knelt down. He made a great decision and said, let me capture Tu Shuangshuang and hand her over to the Lotus Sovereign. I hope that the Lotus Sovereign will grant me the right to inherit the position of sanctification. You want to become a sanctification? The shaman spirit doll asked calmly. Qingfen couldn't tell if the shaman spirit god was happy or angry. According to the mission that the shaman spirit god had given him, he shouldn't have made such a request. However, this was a rare opportunity, and he still wanted to fight for it. Moreover, he believed that his value was enough, and even if the shaman spirit god was dissatisfied, the shaman spirit god wouldn't do anything to him. If I can become a sanctification, then I can better serve the clan. If you become a sanctification, how do you want to serve? The shaman spirit god laughed strangely. Qingfen was stunned. Becoming a sanctification was a height that he couldn't understand. He didn't know what he could and couldn't do, and speaking carelessly would only lower his chances. For a moment, Qingfen was speechless. I gave you a chance, but you didn't say it yourself. Don't blame me, hee. The shaman spirit doll laughed strangely. Qingfen gritted his teeth and prostrated himself on the ground. Please give me a chance, sir. I don't know the height of an ultimate powerhouse, but I promise that once I become a sanctification, I'll do anything for the clan even if I have to risk my life. He desired to become an ultimate powerhouse too much. Sir, please give me a chance on account of my contributions. With my current influence, I can help the clan kill the Great Stone Saint. Once I become a sanctification, I might be able to help the clan deal with the Lotus Sovereign. The shaman spirit doll fell silent, but his heart was in turmoil. He was obviously Lu Yin in disguise. He had actually managed to get information about the Great Stone Saint's death out of his conversation with Qingfen. Shi Jiao had indeed said that the Great Stone Saint had died in battle, but was this related to Qingfen? The Great Stone Saint's death isn't enough for the clan to help you become a sanctification, the shaman spirit doll said indifferently. Qingfen replied, Sir, you clearly said that this was a great contribution. If I hadn't found out about the Great Stone Saint's location from Lotus Sovereign's disciple, Qing Kong wouldn't have been able to kill the Great Stone Saint before Lotus Sovereign arrived. Sir also said that. Qingfen suddenly stopped and stared at the shaman spirit doll. He suddenly stood up. You're not the shaman spirit god. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This Qingfen had actually reacted. This person was indeed very cautious. If Lu Yin hadn't disguised himself as the shaman spirit god and the temptation of becoming a sanctification, he wouldn't have been able to get so much information out of the shaman spirit god. However, this was enough. Outside the cliff, the crazy old man and the rest looked at Jiang Xiaodao, Little Lien, and Lingmu. They had just arrived, and before Lu Yin had disguised himself as the shaman spirit god and spoken to Qingfen, he had already activated the Cloud Connect stone to record this scene. Only the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor had been able to see it, and when they saw Qingfen kowtow to the shaman spirit god, they knew that this was a sure thing, so they had arrived outside the cliff and sent the image to Lingmu and the rest. Lingmu and the rest stared blankly at Qingfen as he prostrated himself in front of the shaman spirit god. They didn't say a word as they listened to Qingfen talk about how he had killed the Great Stone Saint. Jiang Xiaodao was stunned. The shaman spirit god is here. Quick, ask for help. The shaman spirit god is the manor master in disguise, Elder Guan said. The crazy old man and the rest were confused. How had the manor master known that the shaman spirit god could fool Qingfen? They felt that Lu Yin was becoming more and more mysterious. There was a thump as a lotus bloomed. Qingfen tried to escape, but a bone spike easily pierced through his legs and caused him to fall down. Lu Yin reverted to Xian Qi's appearance and controlled Qingfen. Once I capture you, all the spies in this spacetime will be obedient. Qingfen glared at Lu Yin. You're Xian Qi. You're the one who pretended to be the shaman spirit god. The Heaven's Reflection Manor's people and Little Lien's group hurriedly entered the cliff. Within the village, the villagers walked out and looked on in confusion. Lu Yin looked down at Qingfen from above. Let me ask you something. Do you think that these villagers hope to live for a long time? Qingfen hadn't expected this question, but it had nothing to do with the fact that he was a spy. Of course. Who doesn't want to live forever? Lu Yin looked at the villagers. From today onwards, you are all free. Whether you live or die, no one will care about you. The villagers looked on blankly. Qingfen had expected that the villagers would help him, but that didn't happen. The villagers looked on numbly, not reacting to Qingfen's capture at all. This sort of numbness was chilling. What did you do to them? Qingfen bellowed and tried to struggle. At that moment, Xiaolian and the rest arrived. Manner Master. The crazy old man and the rest quickly grabbed Qingfen. Lu Yin looked at Xiaolian. Long time no see, Xiaolian. She was shocked. Brother Xianqi. Xianqi. What are you doing here? Jiang Xiaodao cried out. Lingmu appeared and stared at Lu Yin. You're from Heaven's Reflection Manor as well. Deputy Manor Master of Heaven's Reflection Manor, Xianqi, Lu Yin introduced himself. Lingmu ignored him. Hand Qingfen over. Lu Yin raised his brows. Qingfen is a spy, and it's already been confirmed. Naturally, my Heaven's Reflection Manor will be the one to interrogate him. Why should I hand him over to you? He's also a disciple of Venerable Lotus. No matter what he did, Venerable Lotus will deal with him, Lingmu said. More people appeared, and they were also disciples of Venerable Lotus. There were a total of 5 of them, and they surrounded Lu Yin's group. They used their techniques, causing lotus flowers to bloom in the void. Jiang Xiaodao rejoiced in Lu Yin's misfortune. Facing Venerable Lotus disciples meant that Lu Yin was afraid that he wouldn't die quickly enough. How many of them were there in the 6 directions? These disciples of Lotus Lord were not very reasonable. The crazy old man and the rest exchanged glances. This was troublesome. Now that Venerable Lotus disciples had interfered, even if they confirmed that Qingfen was a spy, it would be very difficult to take him away. Of course, Venerable Lotus disciples wouldn't shield Qingfen's fate, but they wouldn't be able to interrogate him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2620. Manor Lord, we've already confirmed that Qingfeng is a spy. He's worthless. It's not worth it to offend Lotus Lord for him, said the old man. Gue Sen also said, that's right, Palace Lord. In any case, this guy won't survive. Even if we capture him and he insists that he's under Qing Kong's control, it'll be hard for us to make a decision, the old man continued. They had gradually come to understand Lu Yin's temperament, and this was the only way they could persuade him. Heaven Mirror Manor was a force that spanned across the 6 sections. If they offended Lotus Supremacy's disciple, many things would become difficult. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere with the matters of the Heavens Examiner Hall. This is a right granted to us by the 6 Direction Association. If you want to steal Qingfen, then I have to suspect that you're in cahoots with him. How dare you? One of Lotus Lord's disciples shouted. How dare you slander Lotus Lord? Crazy old man and the others felt their scalps go numb. They hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so unyielding as to directly confront Lotus Sovereign's disciple. Qingfen had not expected this either, and he gloomily looked at Lu Yin. This person did not understand how terrifying a venerated Lotus disciple could be, and Qingfen naturally did not want to be taken away by one of them. He might still have a chance of survival if he went to the Heaven's Mirror Manor, but if he ended up in the hands of a venerated Lotus disciple, there was no way for him to survive. Brother Xianqi. Xiaolian wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Jiang Xiaodao. He looked at Lu Yin and gave him a thumbs up. You're ruthless, I'm impressed. He quickly pulled Xiaolian back. Lingmu stepped forward. Qian-Chi, I'll give you one more chance. Hand Qingfeng over to us, and we'll guarantee that he'll receive the punishment he deserves. There's no need for you to offend Senior Lotus for his sake. Lu Yin stepped forward as well. I've said it before. The authority of the Heavens Reflection Manor is bestowed by the Six Directions Association. Anyone who dares to interfere and steal from us will be treated as... He paused and looked around. Spies. Lingmu's eyes narrowed. Do you really want to become enemies with Sovereign Lien? I, Qian-Chi, wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of the Lotus Sovereign. I'm just trying to capture a spy. No matter who it is, no matter what their status is, anyone who dares to steal from me is a spy, Lu Yin shouted, and a bone spike appeared in the air. Lingmu was astonished. Didn't this person come from the Six Direction training grounds just like Little Lien? Why was the virtual god power so terrifying? He was already close to the void transformation realm. Jiang Xiaodao opened his mouth wide. When did this guy become so powerful? Xiaolian's gaze was complicated. She had a good impression of Qian-Chi. Although they had only met a few times, she didn't want them to be enemies in the future. Capture Qingfen and let's go. Anyone who dares to make a move is a spy, and the Heavens Reflection Manor can capture them immediately. Crazy Old Man and the others followed closely behind him. No matter what they thought, they couldn't go against Lu Yin's will right now. Otherwise, neither the Heavens Reflection Manor nor Lotus Reverend's disciples would welcome a traitor. Lingmu stared at Lu Yin, as this person had truly dared to offend a disciple of Venerable Lotus. In the entire Six Paths Society, there was no one who didn't know what the words disciples of Revered Lotus represented. Although Revered Lotus couldn't be said to be the strongest among the three, he had the most disciples, so many that it was terrifying. His disciples formed a hidden power that spread throughout the entire Six Paths Society. This was publicly acknowledged by the entire Six Paths Association. Even the Void Master would not openly offend the Lotus Venerable, but this person dared to do so. Where did his confidence come from? Did Void give it to him? Contact Senior Void immediately, Lingmu said. Her voice was so loud that everyone could hear her. Lu Yin didn't care, and his bone spear tore through the lotus, causing the 5 disciples to be sent flying. They wanted to attack, but they stopped. Although they looked down on the Heavens Reflection Manor, the Heavens Reflection Manor still belonged to the Six Paths Society. Many people felt that it was unreasonable for the Lotus Venerable's disciples to openly oppose the Heavens Reflection Manor. After all, the Heavens Reflection Manor only had one enemy, a spy from the everlasting race. Lu Yin led the group from the Heavens Reflection Manor past the Lotus Venerable's disciples and left. Senior Sister Lingmu, are we just going to let them go? Someone asked. Lingmu replied, I know what to do. She couldn't do it openly, but she didn't say that she couldn't do it secretly. This person had dared to offend the Lotus Venerable's disciples, so she would use him as an example. It had been a long time since the Lotus Venerable's disciples had made a move. In outer space, Lu Yin's group headed towards the red domain. Su Yu's eyes glowed as she watched Lu Yin's back. All of the dissatisfaction she had with him in the past vanished like smoke. This person was so manly. Hey, bro, you're smiling. Suji rarely smiled, but when he saw Lu Yin's back, he smiled. Perhaps joining the Heavens Reflection Manor had been a good choice after all. Crazy Old Man and the others fell silent, as they hadn't expected Qingfen to really be taken away. This time, the Six Direction Society would probably be in an uproar. They had guessed correctly. When news of Qingfen's capture spread, the Void God Universe was the first to erupt, followed by the Reincarnation Universe, the Wood Universe, and the 3 Sovereigns Universes. Qingfen wasn't enough to reach the apex, but he was backed by Venerable Lotus. Even if he was a spy, Venerable Lotus should have been the one to deal with him. No one had expected Qian-Chi to take him away right in front of the Lotus Venerable's disciples. He had even declared that anyone who tried to stop him would be a spy. This was clearly not giving Venerable Lotus any face. Qian-Chi's name quickly spread, even faster than when he had passed the void trial. As news of this spread, Qian-Chi's passing of the void trial, his capture of Wendy Yushan, and all sorts of other things he had done in the Six Direction training rites were dug up. Only then did many people in the Six Direction Society learn of his existence. When Su Wuji heard the news, his sunglasses fell off, and he drained his drink in one gulp before putting away the cloud vision stone. This had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to look for him. This Qian-Chi really knew how to cause trouble. Yunwu was fine, but that Ijuan was a little troublesome. However, since he was a spy, then any trouble was no trouble at all. Qingfin, on the other hand, was the real problem. This guy was Venerable Lotus' subordinate, so why not just leave him to Venerable Lotus? He had to be brought back. Su Wuji sighed, as he realized that he had brought a huge problem upon himself. However, he put on his sunglasses. This brat was very efficient. Suddenly, he remembered something. Had this brat been wearing the everlasting mirror when he had captured Qingfin? In the scenic cloud tribe, Yun was stunned when she heard the news. Qian-Chi had actually taken Qingfin away right in front of the Lotus Venerable's disciples? He had even threatened the Lotus Venerable's disciples that they were spies. Was he crazy? Many people from the Void Yang and Void Yin tribes were also stunned. Su Lai's lips curled up in a domineering manner. The more they understood the Lotus Venerable's disciples, the more they realized how domineering Lu Yin was. Many people guessed that Lu Yin did not know how terrifying the Lotus Venerable's disciples were. During this time, the Void Yang and Void Yin tribes' astronomical phenomena had become increasingly obvious. The day of the battle with Xiao Ci was approaching. Many people's attention was on these two tribes. With the Void Yang and Void Yin tribes working together, the Void God Spacetime had gained a new behemoth. Gue-san and the others relaxed when they saw the red sky in front of them. They had returned. Qingfin also relaxed. He would rather be captured by the Heaven's Mirror Manor than fall into the Lotus Venerable's hands. Otherwise, his fate would be miserable. As long as he insisted that he was being controlled by Qing Kong, the Heaven's Mirror Manor would not be able to do anything to him. However, the Lotus Venerable would not care. Suddenly, everyone stopped. At the border of the red domain and outer space, a figure was sitting cross-legged there. Even though they were separated by a great distance, his gaze pierced through the void and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. A half-ancestor powerhouse. Was this Lotus Venerable's disciple? His movements were fast. He should be a void transformation realm cultivator from the void god spacetime. The newcomer did not say anything. A void transformation realm void god's power swept across the sky and pressed down on Lu Yin. How dare you attack the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Guan Laoda and Yu Pai attacked. Su Ji and Su Yu released their void god's power at the same time, but they were swept away by the newcomer's power. The gap between them and a void transformation realm cultivator was difficult to make up for. Even if they used their void god's power, they could not make up for the gap. Qingfin's face paled. This was definitely a Lotus Venerable's disciple, and he could not escape. The newcomer's void god's power suppressed everyone to the point that they could not breathe. The newcomer raised his hand and pressed down again. An oval void god appeared, and the void god's power grew stronger and stronger until it pushed everyone away. Lu Yin did not move and allowed the newcomer's void god's power to suppress them. This person would not do anything to them, his only goal was to take Qingfin away. The Lotus Venerable's disciple had used a void transformation realm powerhouse to take Qingfin away. This was not to show the Lotus Venerable's disciple's face, but rather to protect someone. Qingfen had leaked the location of the Great Stone Saint's request for help to the Eternals, which had led to the Great Stone Saint's death at Qing Kong's hands. The Great Stone Saint's location could not have been directly leaked to Qingfen, so someone must have been involved. That person was the key to Qingfen's knowledge of the Great Stone Saint's location. That person might or might not have been a spy, but regardless of whether or not he was the one who had indirectly caused the Great Stone Saint's death, and his punishment would not be light. That person had to be Lotus Venerable's disciple. Now that this void transformation realm cultivator had acted, it was very likely that he had been asked by that person to take Qingfen away or to silence him. Qingfen's guess was correct. The newcomer's void god's power did not do anything to them, but Qingfen felt a sense of danger that made his scalp tingle. Once the void god's power descended, he would definitely die. Save me. As soon as he spoke, a void god's power that was not weaker than the newcomer's suddenly erupted and pushed the newcomer's void god's power away. In the distance, the newcomer was not surprised at all. He raised his other hand and oval-shaped void gods appeared one after another, increasing the void god's power. The one who had just blocked the void god's power was the insane old man Guan Laode, and the others watched in shock. They had never known that the insane old man had such power. Wasn't this the power of a void transformation realm cultivator? It was time for the insane old man to reveal himself. He could no longer keep hiding. The insane old man sighed. You just want to eat and wait for death to come. You've really made things difficult for me, estate master. He then looked at the oval-shaped void gods in the distance. He doesn't want to reveal himself, and he's a void transformation realm cultivator. He's quite famous in the void god spacetime and won't be easy to deal with. There shouldn't be many void transformation realm cultivators who would help Lotus Venerable's disciple, Suji said in a low voice. The insane old man shook his head. You can't look at it that way. There's a high chance that he'll help Lotus Venerable's disciple, and any possibility will attract a powerful enemy. What if this person is in the void realm? Don't scare me, Lu Yin said. The newcomer's gaze turned cold as oval-shaped void gods came crashing over. They weren't just launched with void gods' power, but they also contained a unique technique. The insane old man's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He just unleashed his own void god's power, causing the oval-shaped void gods to stop abruptly. The newcomer looked at the insane old man in shock. The insane old man looked back at him. Don't bother. Let's go, you can't take Qingfen with you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-21. At this moment, another powerful foe god's power appeared behind Shao Qin. The pressure was no less than the one before Shao Qin. Everyone's expression changed. Two void transformation realm cultivators? How is that possible? Guan Laode was shocked. Lu Yin frowned as well. Were they all disciples of Lotus Lord? Impossible. No matter how many Lotus Lord's disciples there were, it was impossible for them to gather two void transformation realm experts so quickly. Otherwise, what would the Void Master think? It was impossible for the progenitor realm experts of this spacetime to agree. These Lotus Lord's disciples must have used some other method to mobilize the two emptiness realm experts. Old Pervert frowned. We can't stop two of them. Contact the Lord, Gue-san said with a trembling voice. The others did not say anything. If it was so easy to contact Su Wuji, the two void transformation realm cultivators would not be the only ones who had come. Su Wuji must have already known about this matter, but he had decided to stay out of it. He did not want to get into a conflict with Lotus Lord. It was not that he was afraid of the Lotus Reverend. Of course, it was also possible that he was afraid. The most important thing was that in the boundless battlefield, if he wanted to survive, he could not offend too many people outside. Otherwise, he would be isolated and without help, and his ending would be the same as the great stone sage. The boundless battlefield was a millstone of life and death to ancestor realm experts. The two emptiness transformation realm experts had only appeared to snatch Qingfen away and protect the person who had leaked the name of the great stone saint. They were not here to deal with the heavens reflection mansion. Therefore, it was normal that void realm experts did not appear. Save me. You have to take me away. I don't want to go to venerate Lotus. Qingfen pleaded with Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him. Then tell me who leaked the great stone saint's whereabouts. The insane old man and the other's hearts skipped a beat and they instinctively stepped back. Once this name was revealed, the Heaven Mirror Manor would immediately go against Lotus Prime's disciples. Lotus Prime's disciples would definitely do everything in their power to prevent this name from being leaked out. At the same time, the Heaven Mirror Manor would also want to find out if this person was a spy. Both sides would not let this matter go and the insane old man did not want to get involved. Acting Mansion Master, Gue San pleaded with a trembling voice. Let's put this matter aside for now. Guan Lao Da's face twitched. How did things turn out like this? It was a meritorious deed, yet he was intercepted by a void transformation realm cultivator. If he wasn't careful, he might end up running into a disciple of Venerable Lotus. If that happened, how was he going to survive in the Six Paths Guild? Qingfen's expression changed. Should he speak or not? Release them, shouted Lin Feng. A terrifying foe god strength crushed down. At the same time, a chain appeared. It contained boundless foe god strength, surpassing that of a void transformation realm cultivator. Old madman was helpless. Acting prefect, forget it. Lu Yin stared at Qingfen. Speak. Acting potentate. Guan Lao De couldn't bear it any longer and tried to persuade Lu Yin to give up. Acting Mansion Lord, Senior Lotus will investigate this matter. Why do you need to meddle in the affairs of Senior Lotus disciples? Gue San said. The old man said, Lien Zun won't allow any spies to appear in his sect. Acting Prefecture Lord, this isn't something we can get involved in. The Prefecture Lord doesn't want to get involved either. Su Ji and Siu looked at Lu Yin. From their point of view, Lu Yin was under immense pressure. Various images flashed through Qingfen's mind. Should he say it or not? Two gusts of virtual god power came at him from the front and back. Even the deranged old man wanted to stop. The others also gave him a look, telling him to stop. Lu Yin suddenly looked at the deranged old man. Even if you have to die, you have to leave Qingfen behind. This is the Heaven's Mirror Manor. If a spy is snatched at the manor's entrance, how will he continue to work in the future? Capturing spies is the Heaven's Mirror Manor's business. What does it have to do with Senior Lotus? Once this person is handed over to Senior Lotus, the Heaven's Mirror Manor might as well disband. The deranged old man was bitter. But even the Prefecture Lord, I don't care. Whatever the Prefecture Lord thinks, as long as I'm the acting Prefecture Lord, I'll decide who the Heaven's Mirror Manor's master is. Even if you have to die, you have to leave Qingfen behind. I'll bear all the consequences. If you allow Qingfen to be snatched away, I guarantee that you'll end up the same as the spies. He needed to rely on the Heaven's Mirror Manor to do some things. If he allowed Qingfen to be snatched away, how would he continue to work in the future? How would he be able to cross the Six Paths Society? He refused to believe that the battle at the Heaven's Mirror Manor's entrance would continue for long. Many people were watching, and the two voiders didn't even dare to reveal themselves. Deranged old man, use your natal spirit. A natal spirit was a completely different concept from an ordinary one. These two didn't dare to reveal themselves, so they wouldn't use their natal spirit. Once the deranged old man used his natal spirit, his strength would be several times that of a normal void god's. Once they entered the red domain, things would be different. If they wanted to snatch someone from the red domain, Su Wuji wouldn't agree. The deranged old man was speechless, as he realized that Lu Yin was a rash youth. Wasn't this clearly going against Senior Lotus disciple? Wouldn't it be better to let go of Qingfen now? He might even be able to form a friendship with Senior Lotus disciple. What was this guy thinking? The two voiders stared at Lu Yin as well, their expressions changing. Was this kid an idiot? Even Senior Void wasn't going to show up, but this kid was actually going to do it. Where did he get the courage from? They had thought that their plan would be foolproof, but they hadn't expected to run into someone like this. The deranged old man didn't want to use his natal spirit, and the two voiders didn't want to reveal themselves either. Both sides were in a deadlock at the entrance of the red domain. At that moment, a strange ripple spread out from the void. Lu Yin looked over. What was this ripple? The deranged old man turned around in shock. Someone's about to break through to the virtual realm. Virtual realm. Everyone looked in that direction, including the two emptiness realm cultivators. Was someone about to break through to the emptiness realm? Voiders desired to break through to the virtual realm the most, as only then could they be considered a true powerhouse. They hadn't expected someone to break through at this time. Who was it? Far away, the Void Yang tribe and Void Yin tribe all looked up in the same direction. Su Heng and Su Leng held hands as they looked around, the yin-yang sword floating in front of them. I didn't think that we'd break through to the virtual realm at the same time while in seclusion, Su Heng sighed. Su Leng held Su Heng's hand and gently said, with our strength, we could have tried to break through long ago. We just lacked the yin-yang sword. Now that it's back, we'll naturally break through. Su Heng smiled. Brother Xian Qi really is our lucky star. Su Leng nodded. At that moment, an endless amount of Void God's power surged in from all directions. Void God spacetime cultivators did not have to go through the origin tribulation when breaking through to the virtual realm. Not only that, but the Void God's power would also push them into the virtual realm. However, the chances of success were pitifully small. Breaking through to the virtual realm required a massive amount of Void God's power to be channeled into one's body in an instant. If one didn't die from overeating, they would die. Compared to the progenitor realm that the fifth mainland needed to break through to the progenitor realm, the Void God spacetime valued talent more. This was also why Su Xiangyin valued Lu Yin so much. With Lu Yin's innate ability to draw 20 times the Void God's power and his innate ability to trigger the Void God tide, he would definitely be able to reach the virtual realm. Most people would have to rely on luck to break through. Although the Void God spacetime did not prevent people from breaking through to the virtual realm, the chances of reaching the virtual realm were much lower. The chances of breaking through to the progenitor realm in the fifth mainland were much higher. This was how the universe worked. If someone tried to stop someone, someone would succeed. If someone tried to push someone, someone would fail. This was only fair. Su Heng and Su Leng could have broken through to the emptiness realm a long time ago, but they knew that they would never succeed because they lacked the yin-yang sword and the most crucial step of Master Su Yi's power. If they did not complete this step, they would never be able to break through to the emptiness realm. Boundless Void God's power continuously surged into Su Heng and Su Leng's bodies. This amount of Void God's power was much greater than anyone else's, as these two people were breaking through at the same time. The Void God's power flowed into their bodies and flowed out around the yin-yang sword, forming a cycle. Without this cycle, they would not be able to break through. Other Void Transformation Realm cultivators also needed the Void God's power to break through to the virtual realm. This was the Void God Civilization's cultivation method. At the entrance of the red domain, everyone looked into the distance, their expressions growing more and more shocked. Who's breaking through to trigger such a massive amount of Void God's power? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was indeed majestic, and he felt that this Void God's power was not any weaker than the power that the Void Master had infused into his bone spear. That was the power that the Void Master had infused into his bone spear, and it was based on Lu Yin's own cultivation and innate gift. It could be said that it was extremely majestic. How could someone who had just broken through have such majestic power? There were many experts in the Void God civilization. Su Wuwei was an expert who could not be seen through. Now that this person had broken through, he would definitely be extremely powerful. The two Void Transformation Realm cultivators who wanted to snatch Qingfen away had complicated expressions. They had dreamed of breaking through to the virtual realm, but it seemed like a single step, but it was actually so close. Now that they saw someone else break through, they were stunned. "Let's go," Lu Yin growled. Old Madman moved and pulled Lu Yin and Qingfen away from the crowd, heading towards the red domain. These two Void Transformation Realm cultivators only wanted Qingfen, and they would not harm anyone else. At the entrance of the red domain, the Void Transformation Realm cultivator regained his composure and attacked even more fiercely. Behind him, Void God's power transformed into a large hand that grabbed at them. "You're still not using your natal spirit." Lu Yin stared coldly at Old Madman. The aura he had cultivated in the Fifth Mainland for so many years made Old Madman's heart tremble. He could not understand why he did not dare to look Lu Yin in the eye. Lu Yin had killed more than one half-ancestor, and his killing intent was so heavy that even Old Madman could not withstand it. Old Madman bitterly replied, "Acting Academy Master, it's not that I don't want to use it, but I have my reasons." "I don't care what your reasons are, but if Qingfen is taken away, you're dead," Lu Yin threatened. Old Madman could see that Lu Yin was serious, and he gritted his teeth. Fine, it didn't matter if he fought or not, so he might as well give it a shot. "Acting Academy Master, if someone tries to capture me, you have to help me block them." "Alright," Lu Yin agreed. He was not afraid of making a big deal out of it, but he was afraid that it would not be big enough. A strange laugh suddenly rang out, causing Lu Yin's scalp to turn cold. He stared blankly at the doll that had appeared out of nowhere beside him. What was this? The doll that had suddenly appeared was as terrifying as a ghost. Its large round eyes were filled with dark circles, and its mouth was split open but sewn shut. Its pupils were lifeless, but it seemed to be staring at Lu Yin. Its entire body was covered with sewing marks that formed a pattern that resembled eyes. Strings from the doll were connected to Old Madman's hand, and it constantly shook as it let out a strange laugh. This laughter was even more horrifying than the witch spirit gods, and it made Lu Yin feel uncomfortable and disgusted. Qingfen stared at the strange doll beside him in horror. The doll's eyes were staring at him as it let out a strange laugh. This was Old Madman's natal spirit. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-22. Lu Yin was bewildered. Was this also a faux god? When the puppet appeared, the crazy old man's entire being changed. He became gloomy and strange, and his lips curled into a smile. He looked extremely cruel. "It's you." The Void Transformation Realm cultivator in front was shocked. The Void Transformation Realm cultivator behind him asked in a low voice, "You can return." The crazy old man licked his lips. "Acting Academy Master, we're going in." The strange puppet raised its head and cackled at the sky. Ripples spread out, followed by boundless faux god's power. This faux god's power was soft and ghostly, and anyone who came into contact with it would feel dizzy and nauseous. Lu Yin suppressed his discomfort and looked forward. They were getting closer and closer to the red domain, and they were about to enter. A lotus flower bloomed in front of them. It was Lianbao. The crazy old man's laughter grew louder and louder, and the ripples continued to erode the lotus flower. However, the lotus flower bloomed once more, and this time it bloomed a total of 4 times. Lu Yin's heart sank. In the words of venerated lotus disciples, a lotus that bloomed at the 9th grade was considered venerated. Below venerated lotus were 8 grade lotuses, and each grade had a different power. Lianbao had been sent to the 5th mainland to train with a grade 4 lotus, which could block an attack from a progenitor. The lotus flower in front of them was also a grade 4, and the crazy old man couldn't break through it with his void transformation realm cultivation. With the appearance of the lotus flower, this void transformation realm cultivator had basically shed all pretense of cordiality. The crazy old man's puppet continued to erode the lotus flower, but a grade 4 lotus could block a progenitor. Lu Yin's current faux god power was far from reaching the virtual realm, and that gap couldn't be made up for by just a few times. Since you've appeared, someone will settle the score with you. Hand over Qingfen, the void transformation realm cultivator said as he stared at Lu Yin. Qingfen was terrified, as even Lianbao had been used. That person definitely wanted to silence him. He hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. I can't go. Take me to the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and I'll tell you who leaked the Great Stone Saint's location. Speak now, Lu Yin said. Qingfen shook his head. He couldn't say anything. If he did, he would no longer be of any value to this person. It was very likely that this person would throw him out and hand him over to Reverend Lotus disciples. If he didn't say anything, this person would definitely bring him into the Heaven Mirror Manor. Once he entered the Heaven Mirror Manor, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Unless the Heaven Mirror Manor was shameless, they wouldn't allow him to be taken away by Reverend Lotus disciples. To be honest, he could not figure out why Xian Qi was involved in this kind of thing. Lotus Venerable would definitely not let go of the person who leaked the trace of the Great Stone Saint. This matter could be solved perfectly, and it would not involve this person. However, this person was stubborn and insisted on getting involved, which was good for him. Lu Yin looked at Qingfen. If you don't tell me, then I'll throw you out. My patience is limited, and it seems like it wouldn't be a bad idea to hand you over to Lotus Sovereign's disciple. Old madman rolled his eyes. Prefecture Lord, just throw him out. He prepared to toss Qingfen out. Qingfen's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and old madman knew that things weren't going well. Yao Lan, it's Yao Lan. Qingfen cried out. His voice was so loud that it spread in all directions. Old madman's mouth fell open. Oh no, this brat was so easily frightened. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, he had finally spoken. The void transformation realm cultivator in front of Lu Yin looked at him coldly. Nonsense. I'm not spouting nonsense. It's Yao Lan, it's her. Xian Qi, take me into Heaven's reflection hole. I still have something to say. Take me in. Qingfen struggled and stared at Lu Yin. He could only take a gamble and hope that Lu Yin would not give up on him. Of course, Lu Yin would not give up on him. Do the two of you still want to continue? Qingfen is being controlled by Qing Kong, and he's bewitched people. He's making false accusations. Prefecture Lord Xian Qi, you don't believe him, do you? The void transformation realm cultivator in the back spoke up. Hand Qingfen over to us. Someone will deal with him, and someone will give you an explanation. I'm not going. Xian Qi, don't give up on me. Qingfen shouted. Lu Yin said, Qingfen is not spouting nonsense. The Heaven's Reflection Hall will investigate this matter. There's no need for the two of you to take action. Please return. Hand Qingfen over to us. The two acted. The crazy old man sighed. At this point, there was no way for him to extricate himself. He could only help Lu Yin keep Qingfen and allow the Heaven's Reflection Hall to publicly announce that Qingfen was making false accusations. Only then would this matter be resolved. Otherwise, if they allowed Qingfen to be taken away, the disciples of Venerable Lotus would definitely hate them. Unknowingly, the boundless void god's power that had broken through to the virtual realm dissipated. At the entrance of the red domain, the strange doll faced off against two void gods' power. The crazy old man had put in a lot of effort this time. Not only did he have to deal with two void transformation realm cultivators who had hidden their identities, but he also had to think of a way to break through the lotus treasure and enter the red domain. They did not notice the two figures that had appeared, and they watched curiously. The crazy old man was the first to notice, and he suddenly turned around and looked into the distance. "Who's there?" The others looked over as well. "Brother, we haven't seen each other in a while. How did you join the heavens reflection hole?" A familiar voice sounded out, causing Lu Yin to be delighted. "Brother Su Heng." "Me too." Su Heng smiled as he walked over. Lu Yin was delighted. "You're done with your seclusion." Su Heng grinned. Su Heng's gaze swept over everyone. "Brother, it looks like you've run into some trouble." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Yeah, there are two people blocking my way. I have a home that I can't return to." Su Heng's expression turned cold as he looked at the two void transformation realm cultivators. A strange pressure descended upon them, causing their breathing to become heavy. The two were shocked. "You're the one who broke through to the virtual realm. Since we're old friends, I won't make things difficult for you. Leave on your own. If you cause trouble for my brother again, there will be no place for you in the void god spacetime," Su Heng said coldly. "The two who stopped you weren't Reverend Lotus disciples, so they were probably acting out of respect for her. If she's a spy, then things will get serious." Lu Yin said, "She might not be a spy, but she can't escape the crime of indirectly causing Stone Sage's death. Let's see how Reverend Lotus will punish her." He paused. "Let's not talk about me. Are you confident in fighting Senior Xiu Ci?" Lu Yin asked. Su Heng replied, "Senior Xiu Ci has been in the virtual realm for far too long, and he even created his own path to become a legend. How could he be confident? However, if we work together, we should be able to put up a fight." Lu Yin was surprised. "If we work together?" "Of course," Su Leng answered naturally. Lu Yin was speechless. Xiu Ci had already stepped into the virtual realm, but they still needed to work together. Su Heng laughed. "Brother, what's with that look?" Su Leng smiled but didn't say anything. Lu Yin said, "Well, if we work together, it won't make sense." "But one person definitely can't beat him," Su Heng said. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. At that moment, Su Wuji returned. "The two of you have just broken through to the virtual realm, and yet you've already arrived at Heaven's Mirror Manor. It's truly an honor." Su Heng and Su Leng looked at him and said in an unpleasant tone, "Senior Wuji, you've come at the right time. You didn't appear when your subordinates were surrounded, and you only came after the matter was over." Su Wuji smiled bitterly. "There's no other way. Heaven's Mirror Manor involves many parties, and Reverend Lotus disciples have too much influence. You won't understand my difficulties." He then looked at Lu Yin. "Where's Qingfin?" "In the red domain," Lu Yin replied. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-23. Don't worry. If you have the ability to capture him, then you don't need to take responsibility for the rest. As long as he's in the red domain, no one can take him away unless they step over my dead body. Only then did Su Heng and the others' expressions become slightly better. Lu Yin could understand Void Limitless, as there were some things that were difficult to handle in a certain position. Logically speaking, Void Limitless should have been able to let go, but because of his own plans, he had intentionally aggravated the conflict. This was something that many people did not understand, and Void Limitless probably did not understand either. Manor Lord, what should we do with Qingfeng? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuji said, interrogate him and force him to reveal the details of the other spies. Also, ask him about the specific circumstances surrounding the death of the Great Stone Saint, especially if it involves Yalan. You have to get to the bottom of this. Lu Yin nodded. What if Yalan is a spy? Su Heng and Su Lang looked at each other. This was a serious problem. If Yalan was not a spy, it would be fine. How to punish her was up to the reincarnation time and space. After all, she had indirectly caused the death of the Great Stone Saint. Only the reincarnation time and space had the right to punish her. However, if she was a spy, it would involve the Heaven's View Manor and Lord Lotus's reputation. Even the Jingyun family wished to keep the fact that Yun Wu was a spy to preserve the family's reputation, let alone Senior Lotus. Even if Lotus Venerable didn't care, Lotus Venerable's disciples wouldn't agree. Yao Lan's influence was great enough. Su Wuji's expression was solemn. My Heaven's Mirror Manor will investigate anyone who is suspected of being a spy. He then looked at Lu Yin. The Heaven's Mirror Manor has the right to interrogate anyone who is not participating in the tournament at any time, as well as anyone who is not an extreme powerhouse. If we find out from Qingfen's interrogation that Yalan might be a spy, then I will give you the authority to report this to the Six Directions Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor and use the Heaven's Mirror Manor's name to summon Yalan for questioning. Lu Yin raised a brow. In the name of the Six Directions Association's Heaven's Reflection Hole. Su Wuji explained, this interrogation is very formal, and it's not an interrogation. It's only targeted at those who have great influence or have made great contributions to the human race. It's made public to the entire six-party assembly. Not only will the Heaven's Reflection Manor know the answer they want, but it will also allow the entire six-party assembly to verify whether or not the person being interrogated is a spy. This is also a kind of good treatment for the person being interrogated. Su Ling narrowed his eyes. Senior Wuji, you want Brother Xian Qi to publicly question Yalan? Su Wuji shook his head. I only told him that there was a way. You're asking him to die, Su Ling said coldly. Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? Su Heng took a deep look at Su Wuji and then said to Lu Yin, a public inquiry might seem like it's meant to protect the person being questioned, but it's also meant to allow everyone to witness that this person has been cleared of any suspicions of being a spy. Or, it might even directly confirm that this person is a spy. If it's the latter, then that's fine, but if it's the former. He looked at Lu Yin. Since a public inquiry has already been made, then it means that the Heaven's Reflection Hall is unable to find out the information that they need to investigate. Exposing your secret in front of the entire Six Directions sect. If this person is not a spy, do you think he will let this matter go? The public inquiry isn't about respecting that person, it's about respecting that person's influence. That person must be disgusted or even disgusted by the public inquiry. In that case, you can imagine what will happen to the people in the Heaven Mirror Prefecture who publicly inquired about that person. Lu Yin understood what she meant. If you were to publicly question Yalan, then there would definitely be some matters that the Horizon Manor would not be able to find out. Yalan would not hide anything during a public interrogation, so there would definitely be some private matters involved. How would Yalan be willing to let this matter be made public? And if it was finally confirmed that Yalan was not a spy, how would she take revenge on Lu Yin for causing her to be publicly questioned? Su Ling slowly spoke up. From what I know, there have only been 6 public inquiries in the history of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture, and none of them were proven to be spies. All 6 times, the people from the Heaven Mirror Prefecture who were publicly questioned. At this point, she looked at Su Wuji. All of them died. Su Wuji looked up. Their deaths were accidental. Is that so? How could Su Ling believe that? Su Wuji seriously explained, since the establishment of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture, countless people have died, and the level of danger is comparable to the endless battlefield. Their deaths were indeed accidental. 6 people are too insignificant compared to the countless deaths that have occurred. The fact that they dared to publicly question people with great influence means that they were brave enough to charge at the very front. People like that die very easily. Su Heng replied, "Who knows? Brother, you should learn more about the Heaven Mirror Prefecture." Lu Yin nodded. Got it. Su Heng and Su Ling left, as they had to prepare for their battle with Xiao Xia in 10 days. After the two left, Su Wuji asked, "Why did you have to capture Qingfen?" Lu Yin replied, "A spy should belong to the Heaven Mirror Prefecture." Su Wuji laughed. "Don't you think about the gains and losses? If you think too much about gains and losses in this line of work, then you won't be able to continue." Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. "You're very suited for this path of public inquiry. I'm not lying to you. No matter how we investigate, the deaths of those 6 people were accidental, just like the others who died in the endless battlefield. The people of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture will not die in vain. If someone tried to frame them, then the 6 prefecture masters will not remain indifferent. After all, the Heaven Mirror Prefecture has 6 extremely powerful experts that even Venerable Lotus cannot openly oppose." "I know," Lu Yin replied. "I didn't think too much about it. Even if it wasn't an accident, I'm not afraid. I've already started down this path, so I'm not afraid to continue down it." You're very suitable. It's a pity that you're not in the virtual realm yet. Otherwise, the position of Prefecture Master would have been handed to you," Su Wuji laughed. "Prefecture Master, will you be going to watch the battle between Su Heng and Senior Xiao Xi?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Su Wuji nodded. "Of course. Take me with you," Lu Yin said. "I want to cheer for my brothers." Su Wuji raised his brows. "Don't spout nonsense. Compared to your brothers, there will be more people cheering for Senior Xiao Xi. Senior Xiao Xi is an elder worthy of respect, and he has participated in the endless battlefield the most times in the entire void god spacetime." Lu Yin was shocked. "Is that so?" Su Wuji solemnly explained, "The endless battlefield is a place that not even virtual realm experts are willing to go to. Death aside, any virtual realm expert who enters the endless battlefield is dancing on a knife's edge. They will face powerhouses in the same realm as them, including the 7 sky gods. For example, if I were to face one of them alone, I would definitely die. Senior Xiao Xi has participated in the endless battlefield more than I have, and more than Senior Su Wuwei. His legend is not only that he created the path of not using external void gods, but that he also killed his way out of the endless battlefield. You should be aware of Yalan's influence. Many people have killed their way out of the endless battlefield, but Senior Xiao Xi's influence is far greater than Yalan's. Countless people have received his favor, and even Senior Su Wuwei has been supported by him." Lu Yi nodded, as Xiao Xi was truly worthy of respect. Although there had been many spies and redbacks throughout human history, there had also been people like Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku who had illuminated the darkness. The primordial space was one such example. There were many people in the primordial space, and the 6 Direction Society naturally had its members as well. Regardless of how Lu Yin viewed the 6 Direction Society or the Grand Empyrean who had exiled the Lu family, there was one thing that he had to admit: without them, the Eternals would have long since wiped out the entire human race. Wherever there was evil, there would always be good. This was what Mr. Mu wanted Lu Yin to maintain. He had too many people to protect, and those people revered him and wanted to protect him. This was his responsibility. "Manor Lord, do you think that the Eternals will save Qingfen?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Su Wuji could not answer, as he had no idea how powerful the Eternals were in the void god spacetime. The underground of heaven's reflection manor was not as dark as Lu Yin had imagined. Instead, it was a beautiful place with flourishing trees, bright flowers, and all sorts of cute little animals. It formed a garden that was suitable for people to live in. Anyone who saw this place would not be able to associate it with an interrogation, but this was indeed the Heaven's Reflection Manor's interrogation room, and Ning Ran was in charge of it. Yi Jun was here, and so was Qingfin. The two were separated by a mountain, so they could not see or hear each other. However, they could still see the beautiful scenery. Lu Yin had arrived. Ning Ran hurriedly went over to greet him. She was now completely convinced of Lu Yin's abilities. This manor lord had not relied on his strength to suppress others, but rather his ability to capture spies. She had never imagined that the Heaven's Reflection Manor, which had only been able to capture small fries, would be able to capture so many important people, especially Qingfin. Two void transformation realm cultivators had even blocked the entrance of the red domain to capture him. Even Su Wuji had not appeared. Acting Manor Lord, Ning Ran greeted him respectfully. Lu Yin stepped forward and looked at Qingfin, whose back was facing them as he watched the waterfall. How is he? Ning Ran replied, just like Yi Jun. He gave a list of names. There might be spies on the list, but he said that they were all controlled by Qing Kong. Any spies captured by the Heaven's Reflection Manor would use this excuse, which was the biggest headache for the Heaven's Reflection Manor. It was difficult for them to determine whether someone was being controlled or not, and they could not execute all of them. That would be troublesome, as there were too many eyes on the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Those who were qualified to become spies were not ordinary people. Lu Yin quietly looked at Qingfin, whose back was facing them. Anyone would feel relaxed and happy in this beautiful place, but Qingfin, Yi Jun, and the other spies felt different. They all had a poisonous toad on their shoulders, which caused them to suffer unimaginable pain at all times. This beautiful place was exactly what Ning Ran liked. Enduring pain in such a beautiful place could easily destroy a person's willpower. Lu Yin walked over step by step, circling around Qingfin until he was right in front of him. Qingfin's face was pale, and his veins were bulging. He was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His originally handsome face had turned sinister, and his fingernails had pierced into his palms because he was exerting too much force. Blood flowed down his clothes and dripped onto the bright red petals. I'm called Xian Qi. You should have known about me ever since Yi Jun was captured. I'm not from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and I joined not long ago. I'm not even from the Void God universe, so I don't care about you. I can ignore the rules and do things. From my point of view, you aren't being controlled by Qing Kong. Of course, even if you are, it doesn't matter. Qingfin stared at him, and the toad on his shoulder made a sound. Every sound made Qingfin feel more pain, so much so that he wanted to die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-24. We're not strangers, and we've even gone through life and death situations together. You know me, as long as I don't want to, no one can take you away. Similarly, as long as I want to, no one can stop me from doing anything, such as executing you. Qingfin's eyes narrowed. I'm being controlled by Qing Kong. That means that you have no value. I spent so much effort to bring you here not to bring trouble to Yaolan, but rather to gain some value. What value can you provide me that makes me feel that bringing you here is worth it? If I'm in a good mood, I might even be able to help you fulfill your wishes, Lu Yin said slowly. I'm being controlled by Qing Kong. Qingfin didn't say anything else. The interrogation was a long process, and Yi Jun had only revealed the names of the people who had met her. She was still in pain even now. Lu Yin laughed. Others say that being controlled by Qing Kong gives them a chance to live because they have family and friends. They hope that they're controlled so that their crimes can be lessened. What about you? Who can help you? Qingfan's eyelids twitched. Is it Lotus Venerable? Lu Yin asked. Qingfan's eyes widened and narrowed. What's the point of you insisting that you're being controlled by Qing Kong? Who will speak up for you because of this? You said that Yao Lan was the one who leaked the Great Stone Saint's whereabouts. Do you think Lotus Venerable's disciples will still help you? Lu Yin mocked. Qingfan's face paled, and he regretted it. The situation had been urgent, and he had only thought that Yao Lan would silence him. He didn't want to fall into her hands, which was why he had mentioned this woman. However, he had forgotten that once he mentioned Yao Lan, no one would help him even if he was being controlled by Qing Kong. His greatest support was Lotus Venerable's disciples, but he had betrayed them. To you, whether or not you're under Qing Kong's control doesn't mean anything. The only thing you need to consider right now is how you can get me to help you survive, or even help you redeem yourself. I'm looking at the big picture, not the contributions of 1 or 2 spies. Otherwise, why would I capture you? As long as you can help me make enough contributions. Lu Yin moved closer and stared at Qingfan. His lips curled up as he softly said, I can let you live a comfortable life. Qingfan's face twitched even more violently, but he still didn't say a word. His thoughts were in a mess, and the pain in his body and Lu Yin's words had thrown him into confusion. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to live, so he didn't want to be taken away by the Lotus Lord's disciples. He was afraid that Yao Lan would kill him. Now that Yao Lan's name had been mentioned, the Lotus Lord's disciples wouldn't help him. What hope did he have to live? I'll give you some hope. Lu Yin stood up and looked around. Only by surviving will you have a chance of being rescued by the Eternals. In the distance, Ning Ran heard this and was astonished. How could he say such things? This person was too unique. Qingfan's eyes widened. Yes, his only hope was the Eternals. It was the Sorcerer Spirit God. He was a spy that the Sorcerer Spirit God had personally nurtured. The Sorcerer Spirit God would not give up on him so easily. What about the Sorcerer Spirit God? Thinking of the Witch Spirit God, he opened his mouth. His voice was actually very hoarse, completely different from his beautiful singing voice. How did you know that you could fool me by pretending to be the Witch Spirit God? Where's Sorcerer Spirit? Ning Ran's expression changed. Witcher Spirit God. One of the 7 heavenly gods. Qingfan wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Guan Laude, the crazy old man, and the others were also puzzled. Lu Yin's disguise as Tu Shuangshuang had not been able to fool Qingfan, which meant that no other spy could fool him. Qingfan was too cautious, but he had pretended to be the Sorcerer Spirit God. How did he know that the Sorcerer Spirit God could fool Qingfan? How did he know that Qingfan was a spy that the Sorcerer Spirit God had nurtured? Lu Yin sneered. Why should I tell you? This was Lu Yin's answer. There were many things that needed to be explained in the 6 direction training grounds, but that might not be the case now. Why should he explain? Who could force him to explain? Unless Su Wuji asked, and Lu Yin had already thought of an excuse. However, since Su Wuji did not ask, Lu Yin did not say anything either. Getting Qingfan to speak was not an easy task. Lu Yin did not even try to get Yi Jun to speak because he could not find a flaw in her mentality. Yi Jun's contributions in the endless battlefield were enough for her to survive as long as she insisted that she was under Qing Kong's control. Thus, it would be a waste to say anything to her. Qingfan was different. The only thing he could rely on was his identity as a disciple of Venerable Lotus. However, since he had betrayed Yao Lan, this was gone. As long as he could break through Yi Jun's mentality, he would say anything. Over the next few days, Qingfan was continuously tortured, but the physical pain was not enough to break through his psychological defenses. If his willpower was so easily destroyed, the Sorcerer Spirit God would not have chosen him. However, the more determined a person's willpower was, the easier it was for them to have a flaw in their mentality. It was precisely this mentality that made a person so determined, but it was also their only flaw. Lu Yin took Qingfen away, and no one knew that he had brought him out of the red region. There was no danger at the moment, and Yao Lan had been betrayed. Venerable Lotus disciples only hated Qingfen, but they were not that desperate to capture him. Lu Yin brought Qingfen to the cliff. The cliff was completely different from before. The cliff that Qingfen had protected was gone, and in its place were all sorts of venting marks. The snowy mountain had been cut off, and the sky was covered in thick smoke. Fortunately, the village was unharmed. This was the reason why Lu Yin had ordered the Heaven's Reflection Manor to protect the village. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by outsiders. There were too many people who hated spies. Qingfen had never thought that he would be able to return to the village. He saw his third aunt, his uncle, and many other familiar faces, but none of them could see him. Lu Yin brought him through the void, and as long as he willed it, these ordinary people naturally could not see him. "Uncle." Qingfen could not help but call out, but the old man did not respond. He could not hear him at all. Qingfen looked at Lu Yin. "Why did you bring me here?" "I'll show you what these people are really thinking," Lu Yin said. Qingfen did not understand. What were they really thinking? There was a crash as the wall in front of them collapsed. "I'll definitely kill them and make them into specimens in the village. I'll rebuild the village." Lu Yin frowned. This person was no longer human. Although he wasn't a corpse king, he was even more terrifying than one. "I can only give you a chance to live and not let you die. As for what you'll do in the future, that's up to you." Qingfen trembled, and his eyes flickered. "Fine, give me a chance to live." He once again glared at the villagers who had left. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely exterminate them. These ungrateful bastards didn't deserve to live. "If you want to live, then tell me what I want to know and buy your own life," Lu Yin said. Qingfen's eyes narrowed, and they flickered. Finally, he said 3 words, "Knowledge Traveler Stream." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-25. The Six Direction Association wasn't just a name, it was a huge combination. It didn't just refer to the 6 parallel universes, but also the known parallel universes that they had conquered or cooperated with. All of these were collectively known as the Six Direction Association. The only place that could truly see the Six Direction Association was the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was connected by many parallel universes. It was a huge barrier that formed a huge battlefield. Lu Yin had seen the endless battlefield through the memories of some people, so he had a better understanding of it. Since there was a battlefield, there was a commander and a commander. The Six Direction Group was the commander of the endless battlefield, and they were responsible for issuing orders to everyone in the endless battlefield. Receiving orders was not an easy task, and the everlasting race would not allow the humans to transmit information to each other so easily. Therefore, they had a special way of transmitting information about the battlefield. The Six Direction Association transmitted information to the endless battlefield, and the endless battlefield could also transmit information to the Six Direction Association through certain methods. The Six Direction Association each had their own place to receive information. In the void God spacetime, that place was called the knowledgeable stream. No one knew where the knowledgeable stream was, as it was a secret of the void God spacetime. Even though Lu Yin had merged with many people's bodies, he still didn't know where it was. He estimated that even Void God might not know. However, today, Qingfen actually knew where the knowledgeable stream was through him. This was a secret of the Void God spacetime. The sorcerer god had developed Qingfen because he wanted to use him to enter the knowledgeable stream and receive information from the endless battlefield to the void god spacetime. The information that Yi Jun had obtained didn't come from the knowledgeable stream, but from a few families that had been trying to send information from the endless battlefield for many years. This method was easily disrupted and could only be considered a small method. Only the knowledgeable stream was the true source of information. Once one entered the knowledgeable stream, they could easily obtain information from the entire endless battlefield. This was what the sorcerer god wanted. Lu Yin exhaled. Rumor has it that no one in the knowledgeable stream can betray humans. How do you know where it is? And how did you get in? Qingfen was still immersed in his hatred for the villagers. As long as there was a chance to survive, he would give up everything. The sorcerer god told me. He told me to just sing and join the knowledgeable stream one day. Other than that, I don't have to do anything else. But you've developed a spy, Lu Yin said coldly. Qingfen was shocked. How do you know? Lu Yin didn't answer. Qingfen replied hoarsely, I didn't reveal my identity when I planted a spy. How did you know? Lu Yin laughed. Do you really think that your plan was flawless? Qingfen understood. You found out about me through those spies, right? I don't believe that you'd dare to act recklessly behind the shaman spirit's back. Joining the knowledgeable stream is very important. You've been famous for so many years, and you've lived for so long just for the chance to join the knowledgeable stream. Why are you still developing spies under such circumstances? Qingfen's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer immediately. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'll ask you again. Why? Qingfen raised his head and looked at him. Someone told me to do this. Who? I don't know, but he's definitely a high-ranking member of the Eternals. Why did I let you develop a spy? I don't know. However, that person only said that he needed a spy and that it was inconvenient for him to appear, so he asked me to develop and promised me that I wouldn't expose my identity. What did you do after developing those spies? Nothing at all, Qingfen hurriedly replied. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. He had merged with the spy who had discovered Qingfen's identity, and he knew that Qingfen wasn't lying. Although he had developed spies, he had never asked them to do anything. This was strange. What was the point of developing spies without doing anything? Wouldn't it be easier to expose a spy with white hair? No, that couldn't be. Since it was someone from the upper echelons of the Eternals, they couldn't have sabotaged the shaman spirit's plan. What did that Eternals upper echelon look like? Lu Yin asked. Qingfen replied, I really don't know. I didn't admit that I was a spy at first, but that person was certain that I was. He even said that if I didn't want to, I could hide the scarlet eye in the village. Once that I appeared, it would be useless no matter how I quibbled. Even if he couldn't confirm my identity, the shaman spirit's plan would definitely fail. I didn't dare let the plan fail. If it did, I would lose my value, so I could only do as that person said. Lu Yin frowned. Why was this happening? He hadn't instructed Qingfen to develop anyone as a spy, nor had he asked those spies to do anything. He had spent so much effort to force Qingfen to develop a few spies. It didn't matter who these spies were or what they were used for. The only purpose of doing so was to expose Qingfen. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something, and he carefully recalled the memories that he had merged with that spy. He remembered that the spy's discovery of Qingfen's identity was also strange. How had that person discovered Qingfen's identity? He seemed to be very smart and had advanced step by step, but the investigation had gone too smoothly. This shouldn't have happened. Qingfen was very cautious. Lu Yin had disguised himself as Tu Shuangshuang and had been forced to leave. How could a spy have discovered Qingfen's identity? It was as if someone had purposely allowed him to find out. Yes, on purpose. Lu Yin had a guess. Although it was absurd, it was deeply ingrained in his mind. The Eternals might have their own people. It was too dangerous for the shaman spirit god to let Qingfen join knowledgeable stream. If he succeeded, the Eternals would know everything about the Six Direction Association and the endless battlefield. Why had the Great Stone Saint died? Because his location had been leaked. Once the Eternals received information about the endless battlefield, the human race would suffer heavy losses. Under such circumstances, someone couldn't help it. Would that be the case? Lu Yin pondered this. This idea was laughable. He had never heard of a human spy among the Eternals, but it wasn't impossible. Not all of the Eternals were corpse kings. They had subjugated humans, and mutants were typical examples. Lu Yin buried this thought deep in his heart and brought Qingfen back to the red domain. Next, he would use the memories that he had merged with to completely dig out those spies. However, before that, he had to watch that duel. The power of the scorching heat and the chill of the heart converged and fused together in outer space to resist a majestic and terrifying void god power. It had been 2 days since Su Heng had joined forces with Su Leng to fight against Xiao Xi. Many people were watching from afar, wanting to know the outcome of this battle. Lu Yin had been watching for 2 days. The duel had begun as soon as he had arrived, and it had been a battle of void god power. Xiao Xi's void god power far surpassed that of Su Heng and Su Leng, and they had only been able to resist until now by working together and using their yin-yang swords. Xiao Xi was an old man with a very long beard that could wrap around his neck 3 times. It seemed strange, but that beard was the void god that he had nurtured. There was no such thing as a void god forsaken, and only I have a long beard. Manor Lord, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuji had brought him here, and he was still unfamiliar with the power of a void god's progenitor. Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. Senior Xiao Xi. Lu Yin was shocked. That decisive? Su Wuji said, both sides are currently competing in void god power, but do you know why Senior Xiao Xi lost to Master Void Prime? It was void god power. Senior Xiao Xi is a maverick, and he doesn't want to cultivate void god power. He prefers to use void god power as his own to display battle techniques. Master Void Prime is a standard cultivator from the void god civilization. One uses void god power to increase his own void god power by nearly 20 times, while the other follows the norm and only has superior battle techniques at most. Who do you think is stronger? However, the gap is now closed. Ever since Senior Xiao Xi lost to Master Void Prime, he decided to nurture his void god. Although he still doesn't rely on external void god power, he nurtured his beard and turned it into a void god. It can also draw out void god power that is several times greater than his own. The only difference between him and Master Void Prime is that the gap between them has been closed, but he is more proficient in battle techniques than Master Void Prime. If Su Heng and Su Leng had been able to use their void god power to gain the upper hand at the start, then it would have been hard to say who would win this duel. But now, anyone who understands Senior Xiao Xi and Master Void Prime knows the result. Lu Yin nodded. So you're saying that Senior Xiao Xi used his void god power right from the start just to... That's right, it was to save time. He wanted to tell Su Heng and Su Leng that they had no hope of winning this duel, Su Wuji said. Lu Yin looked over. He had thought that the two of them would be able to gain the upper hand if they worked together, but there was still a gap between them. How could the 6th Mainland's mutants resist a powerhouse like Xiaoshenji who could rival the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Even if the two mutants worked together, the result would still be the same. Lu Yin also felt that Xiao Xi's power surpassed Xiaoshenji's. Xiao Xi's power was similar to Xiaoshenji's, but as long as he used his beard, he would be able to release void god power that was 10 times greater than his own. Even Xiaoshenji would be suppressed, this was the strength of a void god civilization. At that moment, Su Wuji's expression changed. He looked behind him and saw Su Wuwei's figure appear. Senior Su Wuwei. Lu Yin turned around and quickly bowed. Greetings, Senior. Su Wuwei ignored the two and continued to watch the duel in the distance. Two Void Prime Realm cultivators appeared at once. Not bad, not bad. Hee hee. Senior, you've returned from the endless battlefield. Su Wuji greeted him. Su Wuwei replied, I almost died. It's best if you don't go to that place as often as possible. He then looked at Lu Yin and sighed in admiration. I heard that you captured quite a few spies, including Lotus Reverend's disciple? Lu Yin quickly recounted what had happened, and Su Wuwei sighed. The Ecstasy Manor hasn't been able to achieve much in so many years, but you've done so the moment you entered. No one would believe that you weren't a spy. Lu Yin was shocked. Senior, you can't joke about this. Su Wuji was shocked as well. Senior, what do you mean? Su Wuwei replied, it's not like the Eternals haven't done something like this before. They intentionally let a spy expose another spy to gain merit. Have you forgotten how the Fifth Mainland started a war with the Sixth Mainland? It's a pity that we didn't have the ability to interfere back then. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-26. Lu Yin bowed deeply, his expression solemn. I'm definitely not a spy for the Eternals. If you don't believe me, you can investigate me. Void Master has seen me before. Ha, I know you're not a spy. I was just joking, so why are you taking it so seriously? Su Wuji took out something to eat from his cosmic ring and even a drink from Su Wuji. He then looked into the distance as if he was watching a show. That old bastard Xiao Ci's void god's power has increased again. I should advise him not to go to the endless battlefield. It would be bad if he died there. There are so many old fogies in the reincarnation spacetime, so why not just let them fight it out? Our void god spacetime should be the best place to hide. Staying alive is better than anything else, Su Wuwei said as he watched. Su Wuji was speechless. Although this was the truth, there was no need to say it out loud. Su Wuwei's appearance made Lu Yin's heart heavy. No matter what he did, Su Wuwei's impression of him remained the same. What do you plan to do with Lotus Reverend's disciples? Su Wuwei asked. Lu Yin replied, I don't need to explain things to them. What if Lotus Reverend comes looking for you? Su Wuwei asked again. Lu Yin did not answer. What could he do against Lotus Reverend? I'll help you deal with Lotus Reverend's pressure. You can stay in the Heaven's Mirror Manor and work for the humans. There are benefits to being scheming. At least you'll be able to find spies. Lu Yin relaxed. Thank you, Senior. How did you know that you could fool Qingfin by pretending to be the witch spirit god? Su Wuwei did not stop talking and instead continued asking. He had not been joking when he first asked that question. Lu Yin had caught so many spies as soon as he entered the Heaven's Mirror Manor, which was something that no ordinary person could do. However, it would not be good to suspect Lu Yin of being a spy just because of this, as it would chill people's hearts. This was why he had asked this question now. If Lu Yin's answer was not good, both Su Wuwei and Su Wuji would suspect him. Su Wuji had thought about this question before, but he had not had the time to ask. Lu Yin had already thought of an excuse. After I disguised myself as Tu Shuangshuang and was chased away by Qingfin, I was followed by the witch spirit god. Void 5 Tastes and Void Extreme were both shocked. The sorcerer spirit god was following you. Lu Yin nodded. He wanted to capture me. The only reason why Qingfen wasn't tricked by Tu Shuangshuang might be because he was cautious, but it might also be because of the witch spirit god's instructions. Thus, I disguised myself as the witch spirit god and easily tricked Qingfen. In addition, Tu Shuangshuang was indeed captured by me, and I released her in front of Qingfen. Qingfen naturally wouldn't suspect anything. Shaman spirit god, how did you escape? Su Wuwei asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. Because of Tai Xian. He knew that Lu Yin had Tai Jade, which was how he had found out that Yunwo was a spy and had accepted his invitation to join the Heaven's reflection hole. Although the witch spirit god was powerful, he could only appear in the void god spacetime as a clone, and each clone was at most at the void transformation realm. Tai Jade was more than enough to escape. Su Wuji knew, but Su Wuwei did not. When he heard Lu Yin mention Tai Xian, he was confused. What Tai Xian? The void was extremely strange. Lu Yin replied, Tai Xian was taught by Senior. What does that have to do with Tai Xian? Su Wuwei still did not react, mainly because he did not think that Lu Yin had already mastered Tai Xian. Tai Xian was related to space, and even a virtual realm expert like Xiao Ci would not be able to master it so easily, let alone a junior like Lu Yin. How could Lu Yin have possibly mastered it? Lu Yin replied, Junior was initiated by Tai Xian. I relied on my understanding of space to escape. The witch spirit god searched everywhere for me, and I took advantage of that opportunity to trick Qingfen. If I had been a step later, the witch spirit god might have returned. What did you say? You were initiated by Tai Xian. Su Wuwei exclaimed. Su Wuji was astonished. Senior, you didn't know. Xian Qi joined the Heaven's Reflection Hall because he was initiated by Tai Xian. He could see the traces left behind in space and easily catch spies. Su Wuwei did not hear Su Wuji's words at all, and he stared at Lu Yin. You were initiated by Tai Xian. Lu Yin nodded. Sort of. Su Wuwei had not taught Lu Yin Tai Xian out of the goodness of his heart, but purely out of obligation. He had been certain that Lu Yin would not be able to learn it, which was why he had taught him. He wanted to give others the impression that he was doing his best, and if Su Wuwei asked, he would be able to explain. But how had this kid been initiated? Impossible. Try it. Su Wuwei didn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Lu Yin raised a hand, and void god's power revolved. Lines extended along the lines in space, revealing Tai Xian. Su Wuji was envious, as he could not understand. Su Wuwei was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. How was this possible? How could this kid have initiated by Tai Xian? Damn it, this was impossible. As the lines disappeared, Su Wuwei was still unable to react. Su Wuji exclaimed, Congratulations, Senior, for accepting such a talented disciple. Scram! Su Wuwei barked, giving Su Wuji a fright. Why was Su Wuji angry? He looked at Lu Yin, only to see the latter's confused gaze. Su Wuwei did not know what to say, as he felt as if his family's treasure had been stolen by someone else. However, he was the one who had told this kid the location of the treasure trove. How did you initiate it? Lu Yin blinked. I just started practicing. I'm quite diligent. Was this a matter of diligence? Su Wuwei's face twitched, and the delicious food suddenly lost its fragrance. You can't possibly initiate it just by practicing. How did you do it? What's wrong, Senior? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuwei took a deep breath and stared at Lu Yin solemnly. Xian Qi, I'll ask you one more time. How did you initiate it? Lu Yin coughed under Su Wuwei's dangerous gaze. Perhaps it has something to do with my wood innate gift. Su Wuwei did not understand. What would innate gift? Space. Lu Yin's reply almost caused Su Wuwei to vomit blood. You have an innate gift of space. Su Wuwei was stunned. Lu Yin nodded. Su Wuwei was speechless. No wonder Lu Yin could initiate Taishian. Taishian was related to space, and this kid had an innate gift of space. Taishian was a battle technique tailor-made for him. He wanted to slap himself to death. Are you unhappy, senior? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuwei looked at Lu Yin. Why didn't you say you had an innate gift of space earlier? You didn't ask, senior, Lu Yin said naturally. Su Wuwei's expression turned ugly. You got it from the wood dimension. Lu Yin nodded. Su Wuwei finally understood. No wonder Su Xiangyin had been so anxious to take this kid as a disciple. No wonder Mu Shikong wanted to steal this kid away. It was all his fault. He should have asked more questions back then, but he had been so preoccupied with hating this kid that he had forgotten to ask. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. If he could, he really wanted to cripple this kid's innate gift of space and see how he could use Taishian. From now on, Taishian would no longer be his symbol. Damn it! Where did the wood dimension get a tree with an innate gift of space? Su Wuwei was curious and decided to get to the bottom of it. Lu Yin said, according to Third Master Mu, that tree has appeared many times, especially in large battles. It's good at taking away some of the powerhouses and escaping. That's it. Su Wuwei exclaimed, you met that despicable tree. Lu Yin nodded, I think so. Su Wuwei looked Lu Yin up and down, as if trying to get to know him all over again. Lu Yin said, it was a close call back in the wood spirit region. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I would have been taken away by it. I was so close, so close. Su Wuwei opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. In the end, he left without even watching the battle. He had been forced to leave in anger. Su Wuji came over. What happened? Lu Yin shrugged, I don't know. Su Wuji felt strange, but he didn't ask any questions. The battle had changed, and the void god's power had weakened. Congratulations on the two of you breaking through to the virtual realm, but there's still a gap between you and me. Perhaps in 10,000 years you'll be able to catch up, but right now, you're not my match, Xiao Ci said in a low and lonely voice. It was obvious that he had thought of Master Void Prime from Su Heng and Su Ling's power. Although he and Master Void Prime had fought many times due to differing beliefs, they were still friends. Xiao Ci had once gone to the endless battlefield to retrieve Master Void Prime's corpse, which had been a huge risk. But I'm curious. Where did you find the yin-yang sword? Xiao Ci asked. Su Heng replied, I'll tell you after this battle. You still want to fight? Xiao Ci shook his head. My only advantage against voids was my void god's power. Now, void god's power is no longer an advantage, so there's no need to fight anymore. My elephant barrier is something that voids can't hope to match, let alone you. Su Ling's expression turned serious. Senior, do you really think that Ancestor Void Prime is stubborn and won't change? Xiao Ci was astonished. Senior, you've opened up a new path for many people who couldn't achieve anything on the path of Void God. Even Ancestor praised this miracle. Senior was able to cultivate the path of Void God again because of Ancestor, so Ancestor will naturally change for you, Su Ling continued. Xiao Ci's eyes burned with passion. Void Prime changed for me. Has he studied battle techniques? I really want to experience Senior's elephant wall. This is also what Ancestor Void Prime wanted to see. Even if Senior didn't send us a challenge letter, we'll still challenge Senior once we reach the virtual realm. This was Ancestor Void Prime's order before he went to the endless battlefield, Su Heng said. Xiao Ci laughed. Good, good, good. That old geezer Void Prime didn't disappoint me. I took advantage of his strength to cultivate my Void God, and he took advantage of my strength to cultivate battle techniques. Good, let me see what kind of battle technique he created to dare fight me. After he finished speaking, a thick stone wall appeared in front of him. He pushed the stone wall horizontally and charged towards Su Heng and Su Leng. His palm imprints were imprinted on the stone wall, bringing out heavy palm imprints that swept through the void and shattered the stars. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Every palm imprint that swept through the void was not simple, and it gave him a strong sense of danger. Su Wuji sighed, the elephant wall is extremely heavy in the universe. Only Senior Xiao Ci can use a unique battle technique to attack through the elephant wall. Every attack contains the elephant wall's extremely heavy force. It said that when he fought with Master Void Prime, even Master Void Prime's yin-yang sword couldn't withstand the palm energy that passed through the elephant wall and was almost shattered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-27. In the face of Xiao Ci's heavy palm, Su Heng and Su Leng used their techniques at the same time. Burning Yang and Hard Yin converged, and through the yin-yang sword, they drew out the power of Yang into Yin and Yin into Yang, returning the heavy palm back to Xiao Ci. Xiao Ci's eyes widened. Good. He then unleashed a barrage of attacks from the elephantine wall, but Su Heng and Su Leng worked together to display the power of Yin and Yang to return the attacks. Void Prime had never thought of taking the elephantine wall's heavy attack head-on. Even if he couldn't take it head-on, he could still neutralize it or even return it. A strange scene appeared in the starry sky. Countless attacks collided with each other. Scorching heat and extreme cold alternated. Terrifying foe god power boiled and swept out in all directions, forcing everyone to retreat until they could no longer see it. Lu Yin saw the wisdom of the Void God Universe's predecessors. Not only was Void Prime gifted in the Void God Dao, but he was also shockingly talented in battle techniques. The Fifth Mainland had given birth to people like Progenitor Qin, Progenitor Ku, and the Symbol Progenitor. Other parallel universes could also give birth to people like them. If Void Prime was still alive, who knew what he would have been like? Perhaps he wouldn't have been any weaker than Su Wuwei. Because the shock waves from the battle had forced everyone back, no one besides Su Wuji could see the battle clearly. Half a day later, the battle ended. Lu Yin hadn't been able to see the battle clearly either, as he couldn't display the power of a progenitor in front of Su Wuji. Senior, what was the result? Su Wuji was silent for a moment. A draw. Lu Yin was shocked. A draw. Su Wuji sighed. Void Prime made up for the lack of battle techniques, and Senior Xiao Ci also made up for the weakness in Void God power. It's normal for both sides to be tied, and perhaps this is the best result. My Void God universe doesn't have any power that should be cultivated. Lu Yin looked over. Indeed, there was no power that should be cultivated. The primordial space was the same. Astral source power covered the universe, but there were still many other powers that were as dazzling as the stars. Rune lines, death energy, Sirius, lock-breaking, and so on. There was no need to only cultivate astral source. Xiao Ci's laughter resounded through space, and everyone thought that he had won. Old Void Prime's descendants, you've won, ha ha ha. Xiao Ci laughed. Su Heng hurriedly said, Senior, you clearly won. We're ashamed, so we joined forces to fight against you. Ha 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 ha, how delightful, how delightful. Xiao Ci laughed loudly. His laughter gradually faded away as he left. Not long after, he saw Su Heng and Su Leng. Brother, we'll go back and treat our injuries first. If there's anything, just come to the clan and look for us, Su Heng said. Lu Yin nodded. Understood. A duel that had been going on for a long time had come to an end. It was a good ending. It was just a test of each other's beliefs, not a battle of life and death. However, it still caused an uproar in the virtual God universe. Some people said that Xiao Xi had won, while others said that Su Heng and Su Ling had won. However, most people said that it was a draw. No matter who won this battle, Su Heng and Su Ling had made a name for themselves. There were only a few virtual Tai realm masters in the Nihility God universe, and Xiao Xi was already considered an extreme master second only to Su Wuwei. Su Heng teamed up with Su Ling to fight to a draw with Xiao Xi, and this caused the reputation of the Void Yang and Void Yin clans in the Nihility God universe to soar. They had just stepped into the virtual Tai realm, and as time passed, their cultivation would continue to soar. At that time, the situation in the Nihility God universe would change. Most importantly, the two clans had recovered the yin-yang sword. As long as there were no accidents, it was almost certain that there would be a generation of virtual Tai realm masters. This was the most terrifying thing. Xian Qi, who had helped them recover the yin-yang sword, was naturally mentioned a lot. Many people said that Xian Qi was already a rising star in the Nihility God universe. Not long after, Lu Yin made his move. He continued to capture spies in the Void God spacetime, and no one dared to stop him. With the backs of the Void Yang and Void Yin clans, as well as the support of Su Wuwei and Su Yang from the Heaven's Mirror Manor, the four Void Tai realm powerhouses standing behind Lu Yin, and no one in the Void God spacetime dared to go against him. Lu Yin's capture of spies was also very accurate, and he announced that Yi Jun and Qingfen had told him to do so. For a time, the Nihility God universe was in a state of panic, and no one paid attention to the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Wherever the Heaven's Mirror Manor made a move, there would be an uproar. In just half a year, the Heaven's Mirror Manor had captured more than 100 spies, shocking the Nihility God universe and the Six Directions Association. Not only were they shocked by Lu Yin's methods, but they were also shocked by the number of spies. And this was only through Yi Jun and Qingfen. Who knew how many more were hidden behind the scenes? Lu Yin's reputation in the Nihility God universe continued to rise, and his words were absolute in the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Even Su Wuji would not oppose his decisions. In the Nihility God universe, on a rather bustling planet, a spacecraft constantly ascended and descended as alarms rang throughout the planet. "Young master, let's go. The people from the Heaven's Mirror Manor are coming this way," the old man said anxiously. A golden dagger floated above his shoulder. It was his Nihility God. In front of him, the youth's gaze was gloomy. "So what if they're coming? I'm not a spy. What's there to be afraid of?" "Young master, you're not a spy, but master is," the old man said anxiously. The youth suddenly turned around and glared at the old man. "Why didn't you stop father? He actually betrayed the humans and became a spy. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to kill us? If he didn't do that, the family would have been finished. How do you think we got this planet? This is the price master has to pay for becoming a spy. Let's go, young master." The old man grabbed the youth and was about to take him away, but the youth struggled free. "Where's father?" "Master, master." The old man was speechless. The youth's eyes flickered, and when he saw the old man's hesitant expression, he bitterly said, "He ran away, right?" The old man sighed. "He left me behind and ran away by himself. Ha, to think that I thought he cared about me." The youth was despondent, and he waved a hand. "You can leave too. Don't worry about me." The old man grabbed the youth again. "If you want to leave, you'll have to leave with young master. Let's go." The youth continued to struggle, but suddenly, one spacecraft after another exploded, and Nihility God's power pressed down on him. The old man shuddered. It's still too late. In outer space, Lu Yin walked out with Guan Laude, Suyu, and a group of cultivators from the heavens mirror manner behind him. Beams of light shot out. Guan Lao frowned. How dare you? Nihility God's power swept out, causing all of the spacecraft to explode and the planet to tremble. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. There's no mistake about this planet. He then looked in a certain direction and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the youth. The youth's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. The pressure from the Nihility God's power blurred his vision. The old man hurriedly stood in front of the youth and knelt down to beg, Mr. Xian 7, this has nothing to do with the young master. The spy was master's, and it has nothing to do with the young master. Please let the young master off, I'm guilty as well. Suyu was not surprised. She had captured many spies during this period, and some of them had directly admitted to their crimes. Guan Lao snorted. Don't even think about escaping. I'll go capture them, Mr. Xian. Lu Yin nodded, and Guan Lao left. The youth stubbornly looked at Lu Yin. I'm not a spy. I know, Lu Yin replied. He then looked at the old man kneeling in front of him. You're willing to sacrifice yourself for your son. The old man's eyes narrowed, and his face paled. The youth frowned and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. What did you say? Lu Yin explained, the one kneeling in front of me is your father, and the one who ran away is a fake. You're just a chess piece left behind by that person. It's an interesting setup, but unfortunately, it's useless. The youth couldn't believe it, and he looked at the kneeling old man. Impossible, you're spouting nonsense. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You want the one who ran away to be your father. The youth's mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to do. The old man closed his eyes, feeling weak all over. Had he not been able to fool Lu Yin after all? Lu Yin looked outside. The spacecraft had exploded, the flames were burning, and a few people were wailing. They didn't deserve any sympathy, as they had done anything wrong. They were all the pawns of that spy. The youth's screams and the old man's despairing cries could be heard from behind him. Some people liked to act smart, whether it was the spy or the old man. The old man had hoped that his son would obtain good resources, and he had been willing to let his son become that person's son on the surface. That person had achieved his goal, and so had the old man. Only the young man had suffered, but he had also enjoyed a lot over the years. Even though the others had been captured, if this youth hadn't betrayed the humans, then he would still have a chance to escape. With his current level of cultivation, it would be much better than being a wandering cultivator. There were gains and losses. The continuous capture of spies caused Xian Qi's name to spread throughout the Six Paths Society. Lu Yin knew that the Eternals would definitely find a way to get rid of him, and he was looking forward to seeing what kind of power the Eternals had left behind in the Void God spacetime. Acting Manor Master, someone requests an audience, the butler reported respectfully. Who is it? Lu Yin looked at the list in his hand. All of the spies that he had infiltrated had been identified, and the next ones he captured would either have to continue infiltrating or be analyzed. Ku Jian, from a spacetime continuum, the butler reported. Lu Yin put down the list. Please. Ku Jian quickly entered the red domain and arrived at the clock tower. Lu Yin didn't welcome him, and he simply stood at the top of the tower and looked down. This was the red domain, the heaven's reflection manor. Even though Ku Jian had the strength of a half-ancestor, he could only request an audience here and could not casually tear through the void to enter. This was a rule that even Void God Realm cultivators had to abide by, let alone someone from a spacetime continuum like Ku Jian. Ku Jian looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Ku Jian's expression was calm, but the depths of his eyes changed once more. He realized that every time he met Lu Yin's attitude would change. Initially, Lu Yin had looked down on him, but later on, they had cooperated and treated each other as equals. Now, Lu Yin was the acting manner master of the heavens reflection manner and had Su Wuwei, Su Wuji, Su Heng, and Su Leng as his backing. Even He Ran would have to change his attitude when meeting Lu Yin again. This person had single-handedly changed Lu Yin's attitude towards Ku Jian in an extremely short amount of time. Ku Jian took a deep breath and entered the clock tower, where the butler led him to Lu Yin. "Senior should be here soon." Lu Yin smiled and invited Ku Jian to take a seat. Ku Jian smiled and politely replied, "Sorry to disturb you, acting manner master." Lu Yin laughed. "Senior, why are you being so formal? Please take a seat." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-28. Ku Jian nodded and sat down. He smiled. Acting Academy Master's name has spread throughout the Six Direction Society. Lady He Ran sent her regards. "Thank you, Lady He Ran," Lu Yin smiled. The two chatted for a while before Ku Jian cut to the chase. "Can Acting Academy Master recommend us to purchase resources from the Void God universe?" Lu Yin replied, "Didn't we agree on this before? Are you worried?" "Of course not," Ku Jian hurriedly replied. It wasn't that he was worried, but rather that He Ran was worried. Lu Yin's status had changed too quickly, and he had changed the status of the heavens reflection manner in the Void God universe. No one dared to offend the heavens reflection manner, and they were worried that Lu Yin would no longer care about them. He Ran was smart, and she knew that Xian Qi was no longer the same as before. She had once told Zijing that even if Xian Qi entered the Void God universe and became a disciple of an extreme powerhouse, she would still have a way to deal with him. However, she didn't dare to say such a thing now, as Lu Yin didn't just have one extreme powerhouse backing him, there were four of them. Ku Jian had also come to test Lu Yin's attitude towards the Void God universe. He wanted to know if this person's attitude towards the Void God universe had changed. The result made him heave a sigh of relief, as this person hadn't changed at all. Although Lu Yin had put on airs, it was normal for him to maintain his status. Soon after, Lu Yin and Ku Jian left the Heavens Reflection Manor and headed towards the Void Yang and Void Yin clans to trade for the two-colored soil. Ku Jian could sense that Lu Yin's cultivation had changed too much. Although he was shocked, he didn't ask any questions. Having an extreme powerhouse as a master was indeed different. Although Su Wuwei was only Lu Yin's guide, Lu Yin could use Tai Xian, so he was definitely Su Wuwei's disciple. Su Wuwei was an existence second only to the Void Master in the Void God universe. Ku Jian looked at Lu Yin with envy. When Lu Yin arrived, the Void Yang and Void Yin clans gave him a grand welcome. Su Heng and Su Leng even personally came out to give Lu Yin face. This allowed Ku Jian to see Lu Yin's status in the two clans. The two-colored soil trade went smoothly. Ever since Su Leng broke through to the Void Tai realm, the entire Void Yin tribe obeyed her every word. The animosity of the past had long disappeared. The Void Yang tribe and Void Yin tribe walked down the path of merging their powers even more easily. Now, they no longer referred to themselves as one tribe to the outside world. Instead, they referred to themselves as two tribes. Su Lai had gone to the Six Direction dojo at her own request. Su Leng did not stop her. She did not blame Su Lai for wanting to replace her. On the contrary, Su Lai was highly valued. Not everyone could go to the Six Direction dojo as they wished. Su Lai was not at the Void Transformation realm, but he could go to the Six Direction dojo. After the two-colored soil transaction, Lu Yin and Ku Jian left the Void Yang and Void Yin tribes. Ku Jian's attitude towards Lu Yin became even more courteous, as this person's influence was simply too great. "Senior," Lu Yin called out. Ku Jian hurriedly replied, Substitute Academy Master, please don't call me senior anymore. Just call me Kujian. How can that be? Lu Yin asked. Kujian smiled bitterly. If I call you senior again, how am I supposed to face senior Su Heng and the others in the future? Lu Yin nodded. All right. Kujian, when will the trade in the primordial space take place? Kujian replied, if you have the time, I can do it now. What about Zijing? Does she have time? Lu Yin asked. Kujian replied, yes, I can go pick her up right now. Then you can go pick her up. I'll go back to the primordial space myself. Just as Kujian was about to leave, Lu Yin suddenly asked, how many people know that I came from the primordial space? Kujian thought about it. Not many. Lord He-Ran, me, Lord He-Shu, and Lord Imo. Just the four of us. Lord Imo. The powerhouse who was protecting Lord He-Ran. Lu Yin was curious. Kujian nodded. Lu Yin waved for Kujian to head to the transcending space while he himself headed to the Eternal Kingdom. He then used the Eternal Kingdom to return to the Fifth Mainland. When he returned to the Above the Sky sect, Lu Yin met with Lu Bujing and the others. He learned that the Fifth Mainland had not been doing much recently, and that Elder Chan was resisting the Forgotten Ruins deity in the Three Monarch spacetime. Although it was dangerous, as long as Lord Luo did not want the Three Monarch spacetime to be destroyed, he would do his best. Lu Yin wondered how Xiaoshenji was doing. There's something you need to take note of. Wang Wen opened his gadget and displayed the images of several people. These people are from the Six Direction Association. Lu Yin was shocked. The Six Direction Association. Wang Wen nodded. The power they use is completely different from any of the Fifth Mainland's cultivation systems. They're not very powerful, but they've never appeared in the Fifth Mainland before. They're also not from the Six Direction Association's 6 parallel spacetimes. They should be from another parallel spacetime, but they're working for the Six Direction Association. These people's cultivations aren't very high, Lu Yin commented. Wang Wen said, that's the problem. It's not easy for the Six Direction Association to come to the Genesis space. According to what you said, the Three Monarch spacetimes did not directly come to our coordinates, and there are only a few people who can come to our Genesis space. With their cultivation, they shouldn't be able to catch the attention of those people, so why did they send them here? We've been watching them for a long time, but they haven't done anything. They're just like normal cultivators. From what I can see, they're just trying to adapt to life in the Genesis space. Lu Yin frowned. The Six Direction Association's attitude towards the Genesis space was not friendly, so these people definitely had a goal in mind. But what was it? You didn't catch any of them and ask them. We did. That person told us everything. Their goal was to adapt to life in the Genesis space and nothing else. It's that simple. It should be to let them adapt first. If there's any mission, they'll be given it later. Lu Yin said, then don't worry about them. I'll ask around about the Six Direction Association. This time, the transaction between transdimensional space and the Home of the Gods had been completed, and the Home of the Gods had obtained even more resources than the previous transaction. However, as the transaction was nearing its end, the Mirror God asked to go to transdimensional space to take a look, which was not an unreasonable request. The sect above heaven has already begun investigating the loss of resources. Although they haven't found any problems yet, something could happen at any time. Lu Yin asked, did Lu Yin order the investigation? Tai Yishan replied, I specifically looked for Lu Yin some time ago, but he's been in seclusion all this time. It shouldn't be him investigating, but either Lu Bujing or Wang Wen. Kujian's gaze turned cold. Should we get rid of them? Mirror God hurriedly said, please don't. These two stay in the sect above heaven all year round. The sect above heaven is not an ordinary place. Even half-ancestors can't return unless a progenitor intervenes. Killing intent flashed through Kujian's eyes. Resources were what transdimensional space valued the most, and he was specifically in charge of this area. He had received a death order that if there was a problem with the transaction, he would be in trouble. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Fortunately, the sect above heaven doesn't suspect anything. These resources are too little for the entire fifth mainland, and no matter how much they investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to the home of the gods. However, I believe that transdimensional space wants more than these resources. Kujian replied, of course, if possible, I want all of the primordial space's resources. Mirror God glanced at Luin and whispered, that's why I want to go to transdimensional space to take a look. At the very least, I'll know what my backup plan is. Luin replied, that's a reasonable request. Kujian, can you ask Master He Ran for permission? Kujian replied, there's no need for that. This is our second transaction, so we should naturally take them to take a look. Will acting potentate come with us or? Zijing interjected, let's go together. We haven't seen each other in a long time. There's too much going on at Heaven's Reflection Manor. Luin was troubled. Zijing pursed her lips. Then I won't force you. Luin took a deep breath. Forget it, it's time to rest. I'll go with you. Zijing smiled. All right. Kujian saw everything and then brought Luin, Zijing, Mirror God, and Tai Yishan to transdimensional space. Tai Yishan hadn't spoken much before and after the transaction, but his relationship with Luin was quite good and his status wasn't any lower than Mirror God's. Kujian didn't look down on him either. Luin knew too little about transdimensional space. Even though he and Zijing had been captured and brought here, they had only been to a few places and spent most of their time fighting in the drifting cloud space. They didn't even have a basic understanding of transdimensional space. Under Kujian's guidance, Luin finally experienced the local customs of transdimensional space and saw the prosperity of this cultivation civilization. Mirror God and Tai Yishan also had their horizons broadened, especially when they saw the host of the feed technique. They were stunned speechless for a long time. Kujian was very satisfied with their shock, just like how the Six Directions Society viewed the primordial space. Although they had made a deal with each other and seemed to respect each other, Kujian had never cared about the home of the gods. Even if the home of the gods had a strange method of creating something out of nothing, it couldn't compare to the feed technique and the energy source. Kujian brought them around for a few days, but that wasn't enough time to understand transdimensional space. However, they only needed to understand one thing: transdimensional space's power. They saw the feed technique with their own eyes, displaying the destructive power of a half-ancestor. They also saw the energy source restore all energy to its original state. They also saw the feed technique create something similar to a spatial teleportation sourcebox array. This was something that Luin had never seen before. Transdimensional space's feed technique had displayed too many miraculous and powerful abilities, causing Mirror God and the others' expressions to change again and again. Lu Yin's understanding of transdimensional space had been too superficial, but only now did he understand a little. The power of feed can theoretically erase all living things. As long as enough matter is extracted from the source box, it can even destroy the universe, Kujian explained. He didn't want to show off in front of Mirror God and the others, but he wanted to tell Lu Yin that no matter how high his status was, he couldn't ignore transdimensional space. Transdimensional space was one of the Six Directions Society, and it was an incomparably powerful existence that wasn't any weaker than the Void God's universe. After showing off their power, Kujian wanted to take them to relax. The transdimensional space's favorite place was the Beast Arena. We develop and research cultivation techniques. We aren't good at cultivation, but we like to watch cultivators fight astral beasts. This is the best way for us to relax in transdimensional space. Acting Academy Master, please, could Jian introduced as he led Lu Yin to the largest beast arena. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-29. Lu Yin sat down and looked in front of him. This was the place where he had been sent to fight to the death, but at that time, he had been fighting inside. Now, he was watching from the beast arena. There was a sea of people all around, and cheers could be heard everywhere. The more civilized a person was, the more they needed a barbaric way to vent. Not only could they vent their stress, but they could also show their superiority. This was a barbaric civilization. To cultivators, this sort of beast arena was meaningless. They might fight every day, but in the hyperspace world, they could only watch from here. How long has it been since I fought inside? Lu Yin asked as a beautiful woman dressed in revealing clothing served him. When she heard Lu Yin's question, she almost spilled the drink she had just poured. Mirror God and Tai Yishan were shocked. The Tao Lord had fought there before. Ku Jian answered, more than 3 years. Lu Yin reminisced, 3 years. It doesn't seem like a long time, but it feels like a lifetime has passed. Ku Jian smiled. The Acting Academy Master has reached his current position in just 3 years. Anyone who understands him would find it unbelievable. Lu Yin smiled, even I find it unreal. On the beast arena, one man and one beast fought fiercely. Lu Yin could clearly see the fear and despair in that person's eyes. Not too long ago, Lu Yin had also felt the same way, but he had fought his way out. He had started from Driftcharge Planet and started from the bottom, but this person had not been so lucky. The roars of the beasts and the cries of the people were quickly drowned out by the endless cheers. Countless people were clamoring about something, making a ruckus of excitement. Ku Jian had been observing Lu Yin the entire time, but his calm expression made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Why did that person fight? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ku Jian replied, there are many reasons, whether it was a punishment or a willingness. If the Acting Academy Master wants to know, I can get someone to ask. Lu Yin waved a hand, no need. He then paused and his lips curled up. Lord, he ran, do you like to watch these kinds of shows? Ku Jian had not expected Lu Yin to ask this, and he didn't know how to answer. Lu Yin smiled, if you don't know, then forget it. The final result was unexpected. That person actually survived. Even though he was in a miserable state and had lost 2 of his limbs, he was still alive. The moment he was carried off, his eyes shone with hope. He had not been punished, but rather had willingly fought. This victory should be able to exchange for something that could change his life. Everyone had their own path, and Lu Yin would not interfere with the choices of others, even if he could change that person's fate with a single sentence. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Was there really someone controlling all of this? Would that person feel pity when he saw this? At this moment, cheers once again erupted as another person entered the arena. That person's opponent was a gigantic bat-like creature that took up 1/3 of the beast arena, making it impossible for that person to escape. Lu Yin looked over and was surprised. Xia Wu. You know him? Zi Jing asked. Lu Yin nodded. Ku Jian, isn't he Xia Wu? Why would he choose men enter the beast arena? At this moment, in the beast field, Xia Wu was trembling. He looked in horror at the giant beast that was struggling madly in front of him. His eyes were filled with despair. Ku Jian explained, the first batch of people to join the Hexagon training grounds has already left, and everyone has a position. Xia Wu and a few others were assigned to guard the research data, which was originally a very relaxed position. However, someone took advantage of the situation and destroyed the data, causing the research progress to slow down and waste at least a few years of their time. Lord Hiran ordered them to be thrown into the beast arena. Once they're released, they won't blame anyone if they die. Lu Yin looked at Zi Jing. Zi Jing explained that data was recorded decades ago, and we're going to redo the research. Lu Yin understood. Does the acting potentate know this Xia Wu? Ku Jian asked. Lu Yin replied, we've met once. Then, what does the acting potentate mean? Ku Jian asked. Lu Yin replied, this is Lord Hiran's will. What can I mean? Ku Jian replied, if the acting potentate doesn't want Xia Wu to die here, just say the word, and Lord Hiran will give you face. Lu Yin smiled and didn't say anything. Xia Wu was doomed, and that bad beast wasn't something he could deal with. Although this person had a battle technique and might have an innate gift of wood, he relied on energy sources the most. Without that source, his power level would be greatly reduced, and it would be strange if he survived. He Shu hadn't protected him. Xia Wu's battle was much more exciting than the previous person's. He used the stone gate's 8 hands and void god strength, and even used a sneak attack to break one of the bat beast's teeth. He then used that tooth to use the stone Jian and roaming dragon's flash, but his body was still bitten by the bat beast. It was only a matter of time before he died. There were obviously people outside the arena who didn't want him to die so quickly. Every time the bat beast tried to eat him, he would be dragged away. This kind of struggle between life and death was the most despairing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, why don't they just let him die? Ku Jian answered, it's a rule of the beast arena. Once the cheers for a battle reach a certain level, the battle will continue until the cheers die down. It's to make the spectators excited and move the mood of the entire beast arena. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were too many people cheering. The more Xia Wu struggled, the happier they were. Within the beast arena, Xia Wu coughed up blood as he slammed into the ground. A shadow loomed over him as the gigantic bat opened its mouth to bite him. Xia Wu's body was dragged out of the arena. The gigantic bat chomped down on the ground, but it didn't manage to eat him. The same scene played out over and over again, and Xia Wu gradually gave up struggling. He wanted to die, and he would rather die than endure this kind of torture. There was a thump as the ground shook and Xia Wu was dragged away again. He had already given up on struggling, and the cheers died down. If he didn't struggle, how could others enjoy this? However, Xia Wu immediately started struggling again, and the cheers grew louder. Lu Yin looked outside and saw that someone was threatening Xia Wu that if he gave up struggling, they would throw his sister into the beast arena. This made Xia Wu go crazy, and he vented his anger on the bat beast. The two fought again, and the cheers grew louder and louder. How cruel! At that moment, a commotion came from behind. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was Suiyu. Suiyu hadn't expected to see Lu Yin here, but her surprise only lasted for a moment. She was looking for Zi Jing. Get out! Ku Jian barked. Suiyu shouted, please let my grandfather go. I'm willing to fight in the beast arena. It has nothing to do with my grandfather. Ku Jian's eyes widened, and he was about to say something when Lu Yin said, let her do it. Ku Jian was stunned, but he didn't object and simply waved a hand. Suiyu rushed in and knelt in front of Zi Jing. Lady Zi Jing, it's my fault that the information was damaged. I'm willing to fight in the beast arena, but please don't implicate my grandfather. He can't leave the decision-making team, please. Zi Jing said. This wasn't my decision. Suiyu continued to plead, please, we can retest the information. Just say the word, and my grandfather won't have to leave the decision-making team. Please. Ku Jian coldly replied, I've said what I needed to say. Get out and don't disturb the guests. Suiyu, what's going on? When did you leave Six Direction Training Hall? Lu Yin asked. Zui Yu's body trembled, but he didn't look up as he continued to kneel on the ground. Xia Wu, and a few others from Six Direction Training Hall were responsible for guarding the information. We're willing to accept any punishment, but please don't implicate my grandfather. He can't leave the decision-making team, or the family will be finished. I can die, but nothing can happen to my grandfather. Please, Lady Zijing, I beg you. Zijing asked Lu Yin, did you get to know each other from Six Direction Training Hall? Lu Yin nodded, we're quite close. Zijing looked at Kujian, if I test it myself, it won't take up much time. Can I help her? Kujian replied, I can ask Lady He Ran for help. Zui Yu was delighted, thank you, Lady Zijing. Thank you, Lord Xianqi. Thank you, Lord Kujian. Lu Yin looked towards the beast arena, release that one as well. Kujian casually waved his hand and crushed the bat beast into pieces. Its blood splattered across the arena and dyed Xia Wu's entire body red. Xia Wu fell to the ground and looked in Kujian's direction, only to see Lu Yin there. Lu Yin smiled at him and left. This place was detestable. Hurry up and thank Acting Academy Master Xianqi. Without him, you would have died today, Kujian berated Xia Wu. As he watched Lu Yin leave, Xia Wu slowly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground, thank you. The cheers in the beast arena stopped, and many cursed in dissatisfaction, hoping that Xia Wu would continue fighting. However, when Kujian's white energy soared into the sky, no one dared to say anything else. Lu Yin walked out of the beast arena and took a deep breath. The air outside was much better. Mirror God, Taishan, you've seen hyperspace. You can go back now, Lu Yin said. The two bid farewell to Kujian, who personally sent them back to the home of the gods. Zui Yu chased after them from the beast arena and thanked Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin was curious, as he had learned from Zijing that hyperspace had a thorough analysis of spacetime. The cultivators from the drifting cloud space had hidden themselves to save Lu Yun, but hyperspace had seen everything. How had the information been destroyed? A spy, Zui Yu answered. Lu Yin understood. Every spacetime of the Hexagon Association had spies, and even hyperspace, who thought that it had a thorough analysis of its own spacetime, was no exception. With the everlasting race's methods, no matter how hard hyperspace searched, there would always be many spies. From Lu Yin's point of view, the cosmic tree space had far fewer spies than the Hexagon Association because the humble school was more efficient than the heaven's reflection manner. Since it was done by a spy, it should have been handed over to the heaven's reflection manner. Why should you bear the responsibility? Lu Yin asked. Zui Yu answered, the council can't blame the heaven's reflection manner, so they can only punish us. Grandpa was willing to leave the council so that I wouldn't be punished. What about Xia Wu? Isn't he one of Hishu's people? Why is he so pitiful? Lu Yin asked. Zui Yu glanced at Lu Yin, other than us, there's also Hishu guarding the information. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he laughed. Xia Wu had taken all the blame for Hishu, so it was no wonder that he was in such a miserable state. However, he definitely hadn't done it willingly. No wonder he was so resentful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2630. Did you just say that the council can't blame the heaven's reflection manner? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Zui Yu replied, our spacetime is very special because we believe that we can analyze the entire spacetime and detect any external intrusion. Thus, we rely on cultivation techniques for both combat and investigation. The heaven's reflection manner's master is the Yu family's head, Yu Fang. The Yu family directly delegated the task of searching for spies to all bearers of the heavens reflection manner and the monitoring system. This makes it so that even though the heavens reflection manner exists, it's practically non-existent. However, due to the monitoring system spread throughout spacetime, it's practically everywhere. Relying on the monitoring system, we've caught many corpse kings, which is worthy of the heavens reflection manner's name. However, spies are very difficult to catch because they're all our own people. No matter how powerful the monitoring system is, it's impossible to identify them. The Yu family is in charge of the heavens reflection manner. No wonder the council doesn't dare to blame them. Lu Yin finally understood. The Yu family was a behemoth in spacetime, and the Yu family's ancestor was the one who had developed the heavens reflection manner. This technique was one of the most powerful cultivation techniques in spacetime, and even now, the Yu family was still the one who understood the technique the most. Even though they only had one seat in the council, they didn't need that seat since the council couldn't control them. Lu Yin had learned a long time ago that although the council seemed to be in charge of spacetime, it was actually just a tool to help determine who would win between He Ran and Bai Qian. Before He Ran and Bai Qian, the council had always been in charge of such matters, but they still had a lot of power on the surface. They wouldn't dare to blame the Yu family even if they had 10 times the courage. Since the heavens reflection manner's master was Yu Fang, it meant that he could use the black energy source, which meant that he was a progenitor. Such powerhouses were extremely rare in spacetime. Lu Yin hadn't expected the heavens reflection manner to be like this in spacetime, but what would it be like in the wood spacetime and reincarnation spacetime? Compared to spacetime, the heavens reflection manner in the void god spacetime was much more normal. Could Jian return not long after? Lu Yin asked him to lead the way as he wanted to see He Ran. It was still the same staircase with blooming flowers that served as a foil for the most beautiful woman. He Ran looked down at Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin respectfully saluted her, Lady He Ran. He Ran smiled, Xian Qi, I told you before that you don't need to bow when you see me. You're about the same age as my younger brother, He Shu, so you can just call me Sister Ran. Zi Jing hurriedly stopped him. No, how can you do that? It's too offensive. He Ran replied, if I say it's okay, then it's okay. Lu Yin smiled. Since that's the case, I'll call you Sis Ran from now on. I've been wanting to call you that for a while now, but I was afraid that you'd be angry. How could that be? Having a younger brother like you, I feel proud too. He Ran smiled. Lu Yin raised his head and openly looked at He Ran. The first time they had met, his actions had angered He Ran, and she had forced him to kneel. Now, when she met his gaze again, He Ran had a faint smile on her face. Her pure and beautiful face was imprinted in Lu Yin's eyes. Even though Lu Yin had seen many beauties before, He Ran still stunned him. The first time he had looked up, he had seen a pair of perfect legs that were dazzlingly white. What had left the deepest impression on him had been her eyes that sparkled like stars. They were so beautiful and flawless that he had forgotten to look at her face. His entire mind had been filled with those eyes, and he had been at a loss when he had been scolded by her pleasant voice. Now, when he looked at He Ran's face that was hidden in the air, a phrase suddenly appeared in his mind. That face satisfies all human fantasies. He Ran was a perfect woman. She was perfect in every way a woman should be. She was so perfect that it shouldn't exist. It was as if the word woman was created for her. If there was really a creator who created humans, perhaps she would be the creator's most perfect masterpiece. Bai Qian was beautiful, but her beauty was completely different from He Ran's. One was a woman's beauty that could turn everything soft and gentle, while the other was a woman's beauty that could control everything. If the two of them were placed on a battlefield, He Ran would definitely not survive for more than a second, while Bai Qian might even be able to dominate the battlefield. However, if one were to compare her purely as a woman, Bai Qian was far inferior to He Ran. She was a woman, a perfect woman. She did not need to embellish or add anything. She was a woman, and she was only a woman. Humans seemed complex, and they could cultivate, develop technology, practice techniques, myths, and civilizations. However, at the end of the day, they could only be divided into two types, men and women. Regardless of whether it was business, cultivation, war, or lies, they were all competitions between people. He Ran was the embodiment of perfection in a woman. Lu Yin's reaction satisfied He Ran. Very few people could look at her directly, not only because of her status, but also because she hated the way people looked at her. What right did they have to look at her? She was a lowly piece of trash, and she felt that looking at her was blasphemy. However, Lu Yin was different. He was extremely talented, had an extremely powerful master, and was in charge of the heavens' reflection manner. His achievements and abilities were enough to make He Ran look up to him, and this gaze gave him the right to raise his head. Look, if you look at me, any other woman will pale in comparison. He Ran's lips curled up as she looked at Lu Yin. Her sparkling eyes were abnormally bright. You should be ashamed of yourself. Lu Yin lowered his head. He Ran was even more satisfied. No one could look at her without bowing their head. She was the future ruler of ultra spacetime. How could Bai Qian compete with her? Lu Yin did indeed lower his head, but it wasn't out of shame. Instead, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist taking this woman away. Such a beautiful woman made him think that if the above heaven sect had such a perfect image, how many people would want to join? Looking at such a woman every day was pleasing to the eye. Sister Ran, I'm here to ask for forgiveness, Lu Yin said. He Ran didn't understand, ask for forgiveness. Lu Yin explained, I personally interfered and released Cui Yu and Xia Wu so that they wouldn't be punished for having their data destroyed. Ku Jian stepped forward and respectfully said, My lord, this subordinate agreed without permission. Zi Jing said, My lord, this subordinate is willing to redo the experiment and restore the data. He Ran laughed, I thought it was something big. You don't have to tell me such a small matter, just let Ku Jian do it. Xian Qi, you and He Shu are both brothers in my heart. You don't have to be reserved in ultra spacetime in the future. You can do whatever you want. Lu Yin smiled, Thank you, Sister Ran. He then asked, Is the two-colored soil and other resources enough? If not, I'll get more. Zi Jing replied, If not, continue the trade. Get as much as you can. All right, I understand. Lu Yin took it upon himself to take care of everything. He Ran smiled faintly, satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. She could tell that this person was very excited. Being able to call her sister was something that many people begged for. Even if some of them were older than her, it didn't matter. Once they called her sister, they would be tainted with a trace of perfection. Work hard, and these people would think of ways to obtain her approval and praise. Xian Qi was no exception. Lu Yin didn't stay long at He Ran's place, as it wasn't a good place to chat. Ku Jian led him away. Even now, Lu Yin still didn't know where He Ran's staircase was. Since Uncle Mo was there, he didn't use his domain to investigate, but he would find out one day. Sister Ran. Lu Yin looked back. Interesting, I'll make you call me seventh bro one day. Lu Yin originally wanted to head to the Void God spacetime, but he received an invitation from Cui Yu's family to be their guest. Cui Yu's grandfather, Cui Yu, is a very capable person. Their family isn't a big one, but Cui Yu started out as an ordinary person and eventually joined the decision-making team. He's one of the few people who joined the decision-making team as a commoner, Ku Jian told Lu Yin, implying that it was up to him to accept the invitation since Cui Yu was just an ordinary person. There were nobles and commoners in the hyperspace dimension. Cui Yu was a noble because her grandfather was a member of the decision-making team. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become a noble. It would be impolite if I didn't go. Could Jian please take me to their house? Could Jian nodded and didn't say anything else as he led Lu Yin to Zuiyu's family. Lu Yin didn't know how big the hyperspace dimension was, but he knew that there were teleportations everywhere in the hyperspace dimension. They had really analyzed their own spacetime thoroughly. There weren't that many teleportation devices in the Inception space, and only the Astral Combat Academy had some. Zuiyu's residence wasn't big, and only Zuiyu and her grandfather welcomed Lu Yin. We're the only ones living in our residence. Her parents died on the battlefield, and everyone else has been sent out. Please don't blame us, Mr. Xian Qi, Zuiyu said politely. Lu Yin replied, "You're too polite. I'm very grateful for your invitation." Zuiyu was solemn, "I'm the one thanking you, Mr. Xian Qi. If it weren't for you, I would have already left the decision-making team. It's not that I'm attached to the decision-making team, but that I've offended too many people. Once I leave, Zuiyu and the others will be in dire straits. Thank you again, Mr. Xian Qi." Zuiyu bowed as well, "Thank you, Mr. Xian Qi." Lu Yin helped Zuiyu up. "I've known Zuiyu for a while, so we're considered friends." Zuiyu sighed, "I'm afraid I won't be able to repay your kindness. I'm ashamed. Lu Yin smiled, "It's nothing. If you're still so polite, I'll leave. I'm not used to it." "Haha, you're right. Mr. Xian Qi, please." Zuiyu beamed as she looked at Lu Yin. Their first meeting felt like a dream. Who would have thought that the person who had been accepted as a follower by Mudo would have reached such heights? If she had known earlier, she would have blushed and hurriedly followed. Zuiyu was a cheerful person who spoke without hesitation. He often lamented about injustice, and it would be strange if he didn't offend someone like that. Lu Yin had come to understand more about hyperspace through Zuiyu. Zuo Gong explained a lot about hyperspace. Perhaps he was drunk, but he said a lot of things that were considered confidential. For example, on the surface, there were 30 white energy sources stored in hyperspace, but in fact, there were 70 of them. These white energy sources were equivalent to the strength of a half-ancestor, which meant that hyperspace could create 70 half-ancestor powerhouses in the shortest amount of time. This number shocked Lu Yin. "Thank you for your support, brothers, thank you so much." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2631. How many half-ancestors were there in Heaven's Path? Even the Cosmic Tree sect might not reach this number, and the three monarchs might not even have 20 half-ancestors. Even the Void God spacetime and the Wood spacetime might not have this number. Although the white energy source's power should not be a match for a normal half-ancestor, this number was still terrifying. And this is just the white energy source. Do you know how many black energy sources we have? Zuo Gong was so drunk that he couldn't even speak properly. Zuiyu hurriedly supported him. "Grandfather, you're drunk. Go back and rest." Zuiyu smiled, "Grandpa isn't drunk." Zuiyu smiled apologetically at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Zuiyu curiously, "How many?" He did not care if the old man was drunk or not, everyone was well aware of that. 10, Zuiyu said. Lu Yin's expression changed. 10 black energy sources represented 10 powers that could rival a progenitor. However, on the surface, Zuiyu only had 5, and Zuiyu had hidden half of them. The power of 10 progenitors surpassed the number of powerhouses in the Void God spacetime. Even if Su Heng and Su Leng broke through to the Void realm at the same time, the Void God spacetime still did not have 10. This was the power of Zuiyu. Lu Yin was shocked by Zuiyu's hidden strength, but Zuiyu's explanation was simple. Zui Yu was the best at finding parallel spacetime, and once he found a suitable one, he would analyze the energy and create an energy source. After countless years, Zui Yu had used up a lot of black energy sources, but there were still quite a few left. There were even more white energy sources, and there were even more energy sources below that. When the 6 direction training grounds were established, the 3 monarch spacetime seemed to be the most active, but in reality, Zui Yu is the same. We have many energy sources, but not many people can use them. As a result, a lot of energy can't be used and can only be used for research. Grandpa, you're really drunk. Zui Yu was worried. Zui Yu had said so much, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Lu Yin did not continue on this topic, as he already knew enough. This was Zui Yu's way of thanking Zui Yu for saving his life, and asking any more questions would be insatiable. They chatted casually for the rest of the time, and Zui Yu was sober. Lu Yin stayed at Zui Yu's residence for a day before leaving. As for the matter of the Heaven's Reflection Manor, the public servant also spoke quite a bit about it. The Heaven's Mirror Prefecture's prefecture master was Yu Fong, not because the Yu family had fought for it. Instead, it was because the decision-making team wanted to divide the Yu family's power. Rather than saying that it was the decision-making team, it was more accurate to say that it was the real ruler of transdimensional. That ruler was the source of the competition between He Ran and Bai Qian. He was the person who had established the decision-making team and was also the person at the helm of transdimensional. The Hegemen was the creator of the energy source cultivation technique. Hyperspace was supported by 2 major cultivation techniques. One was the energy source, and the other was the art of bestowment. The art of bestowment was the Yu clan, and the energy source was the sovereign. Lu Yin never mentioned that ruler to anyone, as he had long since learned of the ruler's existence from Bai Qian. He raised his head and stared at the starry skies. When would that sovereign appear? Outside the manor, a figure was standing in a corner. When Lu Yin walked out, the figure hurriedly appeared and knelt in front of him, kowtowing heavily. Thank you. This person was Xia Wu. Lu Yin looked at Xia Wu kneeling in front of him. It was just convenient. Xia Wu kowtowed again. Thank you. He kowtowed one after another, causing the ground to resound with a heavy thud. His words of thanks grew heavier and heavier. If I were you, I would return to He Shu's side. At least that would be a guarantee. Lu Yin looked deeply at Xia Wu and then left. Xia Wu knelt for a long time before getting up, his eyes filled with a bone-deep hatred for He Shu. Lu Yin tore through the void and left hyperspace, but he didn't return to the void god spacetime. Instead, he went to the Eternal Kingdom, where he returned to the 5th mainland and returned to Earth. The sea breeze blew past, and seagulls flew under the blue sky, their cries relaxing. A beautiful figure lay calmly under a large parasol, drinking fruit juice. There was no one around. This was actually a deserted island. Lu Yin walked over. How long have you been here? The figure looked up and took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face. It was Bai Qian. Just arrived. How long has it been since you last came back? Lu Yin asked with a smile. He lay down on the other side and took a sip of his fruit juice. Many years, Bai Qian replied. Lu Yin looked at the sea and stretched comfortably. You're not someone who misses home, but it must feel different to be back. Bai Qian put down her fruit juice, that's all. How's the situation? Not good, I'm considered eliminated. He Ran is very happy. Eliminated, the only way to turn defeat into victory is to cheat. That's why I've been helping you cheat. You're helping yourself. But I'm not confident about that mysterious ruler. I met the Void Master in the Void God spacetime, and he's someone who interacted with Wu Tian. The ruler of hyperspace shouldn't be too far off. Bai Qian looked at Lu Yin, scared. Lu Yin smiled. I'm also the Tao master of a sect in the primordial space. What's there to be afraid of? I just can't make a mistake, or the entire Six Direction Society will attack me. Bai Qian replied, as long as you control the decision-making team, you can beat He Ran. Lu Yin laughed, are you really that naive? That ruler's decisions can't be completely controlled by the decision-making team. That's why there's one thing that's very important. Bai Qian looked at Lu Yin seriously, I need you to blaspheme He Ran. Lu Yin was stunned, what did you say? Bai Qian repeated, I can do everything else, but this is the only thing that's very troublesome. Only you can do it. Help me blaspheme He Ran. She then looked at the surface of the sea. That ruler is obsessed with cleanliness, just like this calm sea. If a foreign object appears on the surface of the sea, it will be destroyed without hesitation. He Ran is the sea in that person's heart, and I'm just a small river. That's why I never had any hope of winning, and that's why those people only care about He Ran. But if He Ran is blasphemed, then it's the same as a foreign object appearing on the sea. It's not something that person can tolerate. Lu Yin pursed his lips, then you haven't considered my feelings. Bai Qian was astonished, as this expression almost never appeared on her face. Isn't that what you want? He Ran is a perfect woman. Lu Yin looked away. He had to admit that this woman was perfect, so perfect that he wanted to capture her and place her in the above heaven sect as a mascot. But how could he blaspheme her? Don't tell me you don't know how to do it. Bai Qian felt strange. Lu Yin replied, of course. Tell me. There's no need. I'll teach you. Lu Yin was speechless, are you sure? Bai Qian met Lu Yin's gaze, her gaze calm, as long as you wish. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qian's calm gaze and suddenly raised a hand to pull her head closer to him. At this moment, the two were so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Bai Qian's gaze remained calm, without any ripples, and even her breathing did not change. For a full 3 minutes, the two maintained this posture, neither of them moving. Finally, Lu Yin released his hand. I remember what Bai Shui said when she mentioned you. She said that you had a face that could make the rainbow pale in comparison, a military strategist like Zhuge Liang, the heart of an empress, and a genius in the way of the sword. He paused, however, you abandoned her and Earth. I didn't care at the time, but now it seems like you're just as she said. In your eyes, there's only your goal, and nothing else. Bai Qian put on her sunglasses, disappointed. Lu Yin smiled, no, I'm just relieved. But I'm worried about you. Bai Qian stood up, her long hair cascading down her back as she gave off a delicate fragrance. If we work together, we can obtain everything we want from hyperspace, but we can't change that person's mind. Blaspheming He Ran is necessary, and only you can do that. Train hard, and it'll be nice to have a relationship when you have time. Lu Yin shook his head, as he had actually been underestimated. This woman was too calm, like a block of ice. Even in the face of death, she would not react much. Such people were the most terrifying. Have a relationship. He rubbed his cosmic ring, wondering when he would be able to save Yen. Lu Yin did not stay on Earth for long and returned to the void god spacetime, returning to the red domain. He returned to the red domain to capture spies, and he also asked Suyu to introduce him to Eulele. Why are you looking for Lele? Suyu stared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with caution. Lu Yin sat down, I'm not looking for Eulele. I want to talk to the Yu family through her. Suyu was suspicious, she's a very innocent girl. Don't lie to her. Lu Yin raised a brow, do I look like someone who would lie to her? What else? Suyu sized Lu Yin up again. The methods that Lu Yin had used to capture Yi Jun and Qingfen were all lies, and in Suyu's heart, he was basically a swindler. Although Lu Yin had forcefully resisted the pressure of Reverend Lotus' disciple and changed her opinion of him, she would still call him a swindler for the rest of his life. "All right, hurry up and contact her," Lu Yin said impatiently. Su Yu snorted and went to contact Eulele. Soon after, she said, "Lele should be researching something. Just wait, it'll take a long time." What could she be researching? Lu Yin thought that Su Yu was lying to him. Su Ji's voice rang out, "Lele is publicly acknowledged as a genius, and no one in the entire spacetime would dare to claim that they can surpass her in the art of bestowment. The Yu family has never had a female heir since ancient times, but Lele made history and forced the Yu family to make her the heir. She's that powerful." Lu Yin had only wanted to contact the Yu family, and he recalled what he had seen at the pavilion in the Reincarnation Tao Academy. Su Yu and Eulele had an extremely good relationship, and he had wanted to use her to contact the Yu family. He had not expected Eulele to be so powerful. Su Ji said, "Lele is very smart, and even he Shu has to admit that. If you really want to trick her, then you should give up." Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "I just want to talk to the Yu family. They control the heavens' reflection manner, so perhaps we can work together across realms." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2632. Cross Realms. Su Ji and Su Yu did not understand. Lu Yin solemnly said, "Spies are the greatest threat to the entire human race. We've already gotten rid of many spies in the Void God spacetime, but it's hard for us to make any breakthroughs. Why don't we think of a way to help other parallel spacetimes get rid of spies?" Su Ji's eyes lit up. Contact Lele as soon as possible." Su Yu nodded and glanced at Lu Yin suspiciously. "Is this for real?" Regardless of whether Lu Yin was telling the truth or not, it would be a good thing for Su Ji if he could search for spies in the hyperspace. Spies brought too much harm to the human race. However, contacting Eulele was not that simple. Su Yu kept trying, but they were separated by parallel spacetimes. She needed someone to send a message to the hyperspace before she could contact Eulele. Eulele was still immersed in his cultivation or something else, so it was not that easy to contact him. Lu Yin waited for several days, but Eulele did not contact him. Instead, Su Xiangyin contacted him. The two had not met since Su Xiangyin had returned to the Hexagon training grounds. However, Su Xiangyin was especially concerned about news of Lu Yin, especially when Su Lai and the others from the Void God spacetime had entered the Hexagon training grounds and brought news of Lu Yin. This made Su Xiangyin want to meet Lu Yin even more, but he had to wait for the results of the trial in the origin space. 99th. Lu Yin blinked. "There's an order." Su Xiangyin came to Heaven's Mirror Manor to meet Lu Yin and brought him the results of the trial. Lu Yin had officially obtained a seat in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party and was ranked 99th. Of course there's an order. Otherwise, how can the seats of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party be so random? What if you randomly sit in front of an extremely powerful senior? It's easy to offend them, Su Xiangyin explained. Lu Yin smiled. "I see." He then thought of the Yuan sage. Back then, the Yuan sage had asked him to fight to the death at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Perhaps he could have obtained a seat, but if that was the case, then he would have one seat in Xian Qi, which meant that he would have 2 seats. What should he do? Regardless of how the Grand Empyreans would react, everyone else would probably hate him. With your cultivation and fame during the trial, it's already a blessing for you to obtain a seat. Why do you care about the order? Su Xiangyin. Lu Yin replied, "Of course I don't care about the order. I'm just curious." Su Xiangyin looked at the ruined city outside the clock tower. I didn't think that after we parted at the Su Pass, you would actually join the Heavens Reflection Manor. When Yunyan told me, I couldn't believe it, but fortunately, you did well. Lu Yin replied, this junior has offended a disciple of Venerable Lotus. Su Xiangyin waved his hand. We wouldn't dare offend a disciple of Venerable Lotus, but to you, being a disciple of Venerable Lotus isn't a big deal. You are Senior Su Wuwei's subordinate, and you also have Senior Su Wuji, Senior Su Heng, and Senior Su Leng. Su Xiangyin's expression became somewhat strange. You have 4 virtual Tai realm experts standing behind you. Even if Venerable Lotus personally came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But Xian Qi, if you meet the disciples of the Lotus Sage in the outer world, you have to be careful. You have to be respectful. No matter what grudges you have with the disciples of the Lotus Sage, it's best if you can resolve them. After all, you will definitely go to the boundless battlefield in the future. The disciples of the Lotus Sage have a great influence there. Lu Yin nodded. This junior understands. I don't wish to offend a disciple of Venerable Lotus. Su Xiangyin had come mainly to tell Lu Yin about the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. To them, this was the most important matter, but Lu Yin had already forgotten about it. Wait, what else had he forgotten? Lu Yin. He suddenly thought of something, but then forgot about it. It had to be very important. What had happened recently? He thought about it for a long time and finally remembered that he had forgotten to ask Bai Qian for Starsabil's invitation. He sighed, as he had missed such a good opportunity on Earth. He would have to wait until the next time they met. 3 days after Su Xiangyin left, Xiu successfully contacted Yu Lele. Do you want to talk to Lele personally, or do you want to find a middleman? I'll talk to her personally, Lu Yin replied. I guessed it. Su Yu calculated the time. Let's do it tomorrow. The person who's closest to here will arrive tomorrow. You can go to the hyperspace with him. Once you're there, use this cloud connection stone to contact Lele. He accepted the stone. Thank you, little Yu. Su Yu blushed. Who told you to call me little Yu? She then quickly left. Su Ji had been nearby, and when he saw this scene, he glanced at Lu Yin. You two are not suitable. Lu Yin was speechless. The next day, a person from a hyperspace arrived and brought Lu Yin to the hyperspace with an energy tear. After arriving, Lu Yin tried to contact Eulele with the cloud connection stone. Not long after, Eulele's unkempt appearance appeared on the screen. His hair was messy, and it looked like he hadn't been washed for dozens of days. His eyes were unfocused, and his pupils were white. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like he was about to die. Lu Yin was stunned. Hello, I'm Xian Qi. Eulele found a spectacle frame, but there were no lenses. He adjusted it. Oh, it's you. Little Yu said that you were looking for me. What's the matter? I want to talk to your father. Eulele scratched his hair, causing white bits to fall down. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. You want to talk to my father? Why are you looking for me? I can't contact him directly, Lu Yin said. Eulele scratched her hair again and yawned. Wait, I'll wash my face and talk to you. She then ended the call. Lu Yin looked at the cloud connection stone. Was this woman really the smartest genius? It wasn't impossible. The more talented they were, the stranger they were. Just because no one could understand their worldview didn't mean that it was wrong. Not long after, the cloud connection stone screen opened, and Eulele appeared. She was much more spirited this time, and her eyes weren't as white as before. Xian Qi, are you there? I'm here. Lu Yin looked at the screen. Eulele asked seriously, what identity will you use to meet my father? Will you be Xian Qi, or the master of the heavens reflection hole? Is there a difference? Lu Yin asked. Eulele answered, the difference is whether or not I'll keep your identity a secret. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Heaven's reflection hole, master. Eulele nodded. All right, I'll keep your identity a secret. She then took out another cloud connection stone. Wait, what if I meet your father in my own capacity? Lu Yin asked. Eulele answered, you have a good relationship with Iran, so if you meet my father as yourself, I'll make this matter public. You can think about the results yourself. Lu Yin stared at Eulele. This woman was interesting. Another screen opened, and a stern-looking middle-aged man appeared. His hair was completely white, and he had an aura that didn't match his appearance. Father, this person is looking for you. Eulele pointed at the screen. The middle-aged man looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze. Xian Qi. Junior Xian Qi greets Senior Yufang. Lu Yin smiled. The middle-aged man was the head of the Yu family, Yufang, and also the master of the heavens reflection hole. He was in charge of a colossus like the Yu family, and even Iran had to be wary of him. What identity will you use to meet me? Lu Yin was amused. This father and daughter were really close, and they even asked the same questions. Father, I've already asked this question, amusement said. Yufang grunted and looked at Lu Yin. What is it? Lu Yin was solemn. I'm sure you've heard about what happened to this junior in the void god space. May I know if I have the opportunity to go there? To catch spies? Yufang asked. Lu Yin replied, I'll try. Spies are the greatest threat to humanity. Not long ago, I heard that some data in the heavens reflection hall was destroyed. This sort of thing should happen quite often in the heavens reflection hall. Although it won't cause too much damage, it could still cause a delay. If possible, this junior would like to help. Have you caught all the spies in the void god space? Yufang asked. Lu Yin replied, of course not. Why do you want to come to the heavens reflection hall to catch spies? Are you looking down on our efficiency? More or less. Eulele looked up at Lu Yin. You're so honest. Lu Yin smiled. It's just the truth. If the Yu family had tried their best to catch spies, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Since the Yu family isn't willing to do it, this junior is more than willing to do it for you. Yufang said, it seems like you know quite a bit about the heavens reflection hole. You must have learned about it through our staff. I can't hide anything from you, senior. Yufang sneered. If you enter the heavens reflection hall, then you won't be able to hide anything from me. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This junior doesn't need to monitor the heavens reflection hole. I don't need anything from the heavens reflection hole. I just need the Yu family support. Yufang was confused. Then what are you after? Eulele stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Don't find excuses. A suitable reason can indeed lower our guard, but if it's too suitable, then it won't be suitable. Lu Yin looked at Yufang and then at Eulele. Catch spies. Yufang and Eulele snickered, clearly not believing him. Lu Yin continued, I don't care if you believe me or not, but I'm planning to catch spies. In any case, the Heavens Reflection Hall has analyzed the Heavens Reflection Hall, so I won't be able to escape your control once I enter. What are you worried about? Yufang snorted. I'm worried that you're colluding with that woman, he ran, to destroy the Yu family. I'm worried that you'll use the Heavens Reflection Hall's name to do something to the Yu family. There are many things that I'm worried about. Xian Qi, you have such a good relationship with Iran, so what do you think I'm worried about? Lu Yin sighed. Everyone says that the Yu family is smart, but you're too smart. You're always looking ahead, but you can't see further than that. If I'm really working with Iran to do something to you, then you should welcome me into the heavens reflection hole. Only by making a move can you counter it. If I don't do anything, then are you going to keep on your guard? That's why I'm willing to let you come. The Yu family will officially send an invitation to Xian Qi from the Heavens Reflection Hole. We're inviting you to come to the Heavens Reflection Hole and capture spies in the Heavens Reflection Hole. I want to see what you're planning to do, Yu Fang said. Yu Lele smiled with interest. It's too boring to keep researching cultivation techniques. I hope that you're planning something, or else my father's efforts will go to waste. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2633. Just an invitation is enough. What about the decision-making team? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang replied, the Heavens Reflection Manor doesn't need the approval of the decision-making team. The Six Directions Guild is actually one entity, so even if we didn't invite you, you still have the right to come and help us investigate the spies. There's no need to say so much to me, it's all nonsense. Lu Yin frowned, there was such a thing. He had been too careless, no wonder Yu Fang had agreed. It was as if he had been provoked, but he couldn't refuse from the start. He had only said so much to test Lu Yin. The father and daughter had tacitly tested each other at the same time. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, these two were difficult to deal with. Right, let Lele follow you. She's too innocent and needs to experience the darkness of human nature, Yu Fang suddenly said. Yu Lele was shocked, Father, what are you saying? Follow who? Follow Xian Qi, of course. He's even tricked spies, there's no one more sinister than him, Yu Fang said naturally. Lu Yin was displeased, Senior, I'm doing this for the sake of humanity. You're going overboard. I'm not going, I want to study cultivation techniques, Yu Lele objected. Yu Fang tried to tempt her, this Xian Qi is definitely plotting something. Find out if you can. You can relax a little while studying cultivation techniques. Yu Lele was moved. Lu Yin ended the call. This father and daughter were too arrogant. Were they arrogant or conceited? Even Hiran couldn't casually provoke them. The Yu family had created the bestowment technique, and their attitude was proof of their foundation. They had the confidence to disregard everything. Lu Yin suddenly developed a strong interest in the Yu family. He couldn't stay in the hyperspace for too long, as he would be easily monitored. Lu Yin returned to the void god spacetime, and when he returned to the red domain, he suddenly thought of something, where's the crazy old man? He hadn't seen the old man this time, so he immediately tried to contact him, but Yun Tongsher couldn't be reached. Lu Yin looked for the housekeeper and the others, but they couldn't contact the crazy old man either. No one knew where he had gone. The housekeeper thought of Gue-san, who was usually on good terms with the crazy old man in the Heavens Reflection Manor. Gue-san came to Lu Yin, not knowing what to say. Lu Yin frowned, you know where the crazy old man went? Master. He said that if he doesn't return in 10 days, I'll tell you. I'll tell you now, Lu Yin said. In order to bring Qingfen back, the crazy old man had exposed his void transformation realm cultivation. This was something that Guan Laode and the others had not known about, and the crazy old man had also said that he would be easily captured if he was exposed. Lu Yin had promised to protect him, and he did not want to go back on his word. He had also been curious as to who had been able to capture the crazy old man and scare him into hiding his cultivation. Now, it seemed like something had really happened. Gue-san took Lu Yin to find the crazy old man, and Lu Yin hoped that nothing would happen to him. Normally, a void transformation realm cultivator wouldn't get into trouble so easily, and the crazy old man was currently a member of the Heavens Mirror Manor. Although the Heaven's Mirror Manor had a bad reputation, it wasn't something that just anyone could deal with. Lu Yin asked, looking at Gui-san. Just now, I saw his descendants, but Master Hua wasn't there. Who would want to capture him? Lu Yin asked. Gui-san had a bitter expression on his face. Acting Palace Master, I really don't know. Lord Crazy didn't say anything. He just often laments about life and talks about dying at any moment. I've asked him a few times, but he never said anything. Lu Yin frowned. Does he have a grudge with a virtual realm powerhouse? Gui-san was shocked. Virtual realm. Did a virtual realm powerhouse act against him? I'm asking you. I don't know. In fact, there are only a few virtual TIE layer cultivators in the virtual God universe. If the person who captured Master Crazy is really a virtual TIE layer cultivator, you might as well ask the Mansion Master. Maybe the Mansion Master knows that Master Crazy was recruited by the Mansion Master. Lu Yin immediately contacted Su Wuji. A while later, Su Wuji arrived with a gloomy expression. Gui-san, go back first. Gui-san knew that he couldn't listen to what was about to happen, and he didn't want to hear it either. He hurriedly left. Self-preservation was the most important thing. After Gui-san left, Su Wuji sighed. He was still captured. What happened? Which virtual realm powerhouse captured Master Maniac? Do they have a grudge? Lu Yin asked. He knew most of the virtual realm powerhouses in the Void God universe, and he had even met the Void Master before. He didn't think that any virtual realm powerhouse would act against Master Maniac. Su Wuji replied, he's not an enemy, but there are some rules that cannot be broken. He broke them, and so did I. It's troublesome. Master, I told him to reveal his cultivation and said that I would protect him. Please tell me what exactly happened, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Su Wuji took out some drinks and handed one to Lu Yin, who accepted it. You should have heard of the new inn, Su Wuji said. Lu Yin was surprised, the one at the front lines. Su Wuji nodded. Master Maniac escaped from the new inn, and the one who captured him was the owner of the new inn. Revenge. Lu Yin understood, so that was the case. The new inn was located at the front lines of the war between the Void God universe and the Eternals. As its name suggested, it was an inn that could accommodate anyone, as long as they hadn't betrayed humanity. Once they entered, their past grievances would be cleared, and no one from the Void God universe could enter to seek revenge. Otherwise, they would have to face the owner's revenge. Cho Chio was in the virtual realm, and even though he wasn't as powerful as Su Wuwei, he was still in the virtual realm, and not just anyone could provoke him. Entering the inn was equivalent to being protected by Cho Chio, but the price was that you would never be able to leave the inn and would have to live with the inn. If the inn lived, the people would live. If the inn died, the people would die. The new inn was at the front lines of the war between the Void God universe and the Eternals. It was attacked by the Eternals every day and could be destroyed at any time. This was one of the reasons why countless people no longer sought revenge and entered the inn. It would eventually be destroyed. The existence of the new inn was to allow those who entered to fight to the death for the sake of humanity. If the crazy old man had entered the new inn, he shouldn't have left, but since he had escaped, the new inn naturally wouldn't let him go. Cho Chio had personally come to capture him, and the virtual realm power that had been left behind here was Cho Chio's. The crazy old man broke the rules by escaping from the new inn, and I also broke the rules by taking him in even though I knew that he had escaped. Now that he's been taken away by Cho Chio, it's impossible to bring him out. He won't have a good ending either, Void said. Why did the crazy old man escape? Who was it that forced him to enter the new inn back then? And why did you take him in even though you knew that it would break the rules? Void drank his drink. I don't know the first two questions, so I didn't ask them. As for the third question. He put down his drink and continued, the crazy old man's nose is very sharp, and only someone like him is suitable to stay in the heavens reflection manner. That's why I invited him to join us when I first saw him. I only found out that he had escaped from the new inn after he joined the heavens reflection manner. I was the one who invited him, so if I sent him back to the new inn or told Cho that he was here and allowed him to be taken away by Cho, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What would outsiders think of me, Void? That I'm afraid of Cho. What a joke. Luin pursed his lips. So even you don't know much about the crazy old man. If Cho was willing to take him in, then that means that my heavens reflection manner can take him in as well. Since that's the case, it has nothing to do with me. It's fine as long as he can catch spies. Luin looked into the distance. Then what do we do now? He's already been taken away by Cho. What else can we do? Don't tell me that you want to take him out of the new inn. That would be tantamount to falling out with Cho. He's still a virtual realm expert. Luin said, Manor Lord, the Heavens Reflection Manor has caught so many spies that their name has spread throughout the Six Direction Society. Do you know how famous the crazy old man is aside from me? When I went to the hyperspace dimension, someone mentioned that the crazy old man's nose was the reason I was able to catch so many spies. That's the truth. Too many people in the Six Direction Society know that the crazy old man belongs to the Heavens Reflection Manor in the Void God spacetime and is under your command. But now, he's been captured by the new inn. This. Void G's expression turned ugly, as this was too humiliating. Cho had snatched one of his people, and if he didn't do anything about it, Void G wouldn't be able to take it. The only reason he had kept the crazy old man alive was because he was worried that outsiders would say that he was afraid of Cho. Now that Cho had captured the crazy old man, it was equivalent to slapping Void G in the face. Others didn't care about the reason or the rules, they only knew that someone from the Heavens Reflection Manor had been captured by the new inn. As the Manor Lord, it would be too humiliating if he didn't do anything about it. Manor Lord, no matter what, should we go to the new inn and take a look? Luin asked. Let's go. Su Wuji then led Luin to the new inn. The crazy old man had broken the rules of the new tavern, but Luin didn't insist on bringing him back. Rules were rules, after all. The crazy old man had voluntarily entered the new tavern to avoid revenge, but he had gone back on his word in the end. No one would be able to accept that. Most importantly, Luin had promised the crazy old man that he would protect him. Regardless of whether or not Luin could protect him in the end, he had to at least try. However, they were in the wrong this time. Luin had seen the rainbow wall of the three monarchs spacetime and the continent that was swept up by the reincarnation spacetime. Now, he saw the front line of the virtual god spacetime. It was a vortex that seemed to have been magnified countless times and enveloped the entire virtual god spacetime. Xiao Chen stared blankly. Initially, he thought that the rainbow wall and the continent that it swept up were shocking enough. Now, he discovered that the faux god spacetime border was not bad either. The faux god energy whirlpool that surrounded the entire spacetime was boundless. This is your first time seeing it, right? Void Extremity sighed. This is the border of the void god spacetime. People who see it for the first time won't be able to understand how Void Master did it. That's right. How did you do it? Luin asked. Void was extremely solemn. I don't know. Void Master's power isn't something we can pry into. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2634. Lu Yin suddenly realized the biggest weakness of the Six Directions Association's parallel spacetime cultivation. Whether it was the void god spacetime, the wood spacetime, or the three sovereign spacetime, everyone cultivated the power of a ruler. No matter how high their cultivation was, they would never be able to surpass the threshold of a ruler. If the void master died, what would happen to the void god spacetime? Although Senior Su Wuwei controlled space and was ancient and powerful, he would never be able to surpass the Void Master. This was because the power that he cultivated came from the Void Master. The fifth mainland was different. Although the primogenitor's astral sources were spread throughout spacetime, not everyone cultivated them. The Grim Reaper, Fate, and others had created their own powers. Neither progenitor Qin nor the symbol progenitor had completely cultivated the primogenitor's power. Perhaps this was why the above heaven sect was so brilliant. The opposite was the reincarnation spacetime. Under Su Wuji's guidance, the two easily entered the void god vortex. In the distance, the battlefield was still in full swing. This vortex strengthened the cultivators of the void god spacetime while weakening the corpse kings. Although it looked like a vortex, it only blocked the corpse kings. For those who cultivated the void god spacetime, it was a cultivation holy land. They could use the vortex's characteristics to move quickly, but the corpse kings could not. Pairs of scarlet eyes looked over from different directions to reinforce the battlefield. Su Wuji directly attacked and easily erased the scarlet eyes. Lu Yin also attacked, his bone spear piercing through a large group of corpse kings and causing blood to spray out of the vortex. We can't kill them all. Let's go. Su Wuji led Lu Yin forward, traversing an unknown distance. When Lu Yin finally stopped, he saw a huge stone city with 3 words written on it, New Inn. Su Wuji and Xian Qi, visit the New Inn. Su Wuji shouted. With a bang, a corpse king appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the stone city wall, turning into a pool of blood. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This New Inn really did exist at the front lines. Everyone thought that it would be destroyed sooner or later. The stone city gates opened and 2 large men gestured for them to enter. Lu Yin looked at the 2 big men. They were at least 3 meters tall, and they were neither giants nor normal humans. They were just a little taller, and their cultivations were at the peak of the void realm, which meant that they were at the peak of the emissary realm. They were only 1 step away from the half-progenitor realm. Most of the people who came to the New Inn were trying to avoid being hunted down by their enemies in the spacetime. These people were able to escape from the spacetime to the New Inn, which meant that they were not easy to deal with. There was no one with low cultivation here. On the way here, Su Wuji had said that even though there was only 1 virtual Tai realm expert, Chiu, there were at least 5 virtual transformation realm experts, which was a terrifying number. Before the crazy old man was exposed, there was not a single virtual transformation realm expert in the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Outsiders thought it was normal. It was obvious that virtual transformation realm experts were not common, but this New Inn had so many of them. Bang! With another loud bang, another corpse king crashed into the wall and died. This New Inn stone city shouldn't have been this color, but after so many years, it had been dyed a dark red, almost black. It was unknown how many corpse kings' blood had dyed it. This was not Su Wuji's first time here. Aside from helping people hide from their enemies, this is also an inn in the outside world. Everything from eating to resting can be done here. It's like an inn on a battlefield, but there's a price to pay. Lu Yin replied, of course there's a price. Otherwise, this place would have been destroyed a long time ago. Su Wuji led Lu Yin into the New Inn. From the outside, it looked like a giant stone city, but from the inside, it looked like an inn. Tables were arranged in rows, and waiters shuttled back and forth. It was very lively. There were more than 1,000 tables, and most of them were full. The waiters shuttling back and forth to serve food and wine were all at the void realm. This was a scene that would never be seen in the outside world. These people all had hidden pasts, and since the new inn had accommodated them, they had to adapt to its rules. This place was basically giving these people a chance to extend their lives, but they would eventually die. "What would the two of you like to eat?" a waiter asked enthusiastically as he wiped down a table for the two. Su Wuji and Lu Yin sat on either side of the table, and Lu Yin looked around curiously. The outside world was the battlefield of the life and death grinders, and once one left, it was hard to predict whether they would survive or not. However, this place was not oppressive at all. In fact, it was very lively. The waiters and managers were all smiling, and they all looked very cheerful. "Give me some of your specialties," Su Wuji said. At that moment, a rather mature woman walked over. She was dressed in heavy makeup and patted the back of the waiter's head. "You're blind. These are the heavens reflection manners manner head and acting manner head. Go away, I'll do it." The waiter smiled. "All right." He then turned around and walked over to another table. "What else would you like to order?" "I'll be right there." The woman pressed her hands on the table and smiled charmingly at Su Wuji before looking at Lu Yin. "Why have the two lords from the heavens reflection manor come here? Do you need our help with something?" Su Wuji looked at the woman. "Bring me Cho-Cho." The boss is very busy. If you have any orders, please feel free to tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely do it." The woman smiled. Although she was dressed in heavy makeup, she did not look disagreeable. Lu Yin smiled. "You're the boss's wife." The woman gasped and covered her mouth. "Acting manner head, don't say such things. If the boss hears you," she giggled. I'll be embarrassed." "It'll happen sooner or later," Lu Yin smiled. The woman giggled. "Acting manner head, you really know how to talk. No wonder so many people like you. However, the boss is indeed very busy today. How about we come back another day?" Su Wuji sneered and slammed his hand on the table, causing ripples to spread out and shake the entire inn. Instantly, the woman's eyes turned cold, and her killing intent soared to the heavens as she stared at Ji Wuji. She wasn't the only one. Everyone in the tavern looked over with bone-chilling coldness. They were not afraid of Ji Wuji's power. These people had been able to escape all the way to the new inn, and they had all experienced life and death situations. They had lived on the front lines of the battlefield and were not afraid of death. If someone wanted to die, even if it was Su Wuji, they would still dare to bare their teeth. Many of the people who had come to the new inn to eat were here for the first time, and they had never seen these people in such a state before. Many of them were shocked. The new inn was completely silent. "See, this is the new inn," Su Wuji said calmly. A sharp triangular weapon had appeared in the woman's hand at some point, and she stared at Su Wuji. "Rest, manor head. We welcome you. If you want to cause trouble, you'll have to step over all of our corpses." The enthusiastic waiter from before seemed to have become a completely different person. There was a faint stench of blood around him, and there was a bone-deep killing intent in his eyes. There were at least 100 gazes all around them, and there were quite a few void transformation realm powerhouses among them. Even Lu Yin felt pressured. "Su Wuji, our grudges have already been settled. What, do you still want to cause trouble?" A voice sounded out from the corner. It was an old man who was pouring tea for a guest. He was a void transformation realm cultivator and looked sinister and terrifying. Su Wuji coldly replied, "This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Brother Wuji, the new inn is filled with pitiful people. Why do you have to be like this?" Someone else spoke up. This person was also a void transformation realm cultivator, and his voice was cultured and refined. It was someone who sounded like an accountant from the second floor. Su Wuji looked up. Why are you pretending to be a good person? That's not what you said when you destroyed the human race. He then looked around. There are no good people in the new inn. No matter why you fled here, the outside world will not tolerate you, so you should stay here and fight to the death for the human race. Cut the crap. Hoff, what arrogance, someone else spoke up, and this one was a void transformation realm cultivator. Luin felt numb. There were too many void transformation realm cultivators here, and each one was more powerful than the last. This person didn't even care about Su Wuji. Boom. 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 Thud. Footsteps sounded out, and everyone looked towards the corner where a man was walking down. His face was green, and he looked quite strange. His eyes were as calm as still water, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his broken leg, which was replaced by a piece of wood. Every step he took caused the wood to clatter loudly against the ground. He was Cho Shui, the owner of the new inn. At this moment, no one spoke. They all watched as Cho Shui slowly walked towards Su Wuji. It was not a long walk, but it took him quite some time. Su Wuji did not say anything, nor did he rush Cho Shui. He just watched. Cho Shui walked until he was a few meters away from Su Wuji. Looking for trouble? Su Wuji coldly replied, not interested. Cho Shui's gaze landed on the table. It's broken. Compensation. He then walked past Su Wuji, clearly not interested in receiving him. Where's old crazy? Su Wuji asked. Cho Shui stopped, and he happened to be level with Lu Yin. His back was facing Su Wuji. He broke my new inn's rules, so he should be punished. Are you going to interfere? Su Wuji solemnly replied, no matter what, he's still a member of my Horizon Manor. He's done a great service in capturing the spy. Here, he has done nothing wrong. He just wants to live, Cho Shui said coldly. Su Wuji said, give me some face and let me take him away. Cho Shui turned around and met Su Wuji's eyes. No. Su Wuji's eyes narrowed, but Cho Shui did not mind. The atmosphere was solemn. Around them, a thick killing intent filled the air. With a clang, a guest left. Soon after, a large group of guests left as well. None of them dared to stay behind when facing a virtual realm expert. If they did not die at the hands of the Eternals, then they would be killed by the shockwaves. There were also some guests who didn't want to leave, but the people at the new inn didn't care. They all gathered around Lu Yin and Su Wuji. They showed no respect for Lu Yin, who was a virtual realm powerhouse, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just as the woman had said, if anyone wanted to cause trouble, they would have to step over her dead body. No one in the new inn was afraid of death. Lu Yin coughed and stood up. Senior Cho Shui, can you let us see old crazy? Everyone's eyes focused on Lu Yin, and the pressure on him instantly increased. Cho Shui's gaze seemed calm, but this person had established the new inn, and his experiences were unimaginable. His calm gaze brought with it a mountainous pressure. Xian Qi? Cho Shui asked. Lu Yin bowed. That's me. Cho Shui stared at Lu Yin. You're very good. As soon as he said those words, all of the pressure disappeared. Regardless of whether it was Cho Shui or the people of the new inn, their gazes towards Lu Yin suddenly became gentle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2635. Lu Yin wasn't used to this. One person and 3 words were enough to change the attitudes of so many powerhouses. Just how much prestige did this person have? Junior doesn't understand. Lu Yin was puzzled. Cho Huo looked at Su Wuji. Xian Qi joining the Horizon Manor was the best decision you've ever made in your life. Su Wuji sneered, do I need you to tell me that? Cho Huo looked at Lu Yin again. I didn't do anything wrong here, so there's no need to mention this. He joined the new inn, and the inn helped him block his enemies, so he should have stayed behind like these people. However, he broke the rules, and the new inn cannot tolerate someone like him. Everyone here has their own story, and they have their own reasons for leaving, but they all stayed behind. The rules were set for them, and once they break the rules, the new inn will lose all meaning. Do you understand? Lu Yin nodded. I understand. I'm very grateful that Senior is willing to tell me so much. However, I was forced to expose the old lunatic. He's a hateful person who broke the rules of the new inn, but to me, he's just a subordinate. I don't know what I can do to appease the new inn's resentment and fix the rules. Cho Huo looked away. Rules are rules, and no one is allowed to break them. The people here don't care about their lives, but they care about the rules. The rules are their lives. Can't we even meet? Su Wuji barked. The atmosphere in the inn grew tense again, and everyone glared at Su Wuji. It was as if they would attack as soon as Cho Huo gave the order. There was a moment of silence. Cho Huo said, out of respect for Senior Su Wuwei, we can allow Xian Qi and the old man to meet. He then waved a hand, and a man walked out and said to Lu Yin, come with me. Lu Yin looked at Su Wuji. Su Wuji nodded. Lu Yin followed the man out of the main hall and towards the top of the inn. They soon reached the top, which was outside the stone city of the new inn. Void God's power whirlpool swept past like a gale. Off in the distance, the old man was sitting cross-legged. When Lu Yin arrived, he opened his eyes and was shocked to see Lu Yin, acting manor lord. Why are you here? Lu Yin walked up. I didn't expect you to have such experience. You actually escaped from the new inn. The old lunatic said bitterly, I knew I had my reasons, so I didn't want to reveal my cultivation base. I was afraid I'd be captured. The man who had brought Lu Yin up was disgusted. The new inn saved your life, but you broke the rules. You deserve to die. Lu Yin asked, is the new inn's punishment for you to stay here? The crazy man replied, until death do us part. Lu Yin's expression changed. This punishment was severe enough. This was the front line of the battlefield. A powerful undead king could appear at any time. This meant that the insane old man would have to face the constant attacks of undead kings until he died. Acting Lord, you said you would protect me, the old lunatic begged. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the boy away, but how was he supposed to do that? Looking at Cho Huo's attitude, meeting him once was the limit. The man sneered, you don't know how to repent when things have come to a head. You're a coward. The old man roared, I'm not afraid of death. I have unfinished business. Who here doesn't have unfinished business? The man barked. He was also a void transformation realm expert. The old lunatic's entire body trembled. I didn't kill Master's family. After escaping from the new inn, I spent decades searching and finally found their bloodline. I've been waiting for the murderer to come out. I want to avenge Master, and I don't care what others think of me. I don't care if I die at the hands of others, as long as I can avenge Master. He then looked at Lu Yin with hope, acting Lord, please save me. Before the Hexagon training grounds appeared, the civilizations of the Hexagon society had merged before. No one knew who had learned which civilization's power, just like how people from the reincarnation spacetime could challenge the Void Gate or how people from the Void God spacetime could by energy sources. The sovereign aura wasn't that difficult to learn. I've been searching for decades, and it wasn't easy to find a descendant of my master's bloodline. If the killer finds out, he might make a move, the old lunatic said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Who told Senior Cho Kong about your whereabouts? The old lunatic froze, his eyes narrowing. You mean? I'm not sure, but it looks like I'll have to go back as soon as possible. He then turned to leave. Acting Academy Master, my life is fine, please avenge my master. The old lunatic shouted. Lu Yin turned his back to the lunatic and left, but before he left, he said, who doesn't have unfinished business in the new inn? Even Senior Cho Kong is the same. I'll do my best to fulfill my promise to you. If you can survive, then do your best to live. He then left. The old lunatic stared at the empty rooftop with a complicated expression. How could he not want to live? But his master's death had to be avenged. Lu Yin returned to the main hall. Su Wuji looked at him. The old lunatic's punishment on Tiantai is to wait until he dies, Lu Yin said softly. Su Wuji frowned and looked at Cho Kong. That's too cruel. What's the point of capturing him? You might as well have killed him. Cho Kong was cold. Those who break the rules won't die so easily. You're not targeting me, are you? Su Wuji was unhappy. Cho Kong replied, you're not worthy. Su Wuji was furious. Lu Yin asked, Senior, is there really no way for us to take him away? Cho Kong looked at Lu Yin. Senior Su Wuwei enlightened me, which is why I have the new inn. I'll let you see him out of respect for you, but that ends here. Please leave. A life for a life, Lu Yin said loudly. Everyone looked at him in shock. The woman with heavy makeup cried out, you want to trade his life? Of course not. Lu Yin looked at Cho Hua. The purpose of the new inn's existence is to die a worthy death for humanity. Since that's the case, I'll use the life of an everlasting's void realm powerhouse in exchange for the crazy old man's life. Cho Kong looked at Lu Yin strangely. You have the confidence to say such words. You're worthy of Taixien. It seems like you're very confident in dealing with the everlasting. Su Wuji was pleased. Xian Qi has eliminated almost all of the void god spacetime spies. Cho Kong didn't mind, but with me, you can't break the new inn's rules no matter how many spies you kill, not even a void transformation realm corpse king. 2, Lu Yin said. Little brother, you're too arrogant. You're only at the void realm, someone reminded him. Lu Yin saw that Cho Kong was still unmoved. 3. Su Wuji raised his brows. Xian Qi. Lu Yin acted as if he hadn't heard and continued. 4. Cho Kong looked deeply at Lu Yin. You want to trade the lives of 4 void transformation realm corpse kings for the old lunatic's life. Lu Yin raised his head. That's right. 4 half-ancestor corpse kings wasn't a lot. He had killed the 12 marquises on the back of the battlefield, and he had also destroyed God Witchcraft Spirit's avatar and the void god spacetime. That was an avatar that could challenge a progenitor, but it had still died at Lu Yin's hands. As long as no progenitor intervened, Lu Yin would be able to dominate the battlefield. He could kill any corpse king he saw, and they wouldn't be able to escape. Cho Kong nodded. For void transformation realm corpse kings can trade for the old lunatic's life. According to the new inn's rules, you have the right to make it up to him once. Lu Yin sighed. But you can't take him away, Cho Kong continued, his gaze cold. Cho Kong, for void transformation realm corpse kings can't even take the old lunatic away. You're too evil. Su Wuji shouted in dissatisfaction. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2636. Cho Hu replied coldly, the crazy old man broke the rules, so he's willing to pay with his life. For void transformation realm corpse kings can buy his life, but they can't buy back the rules. These are the rules of my new inn. Look at these people, who doesn't want to leave? Many of their enemies died long ago, and they can live freely in the void God spacetime for the rest of their lives. However, because of the rules, they can't leave and can only stay with the new in until they die. Their lives are also lives. For void transformation realm corpses can eliminate their hatred for the crazy old man for breaking the rules, but they can't continue to break the rules. Luin looked around. When the crazy old man was mentioned, everyone's eyes were filled with disgust and dissatisfaction. Who here didn't want to leave? Were they really willing to wait for death here? Waiting for death was more painful than dying, but they followed the rules and stayed here. This made them even more resentful of the crazy old man who didn't follow the rules. For void transformation realm corpses was a huge price to pay. No matter how dissatisfied these people were, they could only endure it unless they could also say such arrogant words. However, this was already the limit. If they broke the rules again, the new in's morale would drop. Before coming here, Luin had known that it would be difficult to take the crazy old man away, but now that he knew it was impossible. Even Su Wuwei wouldn't be able to take the crazy old man away. This was the meaning of the new in's existence, unless they destroyed it. Cho Huo looked at Luin. Now, are you still willing to exchange 4 void transformation realm corpse kings for the crazy old man's life? Su Wuji pressed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder. Don't be rash. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Of course. Dealing with the Eternals is a matter of course. Even without the crazy old man, if possible, I would kill 40, or even 400 void transformation realm corpse kings. Cho Hua's eyes lit up as he looked at Luin with admiration. Send my regards to Senior Su Wuwei. Luin nodded. Not long after, the two left the new inn. Xian Qi, you're still too impulsive. How can the Eternals' void transformation realm corpse kings be so easy to kill? They fled as soon as we arrived. Corpse kings have an advantage in a battle of the same realm, especially those who have learned the corpse king transformation. They're almost impossible to kill. If we run into the clones of those old monsters from the 7 sky gods, even we would have a headache, Su Wuji reproached. Luin was helpless. Senior, I had no choice. Su Wuji was stunned. I thought you were really that righteous. I want to eradicate the Eternals, and I'll do everything in my power to do so, but I also want to live. Nothingness laughed heartily and tossed a bottle to Luin. That's more like it. I knew it wasn't like you to be so impulsive. You'll have to kill 4 void transformation realm corpse kings in the end. That's not going to be easy. Luin sipped his drink. I'll take it slow. Senior Cho Chio didn't set a time limit, so maybe one day I'll get lucky and run into a few half-dead corpse kings. I might even be able to kill them all. In your dreams. Emptiness laughed. Even though he hadn't been able to bring back the crazy old man, he had tried his best. After leaving the new inn, Luin hurriedly went to the place where Cho Chio had taken the crazy old man away. There was a family there that was a descendant of the 100 family, a descendant of the crazy old man's master. The crazy old man had been keeping an eye on them for decades, all for the sake of Cho Chio. Luin had suspected that Cho Chio had spread the news that the crazy old man was in the heavens reflection manor to the new inn. He had wanted to lure the crazy old man away before making a move on this family. However, after thinking about it, Luin realized that the possibility wasn't high. This family was just an ordinary person, so even if Cho Chio had found out, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Cho Chio wasn't stupid, so he wouldn't be used. No matter what, Luin had to keep an eye on this family. He hadn't been able to bring the crazy old man back, so he could only do his best to fulfill his promise. The problem was that Luin had wanted to bring the crazy old man with him to the hyperspace dimension to face the spies. Bringing a half-ancestor with him would be a good way to fool the spies and prevent any unexplainable incidents. But now that the crazy old man wasn't around, where would he find a void transformation realm powerhouse? A half-ancestor would be considered an expert in any parallel spacetime. After all, there were far too few progenitors, and even if there were more half-ancestors than progenitors, there was a limit to how many of them there were. It should be known that even the Heaven's Mirror Manor, which had Su Wuji overseeing it, only had the crazy old man hiding his half-ancestor cultivation. Of course, there was another half-ancestor underground that no one knew about, not even the crazy old man. That person should be the guardian of the Red Domain, and Su Wuji hadn't even told Lu Yin about him. Sometimes, a half-ancestor was even more difficult to find than a progenitor. This was because a progenitor had already reached the peak of the progenitor realm, while a half-ancestor was still cultivating with the progenitor realm as their goal. They simply didn't have enough time. It would be very difficult for Lu Yin to find a half-ancestor to follow him by himself. Fortunately, the Yu family had timely invited Xian Qi to the hyperspace dimension to assist in the search for the spies. Su Wuji returned to the Heaven's Mirror Manor and summoned everyone from the Heaven's Mirror Manor. This was the first time he had asked about the interrogation of the Void God's Mirror Manor's spies. Ningyu reported, "We didn't bring Yunwu back, and Yi Jun, the spy above her, only gave us a list of contacts." He didn't say anything else, and the same goes for Qingfin. The other spies did tell us about the situation, and we followed their instructions and continued to capture spies. However, we didn't gain much, and many of them escaped. All of the spies claimed to be under Qing Kong's control. Su Wuji snorted. Qing Kong doesn't have the time to control so many people. At most, 1 or 2 of them are under Qing Kong's control. Yi Jun and Qingfin are definitely hiding something. Continue the interrogation, and we have to pry open their mouths. Lu Yin didn't know what Yi Jun was hiding, but he assumed that it wasn't anything too important. At most, it would implicate the spies in the endless battlefield. What Qingfin was hiding was the information that he had given Lu Yin about the location of knowledgeable stream, as well as the possibility that Lu Yin could enter it. Lu Yin had told Qingfin not to tell anyone about this, as knowledgeable stream was extremely important. It was related to the exchange of information between the Six-Direction Association and the parallel spacetime continuum. If possible, Lu Yin would look for that place in the future. Of course, it wouldn't matter even if Qingfin told Lu Yin about it. Lu Yin was the acting manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and he had the authority to carry out his own plans. Su Ji, how do you feel in the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Su Wuji asked. Su Ji respectfully replied, the acting manor master is insightful. This junior has learned a lot from him. Su Wuji nodded. Su Ji was a rare genius in the Void God spacetime, and he had even met the Void Master before. No one could underestimate him. Su Wuji looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Yin. I'm here today to tell you that the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor has invited Xian Qi to assist in capturing spies. What do you think, Xian Qi? Lu Yin calmly replied, the Six-Direction Association is part of the Heaven's Mirror Manor. If the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor needs it, this subordinate will not refuse. Su Wuji continued, the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor situation is different from the Void God spacetime. The Heaven's Mirror Manor only exists in name, and the Yu family is also just a figurehead. I don't know why Yu Fang has invited you, but if you don't want to go, I'll help you turn him down. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, capturing spies is what this junior wants to do the most. Many of the spies in the Void God spacetime have already been eliminated, and the next task is to interrogate them. Even those who are suspected spies should be released so that the spies who escaped can return without worry. While I'm free, I'll go to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor to see if I can capture some spies to serve the humans. Su Wuji thought about it. Alright, as long as you're willing to go. You can choose who you want to bring with you. Lu Yin said, Guan Laode, Yu Pai, and Su Ji. What about me? Su Yu cried out. Su Ji scolded, little Yu, the manor head is here. Don't be impudent. Su Yu stuck out her tongue and quickly lowered her head, but she still glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin recalled her relationship with Yu Lele. I'll bring you along as well. Su Yu was satisfied. Manor head, we're lacking a void transformation realm powerhouse. The transdimensional heaven's mirror manor isn't safe, and this junior doesn't want to lose his life there, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji's brows rose. You want a void transformation realm to follow you? Lu Yin nodded. He wasn't worried that Su Wuji would suspect him of the reason why he had gone to the New Inn to look for the crazy old man. After all, who wouldn't want a void transformation realm powerhouse? Su Wuji rubbed his head. A void transformation realm, that's a little troublesome. I'll go ask around and see who's willing to go with you, but don't get your hopes up. Most void transformation realm powerhouses want to break through. Lu Yin replied, there's nothing I can do if there's no one. Su Wuji left to find a void transformation realm powerhouse for Lu Yin to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor, even if it was only temporary. However, the results were just as he had expected. Not a single void transformation realm powerhouse was willing to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. They were either busy cultivating or overseeing their own territories. No one had the time to accompany Lu Yin to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. In the end, Su Wuji could only console Lu Yin and give him some resources. Lu Yin shamelessly asked for the white energy source, but Su Wuji immediately refused. The white energy source was equivalent to a half-ancestor's power level, and it was quite expensive. Even if he was an extremely powerful powerhouse and had the face to buy it from the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor, he still had to pay a hefty price. If you're really worried, then don't go. Su Wuji rolled his eyes. Lu Yin was helpless. Then forget it. Let me give you an idea. Since Yu Fang invited you to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor, ask him for the white energy source. The Yu family should have some of that stuff, Su Wuji said. He was just trying to trick Lu Yin. On the surface, there were only 30 white energy sources in the entire transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. Lu Yin couldn't take advantage of Su Wuji, so he could only take Guan Laoda, Yu Pai, Su Ji, and see you with him to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. At the same time, the Yu family formally submitted a proposal to invite Xian Qi to assist the Heaven's Mirror Manor in capturing a spy. The committee didn't dare delay and quickly reported it to He Ran. He Ran quickly agreed. Do you agree that Xian Qi should get close to the Yu family? Uncle Mo asked. He Ran's eyes were deep. The Yu family's proposal is just a formality. Even if the committee rejects it, they'll still invite Xian Qi. Will the Yu family openly oppose the committee? I don't know. No one knows what the Yu family's background is. I just want to know Xian Qi's stance. I'll bring him here. No need. Let's wait and see. Although the Yu family doesn't care about the committee, they've been quite courteous to me. I've schemed against them a few times, but they haven't retaliated. Perhaps they really did invite Xian Qi because they're a spy. What about Bai Qian? Has she been in contact with anyone from the Yu family recently? No, I've been keeping an eye on her. I haven't had any contact with the Yu family at all. The Yu family has never interfered with this kind of competition. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2637. At this moment, Ku Jian arrived. Sir, the Heaven's Reflection Manor has officially accepted the Yu family's invitation. They've sent Xian Qi, Guan Laoda, Yu Pai, Su Ji, and Su Yu to hyperspace to assist the Yu family in capturing the spy. So soon. Uncle Mo walked out. Ku Jian hurriedly bowed to him. He ran smiled. It seems like my little brother Xian Qi is anxious to get closer to the Yu family. Could it be because of Su Yu? Ku Jian asked. He ran was startled. Su Yu. Ku Jian explained, the others on the list are normal. Even Su Ji might be here to train, but Su Yu is different. She has no cultivation and isn't very talented. She can only be considered an ordinary genius, but she followed Xian Qi to hyperspace. The only reason I can think of is that she has a good relationship with the Yu family's Eulele. This Su Yu has a good relationship with Eulele. Uncle Mo was shocked. Ku Jian explained the relationship between Su Yu and Eulele. He had been paying attention to the Six Direction training grounds. Uncle Mo asked, could it be because of Su Yu and Eulele that the Yu family invited Xian Qi? He Rant's eyes flashed, I hope so. There's no need to do anything for now. So this is hyperspace. It's my first time here, Yu Pai sighed. They appeared in the Yu family's territory, and as they looked around, they saw countless tiny objects that resembled the carriers of bestowal stretching into the distance. Lu Yin didn't know what they were. He knew that many people were watching them, including the Yu family, he ran, and the other powers of hyperspace. There was even a possibility that the ruler was watching. Lele is coming, Siyu said happily after contacting Eulele. Everyone waited patiently. Guan Lao suddenly released his Void God's force, triggering an alarm. The tiny objects that resembled the carriers of bestowal began to move as if they were targeting them. Guan Lao immediately felt a sense of danger. How could these small objects make him feel threatened? The others looked around cautiously. The objects only moved for a short while, and when Eulele arrived, they all returned to normal. When you come to hyperspace, don't release any power that doesn't belong to this dimension. Otherwise, you'll get beaten up, Eulele said. Eulele's appearance was still the same, his fluffy hair had not been washed in days. Su Yu complained, Lele, you're dirty. Eulele glared at her. You dare call me dirty? Come here. I'm not going. You're so dirty. Stay away from me. Come here. No, I won't go. As he watched the two girls chase each other, Lu Yin was not in a hurry. Bringing Siyu along had been the right decision, at least the atmosphere would be less tense. Soon after, under the lead of Eulele, everyone headed toward the area where the Yu family was located, Ziyu boundary. The Zio realm was not called this before the Yu family created the gift technique, but with the appearance of the gift technique, the Yu family quickly became a super spacetime behemoth. With their home planet as the center, the Zio realm spread to the surroundings. Nearly one-fifth of the super spacetime area was designated as the Zio realm, which belonged to the Yu family. Even the ruler of hyperspace didn't refuse. Lu Yin and the others had been at the edge of the celestial traversing realm. Now, they had officially entered the celestial traversing realm. Are those all carriers of the art of feeding? Su Yu exclaimed. Yulu said proudly, that's an experimental carrier. My Yu family created it as a gift. The art of feeding has countless ingenious ideas, and those are both experimental and defensive methods. If I hadn't arrived in time, you all would have been blasted to smithereens. Lu Yin watched as a very small carrier of the art of feeding streaked past, and the one in the center was a source box. The principle behind the art of feeding was to analyze a source box and extract the material within it for use. The larger the source box, the more material it contained, and the more powerful the art of feeding would be. Could there be so many source boxes in this densely packed room of bearers? Could these source boxes still be called source boxes in hyperspace? Soon, Lu Yin saw even larger source boxes, and the further in he went, the larger the source boxes became. 1, 2, 3. Along the way, he saw 3 source boxes that were the size of Earth. Soon after, He saw even larger sourceboxes that definitely surpassed the Luck Path sourcebox array outside of Shinwu continent. If all of these sourceboxes were absorbed by the art of feeding, how much power could they release? Sourceboxes were sealed by the universe, and using the power of that seal to form an attack was equivalent to borrowing the power of the universe. What had the genius of the Yu family who had created the art of feeding been thinking? Humans were truly intelligent creatures. Eulele had introduced them to many of the Yu family's experiments along the way, and this was just what the Yu family had shown them. Lu Yin was certain that the Yu family was hiding a shocking power. Why are you so close to me? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ever since they had entered the Zio realm, Eulele had been intentionally or unintentionally close to him, and even Siyu had noticed. Eulele answered matter-of-factly, to keep an eye on you. Guan Lao De and Yu Pai exchanged glances, and then they stepped forward to stand between Eulele and Lu Yin. Eulele frowned. Get out of my way. Don't get in my way. It's just as your father said. You want to follow me and watch me investigate the spies. Lu Yin was amused. Eulele replied, you definitely have a goal. My father and I rarely agree, but every time we do, our conclusions are always correct. Lu Yin nodded. Then keep an eye on me and see what my goal is. Lele, you don't like this guy, do you? Siyu leaned closer to Eulele and teased him. Eulele frowned again and looked back at Siyu. It's possible. Everyone was stunned. Even Lu Yin was stunned. Eulele looked at Lu Yin. If you're smart enough, you can also stay in the Yu family. Lu Yin pursed his lips. No, and I'm not smart. I can tell, amusement said. Lu Yin wanted to beat her up. Siyu laughed. Lele, you're still so cute. Eulele suddenly placed a hand on Suyu's mouth and then quickly jumped away. Yu, does it taste good? Dandruff. Suyu shrieked, almost deafening Suji and the others. Damn Lele, I'm going to kill you. Ha, come on. Under Eulele's and Suyu's banter, the group quickly passed through the vast regions of the Zio realm and arrived at the Yu family's homeworld. Xian Qi, acting manor head of the Void God Spacetime Horizon Manor, greets manor head Yufang, senior Yufang. Lu Yin bowed. Everyone behind him bowed in unison. Yufang nodded and stared at Lu Yin the entire time. Xian Qi, what do you know about the hyperspace dimension? Lu Yin smiled. This junior traveled from the hyperspace dimension to the Hexagon training grounds. I'm ashamed that I don't know much about the hyperspace dimension. Hee, you don't know much about it. I don't believe you, Yufang said. Lu Yin was afraid that Yufang would reveal that he had taken the initiative to come to the hyperspace dimension, so he hurriedly asked, can this junior meet the people from the hyperspace dimension's heaven's reflection manor, as well as information on their past investigations? Yufang was very generous, and he handed over all of the information on the hyperspace dimension's reflection manor to Lu Yin. Not only that, but he also gave Lu Yin the authority to monitor the hyperspace dimension. The hyperspace dimension's reflection manor never actively investigated anything, and they relied on surveillance to find spies. Thus, the results were not great, and even if they did catch a few spies, it would not be important. This was related to the civilization of the hyperspace dimension itself, as well as the Yu family stance. Lu Yin had taken the initiative to approach the Yu family, wanting to use the hyperspace dimension's reflection manor to enter the hyperspace dimension. He had made it clear that he would not borrow the Yu family's power to monitor the hyperspace dimension, but he had not expected that Yufang would actually give him this authority. Senior, what's going on? Lu Yin did not understand. At this moment, he had been brought to a vast continent by Yufang, and he was standing on a map of the entire hyperspace dimension. He could see any place he wanted as long as that place was under surveillance. Yufang replied, since my Yu family invited you here, we will naturally do our best to assist you. But I've already said that I don't need this authority, Lu Yin said, as he was afraid that the Yu family would be suspicious. Yu Fang did not care. It doesn't matter. It's not like this is a secret, and having surveillance will save you time in many situations. It won't be able to help you check on Hiran, the decision-making team, or even the secret cultivation techniques that you're currently researching. Lu Yin raised his brows, as there seemed to be another meaning to those words. He looked at Yu Fang, but Yu Fang did not say anything. Instead, he casually tapped a finger, causing the star map beneath his feet to continuously enlarge. The region that had been pointed at was infinitely enlarged, and Lu Yin finally felt as if he was in that region, and he could see everything that was happening there. He saw a spacecraft fly past, and he saw the changes in the stars. It felt very real, and it was not any worse than when he had used Sirius to observe the entire fifth mainland. This was the hyperspace dimension's control over itself. They claimed that they had completely analyzed everything within the hyperspace dimension, and as long as an unfamiliar power appeared, it would quickly cause a commotion. When the star map shrank, Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at the entire hyperspace dimension beneath his feet. Did this mean that he was being controlled by the hyperspace dimension, or was the hyperspace dimension being controlled by him? It was a very strange feeling. The Yu family controlled the heavens' reflection manner by relying on this method of surveillance. They did not even have a talent like Ning Ran, let alone old crazy. Senior, are you really going to let Lei follow me? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang's lips curled up, and he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Why? Are you afraid of being discovered? Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, you seem to be certain that I have other goals aside from capturing spies. Yu Fang was rather interested. You definitely have other goals, and they're related to Hiran. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. However, I don't know if it's beneficial to Hiran. Yu Fang looked up at the sky and then back at Lu Yin. I sent an invitation to the decision-making team for you to assist in capturing spies, but the team only replied after you arrived. This means that no one gave the team any orders from the start. With Hiran's perfectionist nature, she would not take the risk of being rejected by the decision-making team. If this was all part of her plan, then Hiran had no idea that you were in contact with the Yu family beforehand. Lu Yin was amused. Perhaps Hiran was hoping that Senior would notice this. Yu Fang sneered. I know her very well, and my guess is the truth. This is a fact that I, Yu Fang, am certain of. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2638. Lu Yin was surprised by Yu Fang's confidence, so that's why you're willing to give me the authority to monitor hyperspace. Yu Fang praised, you reacted quickly, but you guessed wrong. I was willing to give you the authority from the start for no other reason. His expression was solemn, only by giving you what you want will you be able to do what I want to see. At night, hyperspace was no different from the fifth mainland. Euleilei's gift art hung in the night sky of the Yu family's mother planet, emitting a faint light that illuminated the planet and illuminated the path for hundreds of millions of people. Lu Yin looked at the rabbit-shaped gift art in the night sky. Euleilei really had a bad taste, letting hundreds of millions of people on Mother Planet see the moon. Throughout the day, both Yu Fang and Euleilei gave Lu Yin the impression that they were frivolous and did not care about anything. However, they displayed their powerful self-confidence, to the point that Lu Yin felt that they were the true rulers of hyperspace. How many black energy sources did the Yu family have? This was something that Lu Yin was interested in. To what extent would they be able to utilize the bestow technique? Isn't it cute? Euleilei appeared outside Lu Yin's courtyard and pointed at the sky excitedly. Suyu came over, Leilei, you're shameless. How is that pig cute? Damn it, it's clearly a rabbit. Eulalie chased after her. Luine closed the window. Eulalie was stubborn and had actually stared at him. The Yu family was certain that Luine had other motives, but Eulalie had stared at him so openly. This was the first time Luine had experienced something like this. Speaking of which, these overly intelligent and overconfident people were rather troublesome because their guesses were always right. Under normal circumstances, Luine and the others would need to look through the information on hyperspace's heaven's reflection manner before they could decide where to start. However, Luine found Yufeng, hoping that he could give him the authority to enter hyperspace. Yufeng did not refuse and brought Luine to the coordinates of hyperspace, allowing Luine to leave his aura there. Every spacetime had coordinates for outsiders to travel to and from. Luine had not been qualified in the past, but now he could. He had left his mark in the Void God spacetime and hyperspace, and he could also enter the Three Monarchs spacetime through the Thunder Sealing clan. He was only missing the Wood spacetime, the Lost clan, and the Reincarnation spacetime. Over the next few days, Eulalie squatted outside Lu Yin's residence as usual. She did not care about her image, as no one in the Yu clan had asked her to do so. She just stared at Luine. He tore through the void and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. The Yu family was certain that he had other motives, so there was no need to hide it. If they had the ability, they would find out. When he reached the Eternal Kingdom, he found Luo Lao and brought him back to the hyperspace dimension. Brother-in-law, you can directly enter the hyperspace. Even I can't, Luo Lao exclaimed. Luine had brought Rolf here to make a deal with the mysterious person. Since he had just arrived in the hyperspace continuum, he could either use his Dai's 6 pips to consume the resources of the hyperspace continuum or use this method. Luine didn't have any hyperspace continuum resources at the moment, so he hoped to obtain some clues about the spy through this deal. I got it! Luo Lao exclaimed as he looked at the message in his dark green glasses. Luine raised an eyebrow. It had actually been possible to buy one, and even a spy knew about it. You can't find out who this person is at all. I can't find anything, Luo Lao replied helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. It seemed that he would have to first obtain some resources from the hyperspace dimension. The most reliable way to do this was by reading someone else's memories. This person had been able to trade for information regarding his spy, so it was possible that he could use this information to determine Luo Lao's identity. I'm close to finding my own clues. Thinking of this, he hurriedly sent Luo Lao back to Eternal Kingdom. At the same time, under the dim firelight, someone was bewildered. Luo Ho? Why did he buy the spy's information? He's back. He shouldn't have bought the spy's information. If it wasn't him, who could it be? The Yu family? Or someone else? Mu Jun disappeared, and the Thunder Sealing clan and Luo Ho all disappeared. Now that he's reappeared and bought the spy's information, this is interesting. Could the Yu family be behind him? The 3 sovereigns are working with the hyperspace dimension, which means that they're working with Iran. It's not impossible that the Yu family is behind the 3 sovereigns. On the 5th day after arriving in the hyperspace dimension, Luine made a decision to investigate the recent destruction of the information. The information had been destroyed by the spy, causing Xia Wu, Cui Yu, and the others to be punished. If not for Luine, Cui Yu would have left the council and Xia Wu would have died. This matter is connected to me by fate. I'm a person who believes in fate. Cui Yu led Lu Yin's group to the location where the information had been destroyed. Since they wanted to investigate the destruction of the information, they naturally had to find the person involved. Where's Xia Wu? Luine asked. Cui Yu's expression turned ugly. He's become He Shu's dog again. He Shu still wants him. Luine was surprised. Cui Yu replied, Xia Wu has been with He Shu for many years and understands him too well. He Shu doesn't care if he's dead, but if he's alive, Shu will definitely keep him by his side. She then whispered, I'm sorry for letting you down. Lu Yin laughed, I don't mind. We weren't friends in the first place. There's no need to investigate the destruction of the information since there aren't any clues. The spy has a unique concealment ability, and some people suspect that he's related to the people from the drifting cloud space. Zui Yu told Lu Yin everything she knew. Lu Yin recalled the drifting cloud space's power, and it was indeed suitable for concealment. However, Zi Jing had also said that everyone in the drifting cloud space was being monitored by the hyperspace dimension, and they just didn't know about it. The hyperspace dimension had thoroughly researched the drifting cloud space, and it was impossible for the drifting cloud space to hide. Then who had told the public that the person who had destroyed the information could be someone from the drifting cloud space? Did that person not understand the hyperspace dimension? Or did they want to help the real spy hide? Who said that it was someone from the drifting cloud space? Lu Yin asked. Zui Yu replied, many people said so, and it's been spreading for a long time. Lu Yin looked at Eulele, help me find out who was the one who destroyed the information. With the Yu family's power, if this person has a high status, then there might be a problem. Eulele's eyes lit up, I didn't expect that. You're quite talented at finding spies. Lu Yin shook his head, not because of his talent, but because of the amount of information he had. If one didn't know that the hyperspace dimension had analyzed the drifting cloud space's power, then it wouldn't be a problem to say that it was someone from the drifting cloud space. This was what it meant to have information as a weapon. Zui Yu didn't understand, it was just a rumor, so how could there be a problem with that person? However, she didn't ask any further questions. She could tell that she had to be careful when speaking in front of Xian Qi, he could analyze every word she said. When they arrived at the location where the information had been destroyed, Lu Yin pretended to search around, even letting Guan Laoda and the others take a look. They walked around in confusion, not knowing what to look at. Eulele blinked, this place has been checked many times. Do you think you're smarter? Suyu glared at her, shut up. Eulele rolled her eyes and mumbled that she wanted to feed Suyu some dandruff. At that moment, lines flitted past her, forming a square drawing in the void. Eulele's eyes narrowed as she looked at the lines beside her. She wasn't the only one, everyone who was within the drawing felt as if they were in an illusion. Lu Yin used his void god's power to decorate the lines in the void, causing them to materialize. It was as if another world was being displayed in front of everyone, and to those who couldn't understand it, it was a strange feeling that brought an indescribable sense of danger. Humans were always afraid of the unknown. Even someone as smart as Eulele who liked to explore the unknown was intimidated by the lines and didn't dare to move. Red light kept flashing in the frame of his right eye, which was a sign of danger. At the same time, all sorts of space-time detection abilities rang out. Taishu's domain was activated, and the entire area boiled over. Space-time detected a power that they didn't recognize, and it was immediately reported to the decision-making team and the powerhouses with the black energy sources. After a few breaths of time, a figure descended with a black energy that caused the void to distort. Lu Yin realized that while the space-time source had its drawbacks, its greatest advantage was that it could be hidden. Without using this power, one would never know that there was an extremely powerful existence so close to them, even if it was just a powerhouse with a black energy source. Senior, Junior Xian Qi has been ordered to track down the spies, Lu Yin bowed. The newcomer was a fierce-looking man with a fierce-looking face. His exposed arms were covered in scars, and he looked at the square drawing. This is Taishu's domain. Senior, you know about it? Lu Yin asked. The man nodded. I've seen it a few times in the endless battlefield. You're Xian Qi, the acting master of Heaven's Reflection Manor who inherited Senior Su Wuwei's Taishu's domain. That's me, Lu Yin replied. The man sighed in admiration. I heard that you've mastered Taishu's domain, and that you've only learned it for less than a year. I didn't dare to believe it, and I never thought that a genius like you would exist. My name is Wen-Shi, and I'm in charge of guarding spacetime. You can look for me directly if you need anything. Those spies are as annoying as rats, and I'll be eternally grateful if you can find them. Lu Yin solemnly replied, I won't let you down. Wen-Shi nodded, glanced at Eulalie, and then left. Lu Yin silently calculated that it had only been 5 breaths of time since Wen-Shi had appeared in Taishu's domain. How had the spies been able to destroy the information? The only possibility was that Wen-Shi hadn't been nearby at the time and had only rushed over after the spies had destroyed the information. It wasn't impossible, as even a progenitor couldn't travel through spacetime in such a short time. The square drawing disappeared. The others heaved a sigh of relief. Eulalie moved closer to Lu Yin, her eyes shining. What kind of power is this? It's the fear of the unknown, and it's the power of the unknown. Lu Yin casually pulled her aside. Come with me. Where are we going, acting master? Guan Laoda asked. Lu Yin raised his head. I found the traces. Everyone was shocked. So fast. Eulalie couldn't believe it. How could it be so fast? Regardless of whether she believed it or not, Lu Yin led them in a strange direction. He had purposely chosen this path, since he had used Taishu's domain to find traces of space, he had to make it look real. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2639. Hey, what's the route you're taking? Eulalie was confused. Lu Yin answered in a low voice, the path of the spy. Eulalie fell silent, as he didn't believe that Lu Yin could use his Taishu domain to find the spy. Su Ji was excited. Could the Taishu domain really detect traces left behind by space? Xian Qi had used this method to find Yunwu, and it was said that he had even evaded the pursuit of a powerful corpse king. Su Ji hadn't believed it before, but now that he could find the spy, he had no choice but to believe it. Lu Yin didn't know if the spy's information was true, but if he found out that it wasn't, he could just say that the spy had purposely lured them here. In any case, he would be the only one saying it, and no one would be able to expose him unless Su Wuwei arrived. The results didn't disappoint, the information they had bought was true. When Lu Yin brought the group in front of one of the girls, she was stunned. Yu Pai immediately took her down, but she tried to resist by using a strange innate gift that could transform her body into gravel and scatter over a large area, making it impossible to find her. She wanted to use this to escape, but she had confessed without being pressed. After seeing her innate gift and comparing it to all the surveillance footage before the data had been destroyed, Lu Yin immediately confirmed that she was the spy. This was the 5th day since Lu Yin had arrived in the hyperspace, and he had managed to find the spy in just 5 days. His efficiency shocked the entire hyperspace. The decision-making team looked at Lu Yin. He sat up straight, he caught the spy. Ku Jian respectfully reported, yes, the evidence is sufficient. He was surprised, how did he do it? Ku Jian replied, it said that he used a battle technique called the Taishu domain. Lord Wen-Shi should know more about it. Wen-Shi quickly arrived and was very respectful towards Ran, unlike Ku Jian who was always so submissive. Ran didn't treat Wen-Shi as casually, Mr. Wen, what is the Taishu domain? Wen-Shi exclaimed, that is an incomprehensible power that is related to space. It is a battle technique that belongs solely to Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God. Back in the boundless battlefield, when the Taishian domain was unleashed, even the 7 heavenly gods exclaimed in surprise. They called it the power to control space. Wen sure said a lot, but in short, the Taishian domain was quite powerful. He frowned. She knew everything about Xianqi and knew that Xianqi seemed to have mastered an incredible battle skill. However, she was different from Bai Qian. She didn't care about personal strength and only pursued perfection. Therefore, she had only casually skimmed over the Tai Jade domain. She didn't expect that this battle skill would be able to amaze someone like Wen Shi. Uncle Mo should have seen it too. Wen Shi looked in a direction and said. Uncle Mo walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. I've seen it before. Senior Su Wuwei's Taishian domain is at a level that we can't even comprehend. It's even more so for us who use energy beyond space-time. It said that Xianqi relied on the spatial traces left behind in his Taishian domain to find his spy. Wen Shi nodded. Although it's inconceivable, it's not impossible. He was surprised. Is there really such a thing? Uncle Mo smiled bitterly. We used the black energy source to reach a height that countless people could only dream of. However, this kind of trick came with a price. In fact, we can only be considered as the users of the extremely strong's power, not the ones who control it. He retracted her gaze as Lu Yin's figure appeared in her mind. This Xianqi was becoming more and more valuable. She had still underestimated him. It was time to have a chat with this little brother of hers. Uncle Mo, please bring Xianqi here, he said. Wen Shi frowned. Lady Xianqi has done a great service to both beyond space-time and the human race by capturing the spy. I hope that Lady will treat him well. He smiled. Mr. Wen, you don't know, but Xianqi is a younger brother that I acknowledge. Wen Shi was shocked. I see. I spoke too much. I have to thank Mr. Wen for being so concerned about this little brother of mine. He smiled. Uncle Mo nodded and left. Wen Shi left as well. On one side, the woman had just been captured and was on her way to the Yu family. On the other side, the Yu family had also found someone who was not any slower than Lu Yin. It was the person that Lu Yin had asked Yu Lei to find, the person who had wanted to destroy the information in the drifting cloud space. Finding this person was one thing, but capturing him was more difficult because he was a member of the decision-making team. The first suggestion to target the drifting cloud space had been made during a meeting of the decision-making team. When Lu Yin found out about this, he was even more certain that there was something wrong with this person. Lu Yun had been imprisoned, and beyond space-time had analyzed the entire drifting cloud space. Under such circumstances, this person had still been able to target the drifting cloud space and spread the news in such a short time. It was impossible to say that there was nothing wrong with this person. It was impossible for this person to not know that Lu Yun had been imprisoned. Even elders knew how many black energy sources were hidden in beyond space-time. Lu Yun's imprisonment was not a secret, and if the drifting cloud space's people knew about it, then the decision-making team should know even more. This was a deliberate diversion. Then what about this person? Lu Yin asked. Although there was something wrong with this person, he was still someone who controlled beyond space-time, so Lu Yin could not capture him. Yu Lei did not mind. Father has gone to deal with it. When you return to our house, I guarantee that he will arrive early. Lu Yin nodded. As expected, Yu Fang did not care about the decision-making team at all. It seemed that the members of the decision-making team were important spies, but in reality, it was just a title. Before they could return to the Zio realm, the group was stopped by Uncle Mo. Xianqi, Lady wants to see you. Yu Lei raised his brows and stepped forward. Xianqi wants to go to the Yu family. Uncle Mo smiled. It's just for a while. It won't delay matters. Lu Yin said, I originally wanted to wait until this investigation was over before meeting Sister Ran, but since Uncle Mo is here, let's go greet Sister Ran first. Eulalie looked at Luine strangely. Sister Ran. Yes, Sister Ran. What's wrong? Luine asked. Eulalie bared his teeth and tugged at his hair, causing white dandruff to flutter about. Luine hurriedly retreated, as did Su Yu, Su Ji, and the others. So corny, Xian Qi, you're disgusting. He then left in disgust. Luine was speechless, as he did not dislike him. Uncle Mo's gaze turned cold. Although these words were directed at Luine, they had included he ran as well, which was a little too much. If not for the Yu family's little princess, Uncle Mo would have slapped Xian Qi long ago. Uncle Mo, please don't take offense. Let's go, Luine said politely. Uncle Mo nodded and led Luine away. The others naturally went to the Zio realm first. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Luine smiled brightly. Sister Ran, I'm here to greet you. He Ran giggled. You've been here for a few days now, haven't you thought of visiting me? Luine was helpless. Too many things. I don't know what's wrong with the Yu family, but they suddenly invited me to the hyperspace to help catch spies. The hyperspace purged so many spies that I couldn't embarrass myself in the hyperspace, much less you. That's why I haven't rested for the past few days. I've been thinking of ways to catch spies, and fortunately, I've finally found one. But I heard that you only use Tai Jade to find spies in the void. It's not that troublesome, he Ran said curiously. Uncle Mo looked at Luine. This kid had actually learned Tai Jade in just half a year. It was unbelievable. Luine complained, if only it were that simple. Sister, do you know how many people can leave behind traces in the void and how to distinguish them? It's a lot of knowledge, and it took me a lot of effort to analyze the habits of everyone who went to the records office. Only then can I tell who left behind the traces. That troublesome. It's been hard on you, he Ran comforted him gently. Luine smiled. It's hard work, but it's fine as long as I don't embarrass myself. Most importantly, I can't embarrass you, Sister Ran. Outsiders already know that I call you Sister Ran. He Ran was astonished. Everyone knows. Uncle Mo replied, Xian Qi said it in front of outsiders, so it should have spread. Luine asked carefully, Sister Ran, there won't be any problems, right? He Ran's lips curled up. Of course there won't be any problems. I'm very happy that you're doing this. It means that you really see me as your sister. Of course. Luine puffed out his chest. He Ran smiled. I didn't give you a gift the last time we met, so I'll make it up to you this time. She then dropped a white energy source and floated in front of Luine. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. This is a white energy source that's second only to an extreme powerhouse. Sister, this is too precious. He Ran laughed. What's so precious about it? You already have one. If you can't use it, just sell it. You can buy something you need. Actually, I don't know what to give you. Just give yourself to me, and I'll bring you back to the above heaven sect as a mascot, Luine thought to himself, but he still expressed his gratitude on the surface. Little brother, I asked Uncle Mo to bring you here because I have something to remind you of. He Ran looked at Uncle Mo. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. What is it? Uncle Mo seriously asked, Xian Qi, why did the Yu family invite you to the transdimensional heaven Scorpion Hall to help capture a spy? Do you know about this? Luine replied, I don't. I find it strange as well. After so many years, the Yu family didn't seem to care much about the Heaven Scorpion Hall, but now, they seem to care. You're wrong. The Yu family cares a lot about the Heaven Scorpion Hall. However, something happened in the past that caused the Yu family to be passive about the Heaven Scorpion Hall, which led to the current situation. The Yu family once had a prodigal son named Yu Xian. Luyin quietly listened to Uncle Amo speak. Before this, he had not known about this matter at all. He had only known that the Heaven Scorpion Hall was a way for the decision-making team to share the Yu family's authority. Now, Uncle Amo was telling him a different version of the story. Yu Xian was a famous prodigal son of the Yu family. His reputation was terrible in the outside world, but in the transdimensional heaven sect, he was practically the epitome of a hedonistic son. The reason for this was because he had squandered all of the Yu family's wealth in order to unify the Heaven Scorpion Hole. Yu Xian was a prodigal son, but he was also a prodigal son with dreams and aspirations. His life's goal was to unify the Six Direction Society's Heaven Scorpion Hall and make it stand apart from the Six Direction Society while still enjoying the privilege of capturing spies. In order to achieve this goal, he had used the Yu family's boundless wealth to make friends with the Six Direction Society and rope in people from all over. In the end, he had become a prodigal son that everyone ridiculed. Not only had he failed to accomplish his goal, but he had also caused the Yu family to fall into depression for a generation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2640. Because of Yu Xian's extravagance, if not for the Yu family's deep foundation and control of the temporal transference technique, the Yu family would have been wiped out a long time ago. Yu Xian is Yu Fang's grandfather. On the surface, Yu Fang doesn't care about the Heaven's Mirror manner, but in reality, he's always wanted to fulfill his grandfather's wish. He wanted to humiliate everyone who mocked Yu Xian and gain face for the Yu family, Uncle Mo explained. Yu Fang saw everything you did in the Void God universe, and he's already set his sights on you. He wants to use your influence in the Heaven's Mirror manner to unite the Void God universe and the temporal transference manner. His next step will be to use your ability to capture spies and the Yu family's foundation to completely unify the Heaven's Mirror manner, allowing the Yu family to control this colossus. Luyin was stunned, but at the same time, he was enlightened. Why hadn't he thought of that? Previously, he had only wanted to use the Heaven's Mirror manner to cause trouble and take advantage of the situation to gain more resources. He might even be able to take revenge and dominate the Six Direction Society, but compared to Yu Xian's goal, he was simply too humble. That's right. Unifying the Heaven Mirror manner and turning it into a colossus in the Six Directions sect, a colossus that spanned across the entire Six Directions sect. In addition, the Six Directions sect would grant them the privilege of capturing spies. If they succeeded, the Heaven Mirror manner would become a terrifying existence. Everything else aside, he could even pull in a few progenitors, which would surpass the above heavens. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. This was something he could do. Do you understand? Lady He-Ran doesn't want you to be used by Yu Fang without knowing, so she asked me to remind you, Uncle Amo said seriously. Lu Yin bowed deeply to Uncle Amo, so that's how it is. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Amo. I understand now, I really do. Uncle Amo was satisfied. This kid's attitude was very good. It's good that you understand. Yu Fang is too smart, and Yu Lele is also publicly acknowledged as the smartest person in this generation. Little brother, I'm worried about you and the Yu family, He-Ran said worriedly. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, Sister He. Thanks to your reminder, I know what to do, and I definitely won't disappoint you. He-Ran pursed her lips. Are you sure? If you want, I can negotiate with Yu Fang and have him let you go back to the Void God universe. No matter what, Yu Fang won't openly fall out with me. Sir, if that's the case, your situation will become even more difficult, Uncle Mo advised. Don't worry, Sister Ran. It won't be that easy for the Yu Fang to use me. Besides, this is hyperspace, and I don't believe that the Yu family will be able to do anything to me under your watch. Don't worry. Uncle Mo reminded him, don't underestimate Yu Fang. Lu Yin nodded. Definitely not. He was distressed. Since you've already made up your mind, do as you please. If there's anything you need, immediately contact me or Uncle Mo. We'll help you as soon as possible. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement before being sent off by Uncle Mo. After Lu Yin left, Rand's expression returned to normal. His gaze was proud and profound, and no one knew what he was thinking. Uncle Mo returned. My lord. Did Xian Qi say anything? Rand asked. Uncle Mo replied, he didn't say much, he just kept thanking you. I can tell that he really doesn't know why Yu Fang invited him. Rand disdainfully replied, what an idiot. If he wasn't useful to us, talking to him would be a waste of time. You don't even know the purpose of his invitation. What do we do now? Uncle Mo asked. Rand replied, let nature take its course. We just have to keep an eye on Bai Qian. I'm afraid that the Yu family will take the initiative to ally with Bai Qian, which would be disadvantageous to me. Even if the Yu family has never interfered in this kind of competition, it's better to be safe than sorry. At that moment, Ku Jian arrived. My lord, Tu Ying has been captured by the Yu family. Rand was shocked. Tu Ying. The one from the decision-making team. Why did the Yu family capture him? Apparently, it has something to do with a spy. Lu Yin arrived at the Zio realm. Just as Eulele had said, Tu Ying had already been brought over by the decision-making team. Oh, someone went to bring Big Sis back. Eulele immediately mocked Lu Yin when she saw him. Lu Yin ignored her. What? You found such a noble sister, and now you're ignoring people? Have you gone to heaven? Eulele continued. Lu Yin said to her, you've broken my initial impression of you. Eulele blinked. What impression? Lu Yin replied, an innocent and kind girl who's intoxicated by her career. Ha! Eulele was confused. Su shouted even louder, why would you think that? Lele, that damned girl, is two-faced and has a cheap mouth. Eulele's face darkened. Damn yeah, what nonsense are you talking about? You're the one with a cheap mouth. Su said, it's mainly because you're two-faced. You actually gave your dandruff to others to eat. Don't talk nonsense. I've only given it to you. Damn Lele, I'm going to beat you up. Don't cause trouble, we're doing business. Eulele rolled her eyes and allowed Su to pull her hair from behind. She mocked Lu Yin seriously, what benefits did you get from sucking up to others? You came to our Yu family because of Ran, right? Sure enough, there's a problem. Lu Yin casually said, maybe. Take me to Tu Ying. Hey, be serious. I'm guessing your conspiracy. There's no conspiracy. Absolutely. Think whatever you want. It's related to Ran, right? That's right. You admit it. Yes. What conspiracy? Check it out yourself. Along the way, Eulele kept pestering Lu Yin and asking him all sorts of strange questions. No matter what she said, Lu Yin would admit to it. She was so angry that she wanted to feed him dandruff. This guy is too infuriating. Do you think he's telling the truth? Eulele fumed and kept scratching her hair. Su rolled her eyes, wasn't he invited by your Yu family? What conspiracy is there? Eulele bared her teeth, really wanting to tell the truth. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Tu Ying. More accurately, he didn't see him, he heard him. Tu Ying's roar could be heard from afar, how dare your Yu family capture me? I'm Tu Ying, a member of the decision-making team. What are you trying to do? Let me go, you're being too presumptuous. Lu Yin gradually approached as he listened to Tu Ying's roar. Soon, he arrived at a spacious area that wasn't covered by any light. A group of Yu family members were standing guard in front of him, and there was a transparent barrier in the middle. An exasperated middle-aged man was locked inside, panting heavily and shouting with a sinister expression. Lu Yin didn't go over and just watched. Eulele was confused. Aren't you going to interrogate him? I won't be able to get anything out of him, and he'll only shout louder. Where's your father? Lu Yin asked. Eulele's eyes darted around. Tell me what he said to he ran, and I'll have my father interrogate him. Lu Yin didn't respond. Yu Fang would definitely come. This guy was only a suspect, and he was a reasonable suspect. However, that didn't mean that he was actually a spy. Who knew, he might have said the wrong thing in a moment of stupor. Lu Yin realized that Eulele's attitude towards him had changed after meeting He Ran. At first, Eulele had looked at him with interest, and even though Eulele was sure that Lu Yin had some sort of motive, he hadn't been so hostile. Now, however, Eulele basically viewed Lu Yin as an enemy, and his gaze was rather unfriendly. Does your Yu family know what you're doing? The decision-making team won't let you off. We were personally appointed by His Excellency, and we have our own missions. You're being too presumptuous. Or does your Yu family really think that you can replace His Excellency? The feed technique can never replace an energy source. Yu Fang arrived and walked past Lu Yin, entering an empty area. When he saw Yu Fang appear, Tu Ying stopped yelling and gritted his teeth. His gaze turned sinister as he growled, "Family head Yu, I thought you wouldn't come." "Why wouldn't I?" Yu Fang retorted. Tu Ying's eyes narrowed. "Isn't it better to pretend that you don't know anything?" Yu Fang calmly replied, "We captured you because you're suspected of being a spy." What a joke, I'm suspected of being a spy. His Excellency controls the entire hyperspace. If I'm a spy, why would he let me join the decision-making team? Tu Ying questioned. Yu Fang clasped his hands behind his back. That's his business. I have my own deductions. What deductions? Tu Ying asked angrily. Yu Fang calmly replied, during the meeting, you suggested that the people from the drifting cloud space might have been the ones who destroyed the information. However, as a member of the decision-making team, don't tell me that you didn't know that Drifting Cloud was imprisoned. Don't tell me that you didn't know that Drifting Cloud had already analyzed the Drifting Cloud space. The people from the Drifting Cloud space seemed to be hiding in the hyperspace, but they were actually using them for experiments. Otherwise, they would have been captured long ago. How could these people destroy the information? And you're saying that they did it. Don't tell me that you're just crazy and that you're just spouting nonsense. In order to show off in front of him, you've all racked your brains and thought of ways to show off. You wouldn't say a single word. Tu Ying angrily retorted, human innate gifts are very strange. How do you know that the people of the flowing cloud space haven't been born with any strange innate gifts? Perhaps there are geniuses with extraordinary innate gifts among them. Even hyperspace can't completely unravel the mysteries of the human body. Also, it's possible that someone like Lu Yun has been born in the flowing cloud space. Who knows? Whether it's slander or not, we'll know once we investigate, Yu Fang said. What if we can't find anything? Tu Ying glared at Yu Fang, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred. No matter what the final outcome was, it was a fact that he had been captured by the Yu family. This would definitely affect his position in His Excellency's heart and make the other members of the decision-making team suspicious. The Yu family had basically destroyed his future. If possible, he would definitely destroy the Yu family at all costs. Yu Fang didn't intend to respond to Tu Ying's hateful gaze. Instead, he simply said, if we can't find anything, then we can't find anything. What else can we do? Tu-Wing was furious. In the distance, Lu-Yin raised his brows when he heard this. The Yu family didn't care about the decision-making team at all. The excellency that Tu-Wing was referring to should be the hyperspace dominator, and Yu Fang didn't seem to be afraid of him. Or perhaps the Yu family, who had created the gift technique, thought that they were on par with the dominator who had created the energy source. If that was the case, then the decision-making team was just a servant in Yu Fang's eyes. This attitude was normal. But why? Why was the Yu family on par with that dominator? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2641. From the information that Lu-Yin currently had, even if the Yu family was several times stronger, they would not be able to shake that ruler's position. It was simply impossible for them to be on equal footing. Simply put, the Yu family also had a seat in the decision-making team. If Yu Fang was truly on equal footing with that ruler, then the Yu family would not be able to enter the decision-making team. Even Yu Ting from the Sixth Direction Training Rites was afraid if he ran, which was not an attitude that came from being on equal footing. The hyperspace continuum had an abyss that Lu-Yin could not see, and it seemed to be much more complicated than the void god spacetime. Yu Fang did not say much to Tu-Wing. No matter how much he looked down on Tu-Wing, he could not use external forces to interrogate him. Otherwise, it would be a slap to He Rance and that ruler's face. Uncle Mo came over and demanded that the Yu family release Tu-Wing. Yu Fang brought Lu-Yin along to confront Uncle Mo. So you're saying that Tu-Wing is a spy, but it's just a guess? Uncle Mo asked Lu-Yin. Lu-Yin replied, yes, but there's no evidence. Uncle Mo looked at Yu Fang and said respectfully, family head Yu, Tu-Wing is still a member of the decision-making team. Arresting him without any evidence would not have a good impact. Lord He Ran hopes that family head Yu will release him. Yu Fang looked at Uncle Mo. Is impact more important or a spy? Uncle Mo hesitated. No matter how great the impact was, it could not compare to the destruction that a spy could bring. However, if he said that, Yu Fang could send him away with a single sentence, so Tu-Wing had to be taken away. Uncle Mo, what do you think? I'll have to trouble you to investigate Tu-Wing, Lu-Yin said. Me? Uncle Mo was astonished. Yu Fang's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu-Yin. Eulele approached from behind. This guy was definitely plotting something. Lu-Yin smiled. I believe that whether it's Lord He Ran, the Yu family, or the decision-making team, none of them will allow a spy to exist. If Tu-Wing really is a spy, then Lord He Ran will definitely get rid of him first. Since that's the case, why don't we release him? Even if we lock him up, we won't be able to get anything out of him. You were the one who wanted to capture him, so you released him as soon as He Ran's people arrived. Xian Qi, Eulele wanted to say something, but Lu-Yin cut him off. I asked you to use the Yu family's power. If you can't find anything, then you'll naturally be released. Yu Fang nodded. I'll leave the matters of the heavens reflection manner to you. If you're willing to let it go, that's fine. Uncle Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Facing the Yu clan, even an extremely powerful expert like him did not have the confidence to take Tu-Wing away. Only the Yu clan themselves knew the depth of their foundation. Not to mention other things, Yu Fang himself could use the black energy source, and the Yu clan had at least one black energy source hidden away. If they did not give him face, there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, if Tu-Wing is really a spy, Lord He Ran will not let him off, Uncle Mo said. Not long after, he left with Tu-Wing. Although Tu-Wing resented the Yu family, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only keep his resentment in his heart. After they left, Eulele sneered, as expected of someone else's good little brother. He doesn't have any stance at all. Lele, go take a look at the 5th experiment. Yufeng sent Yu Lele away. Lu Yin also sent Guan Laode and the others away, including Su Ji and Su Yu. He then asked, Senior, are you sure you can monitor Tuing? Yufeng was confident, unless that person personally acts, I can monitor whoever I want in this hyperspace. That's good, Lu Yin nodded. Tuing is a member of the decision-making team, and he refuses to admit it. We have no evidence, so we can't pry his mouth open. We can only do this. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. Take him away, and the first person he'll meet will definitely be Hiran. I can also hear their conversation. Is there a problem? Yufeng asked. Lu Yin smiled, Senior, you're testing me. After all, it involves Hiran. Yufeng and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Lu Yin shrugged, anything is insignificant when it comes to finding a spy, including Hiran. Yufeng smiled, what's your relationship with Hiran? She's my sister Ran, Lu Yin answered with a smile. Yufeng could not understand Lu Yin. He had admitted it so openly, but he was also willing to let him monitor Hiran. Did this person really think that capturing spies was his only goal? Tuing was taken away, and the first person he met was indeed Hiran. Yufeng and Lu Yin also heard their conversation. The conversation between Hiran and Tuing was normal, and the result was within Lu Yin's expectations. Tuing was forced to leave the decision-making team. If Tuing was a spy, then Hiran would definitely be the first to get rid of him. She would not allow anyone to ruin her image, and having a spy support her would only make her a laughingstock. Now that there was no way to prove that Tuing was a spy, Hiran could not directly get rid of him. The only thing she could do was to remove him from the decision-making team and make him lose his authority. This way, even if he was a spy, he would not be able to do anything. Tuing could not accept this result. He could not understand why being suspected of being a spy would result in such severe consequences. He could only say that he did not understand the psychology of those high above him. Whether or not Tuing was a member of the decision-making team, the Yu family would not relax their surveillance of him. For the time being, Lu Yin could rest for a while. After all, he had just captured the girl who had destroyed the information. Once she was captured, she would immediately say that she was being controlled by Qing Kong. However, this was the hyperspace, and Lu Yin could not decide the final outcome. He could only leave it to the Yu family. What he needed to do now was to roll the die. The quickest way to catch spies was to roll the die. He had caught over 100 spies in half a year in the Void God dimension because he had constantly rolled the die. Even if he rolled enhance and merged with the spies' bodies only a few times, he could still catch a whole batch of spies. Spies were more or less connected to each other, so this was the quickest way. Lu Yin needed to maintain his reputation as an expert at catching spies in order to fulfill his desire. Hyperspace's currency was called Ultralisk, and Lu Yin could easily obtain some. Lu Yin held the Ultralisk in his hand and studied it for a long time before his heart sank. This Ultralisk was actually a metal material used to create energy sources. It was not only an energy source, but it was also widely used throughout the entire hyperspace, including as a carrier for the feed technique. It was a material that the hyperspace needed the most, and it was also a necessary material. The problem was that it was useless to Lu Yin. Rolling enhance consumed the power of the current spacetime, and it could only merge with the person in the current spacetime. However, Ultralisk was just a type of metal, so where did its power come from? Hyperspace itself was not overshadowed by the power to change the world. Instead, it constantly developed cultivation techniques and used all things in the universe, which was fundamentally different from a cultivation civilization. The Hui crystals of the three monarchs' universe were also materials that could carry monarch's aura, but as long as Lu Yin could consume the monarch's aura, he should be able to merge with the cultivators in the Three Monarchs universe. However, hyperspace did not have the power to cover spacetime. Lu Yin had not thought of this before and had neglected it. Now that he suddenly thought of it, he was at a loss. What should he do? Roll enhance. No, how could he catch spies in the shortest time possible? If he could not do it, how could he gain the trust of the Yu family and establish the image he wanted in the Six Direction Association? This was a headache. What else could he do besides roll enhance? Spies were very difficult to find, and if not for the fact that roll enhance was too heaven-defying, Lu Yin would not have been able to find Yunwu so easily and expose Jun. He would not have been able to purge the spies in the Void God dimension. Lu Yin did not feel that he was much smarter than others when it came to finding spies. The purpose of the Heaven's Mirror Manor was to capture spies, but their efficiency was very low. There were even progenitors among them, and in a fair comparison, Lu Yin had no advantage over the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Lu Yin kept thinking about how to capture spies, but there was only one way: the person who sold information that Luo Lao could contact. If that person could help him find the spy who had destroyed the information, then he should know more about the spy. However, if this person knew who the spy was but did not expose him, then he was just like Realmless in the cosmic tree. He did not care about the greater good of humanity and only cared about his own interests. Lu Yin did not trust such a person. When it came to people he did not trust, his method was to find them and deal with them. Xia Shenfei had obtained a lot of information from Realmless because he had broken through Realmless. That was how he had been able to find a group of spies in the cosmic tree, as well as the people who had colluded with them. If Lu Yin could find this information seller, then he might be able to reap the same benefits. Lu Yin had no pity for such people. Although it was rushed, this was the only way he could think of at the moment, so he could only try. Lu Yin returned to the Eternal Kingdom and brought Luo Lao to hyperspace to contact the information seller. "Brother-in-law, what information do you want to buy?" Luo Lao asked. He was very happy, as being used by Lu Yin meant that he had value and could perform meritorious deeds. As long as he could perform meritorious deeds, he would be able to succeed under Lu Yin. He did not want to stay in the Eternal Kingdom aimlessly. He had not avenged his mother's death yet, and his enemy was right under his feet. However, he could not do anything about it. Lu Yin had already thought of a plan, and his gaze turned cold. Information on Zijing. Luo Lao thought that he had misheard. Who? Sister Zijing. Lu Yin said, contact him and buy all the information on Zijing from him. Most importantly, Lu Yin stared at Luo Lao, find a way to let him know that we need to send information to the Zio realm. Luo Lao was shocked. The Yu family. Brother-in-law, why are you doing this? Just do as I say, or can't you do it? Lu Yin frowned. Luo Lao was flustered, and when he saw Lu Yin's expression darken, he recalled Mu Jun's miserable state. I can do it. Although I don't know who this person is, he definitely knows of my existence. As long as we contact him within the Zio realm, it'll be fine. However, the Zio realm is the Yu family's territory, so it'll be easy for us to be discovered. Lu Yin immediately brought Luo Lao to the Zio realm. Although there were many surveillance methods in hyperspace, it was impossible for them to monitor him. The universe was huge, and surveillance methods could not cover every corner. Furthermore, he was someone who could wrestle with a progenitor, so how could these surveillance methods detect him? They did not contact him that day. It's normal. I once waited for an entire month to buy information, Luo Lao said. Lu Yin was not in a hurry and waited patiently. 6 days later, Luo Lao exclaimed, I've got it. Lu Yin looked over and stared at Luo Lao's dark green glasses without saying anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2642. Luo Lauer began to trade. At the same time, in a dimly lit area, a tired man was looking at the screen in front of him. He really knows how to pick the right time. I'm so tired. He had originally wanted to stop the trade and rest for a few days, but when he saw the screen, his eyes lit up. Old Luo. As he spoke, he stepped forward, breathing heavily. It's really Luo Lauer. He's finally appeared. Does he want to buy information about Zijing? Not a spy. What does he want? After hesitating for a while, he began to communicate with Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer was nervous. This was a huge matter that involved Lu Yin and the Yu family, so he could not afford to mess it up. Brother-in-law, he's asking for sky-high prices, Luo Lauer asked. Deal. Brother-in-law, he has so much information about Sister Zijing. How did you find out about Big Sister Zijing when she was young? Luo Lauer exclaimed. Lu Yin frowned. He wouldn't have been surprised if this person had been able to find out about Zijing's current situation, but if he had even been able to find out about her childhood, then that wasn't simple at all. This proved that this person had considerable authority in the hyperspace. On the other side, that person excitedly stared at the screen. Almost there, almost there. Don't end it, please don't end it. He was locating old Luo's position and leaving behind evidence. This was a rare opportunity, so he definitely couldn't end the transaction. On the other side, Lu Yin was lost in thought as he stared at the information regarding Zijing. He didn't know what the person who sold the information was doing right now, but he definitely knew that the person he was dealing with was Luo Lauer, who was related to Mu Jun's disappearance and was also located in the Yu family. How would this person deal with such exaggerated information? It was impossible to find this person through trade, so he had no choice but to divert the trouble away by leaking such a huge amount of information to see if he could find any traces of this person. When he thought about this, Lu Yin missed his dies enhance. He did not need to waste any effort and could directly read someone's memories. This method had saved him a lot of trouble. A 6 on the die was equivalent to giving him the answer to the proposition. It was much more efficient to reason in reverse rather than having no clue at all. The Zio realm, it's the Zio realm. Exclaimed the person in the dark. He was so excited that his face turned red. As expected, it's the Yu clan. Right, the Yu clan is in charge of the Heaven's Mirror Prefecture, so it's normal for them to buy information from spies. But it's possible that other people from the Heaven's Mirror Prefecture would buy it too, especially Xian Qi. She was the one who captured that spy, but we can't be sure that she was the one who bought the information. We can't rule out the possibility that the Yu family is using him. This person was originally invited to hyperspace by the Yu family, so it's normal for him to be a puppet. But Xian Qi couldn't have bought Zijing's information. They were originally lovers. Only the Yu clan would know that Zijing was involved in the research and development of the most secretive cultivation techniques. We've always hidden this from the Yu clan, so only the Yu clan would know. That person paced back and forth. The Yu clan, Mu Jun, Ultra Spacetime, and the 3 sovereigns. His eyes were bright, and his exhaustion was swept away. He suddenly looked up at the screen of light again, at the position of the Zio realm. Let's go all out. On the other side, Lu Yin had sent Luo Lauer back to the Eternal Kingdom. He had done everything he could, and all he could do now was wait. He didn't know what the information seller would do next. Perhaps the seller would do nothing and only focus on selling information. He could not take the initiative to attack, so he could only release the bait. Since that person likes to sell information, it shows that he is short of resources. Such a large amount of information is enough for him to get a sum from the 3 monarchs universe. Don't let him down. That person did not disappoint, as he desperately needed resources. He was willing to trade with anyone, even if that person was a spy, as long as they gave him resources. Now, such a large amount of information had been exposed to him. As long as he could sell it, he would have all the resources he needed. He could not resist this temptation. The giant rainbow wall was the most beautiful and dangerous place in the Three Monarchs universe. Inside and out, it was equivalent to life and death. At every moment, countless pairs of eyes looked outside the rainbow wall with apprehension and unease. Ever since the continents had been stuck to the rainbow wall, there were even more such gazes. "I think it's in Xiaoshenji's direction," Elder Chan said as he looked ahead. He was standing on the rainbow wall, and outside the rainbow wall was an endless continent. It was not a real continent, but rather the meditative ruins. Elder Chan had seen the god of oblivion in action on the Fifth Mainland, and he had also seen it during the era of the Daosor Sept, but he had never seen such a large meditative ruins before. As soon as he arrived at the rainbow wall, he saw the boundless meditative ruins, which forced Luo Jun, Xingjuan, and Xiaoshenji to continuously retreat. This also showed Elder Chan just how terrifying the god of oblivion was. Even if he touched this meditative ruins, he would often forget everything. Even though this period was not long and only lasted for an instant, it was enough to determine victory and defeat for an expert. Even though the god of oblivion was powerful, he had not faced the four of them directly. After all, they were still four progenitors and would not be easy to deal with. They were now trying to figure out which direction the god of oblivion would attack from. The rainbow wall protected the entire Three Monarchs universe. If the four of them were together, the god of oblivion would not attack them, but he could attack other regions, and they would not be able to save them in time. In the past, the Great Three Monarchs array had resonated with the rainbow wall, allowing the Three Monarchs to instantly attack no matter where they were. However, Mu Jun had disappeared. Although Elder Chan and Xiaoshenji had made up for the lack of power, they could not make up for the loss of the Great Three Monarchs array and the entire Three Monarchs universe. Not only that, but the rainbow wall was also weakening. If they could not find Mu Jun, then either someone could replace her, or the rainbow wall would disappear sooner or later. "I also think it's in Xiaoshenji's direction," Luo Jun said in a low voice. Star Monarch said, "I think it's in my place instead." Elder Chan said, "The god of oblivion was injured by Senior Xiaoshang in my origin space and has not recovered yet. His hatred for the Xia family is too strong. That's why he left Xiaoshenji for last," Star Monarch said. Elder Chan did not expect him to think this way and fell silent for a moment. "Hee, you old fellows can only guess. Continue, I will attack with all my strength in an instant. I don't know which one of you can block it in an instant, hee." The god of oblivion's voice spread throughout the Three Monarchs universe. Xiaoshenji narrowed his eyes. How troublesome. Bai Xing and Elder Chan should have replaced him and let him return to the starry sky tree, but Elder Chan came and Bai Xing did not, so he greeted them. In his words, why should they replace Xiaoshenji and fight to the death in the Three Monarchs universe? Even Bai Wangyuan could not force Bai Xing, who was a progenitor. Bai Xing did not come, and only Elder Chan came. It was not enough to completely replace the Three Monarchs' great formation. The main reason was that they had to defend a large area, and Luo Jun did not want to let Xiaoshenji go. Only the Three Monarchs universe is on the defensive. The other 5 universes have already attacked to chase us out of their universe. Luo Shan, what's the point of holding on to the title of the Three Monarchs? Defend one corner for the 6 monarchs. What can you gain by fighting to the death? Even if the Eternals are defeated, what will be left of the Three Monarchs universe? The god of oblivion mocked. Luo Jun said in a low voice, "Don't waste your breath. We've known each other for so many years, and we understand each other. It's useless for you to say this. The origin space is far stronger than the three monarchs universe. If you drag them to the six monarchs universe and they accept the origin space, do you think the three monarchs universe can still be one of the six monarchs universe? The god of oblivion smiled. Luo Jun's gaze turned cold. He had considered this as well, but Mu Jun had suddenly disappeared. The only thing he could do was to keep Xiaoshenji here and drag the origin space in. Otherwise, the three monarchs universe would be in danger. Have you ever considered that all of this might be what the origin space wants? The god of oblivion asked again. Elder Chan sighed. The Eternals are the best at bewitching people. They use the temptation of eternal life and great power to cause flaws in people's hearts, but you are still humans. If you don't care, how could you have fallen? God of oblivion, what do you care about? Little brat, since when did you have the right to lecture me? The god of oblivion said with disdain. Elder Chan replied, I'm just curious. Leave your curiosity in your coffin. If you want to get information from me, let little Lu Yin do it. I'll answer whatever he asks, hee hee. The god of oblivion attacked, and the world outside the rainbow wall turned upside down. Her target was actually Elder Chan. Although Elder Chan was the latest to break through to the progenitor realm, he was definitely not the weakest. Even Bai Wangyuan was wary of the ancestral qi of the three sons. In the three monarchs universe, Elder Chan and the god of oblivion had fought more than once. Although it had caused a huge commotion this time, it had ended quickly. You old things are boring. Let's go play with Lu Yin in the origin space. I wonder how he's doing. I really miss him. The god of oblivion giggled and left the three monarchs universe. Elder Chan raised his brows. If you dare to leave this universe, the Eternals will never be able to step in again. Luo Jun stared at Elder Chan. He wanted the god of oblivion to leave, but Elder Chan did not want her to cause trouble for Lu Yin. You can try. The god of oblivion's voice grew softer. Elder Chan's gaze turned cold, and he attacked outside the rainbow wall. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew out of the rainbow wall and collided with countless corpse kings. Their scarlet eyes were densely packed together, causing one's heart to tremble. Beams of light shot out, and each spacecraft was plated with monarch's aura. They were multicolored and painted the universe in a dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, the spacecraft's beams of light stopped, and the person controlling the spacecraft stared blankly at the screen. Mu Jun is here. It was just 4 simple words, but it caused everyone who saw it to tremble. It wasn't just one spacecraft that was like this, as all the spacecraft screens showed the same words. Inside the rainbow wall, all the data related to science and technology showed the same words. Soon, Luo Jun appeared in a spacecraft. Return. He sent his contact information to the person who had sent the message. Let's talk here. It was still 4 words. Luo Jun's expression was calm as he asked the others to leave. You should be able to hear me. It's an honor to speak with you, Lord Luo. A mechanical voice sounded, but it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Luo Jun looked at the screen. You want to talk to me, but you don't want me to know who you are. This is the only way. Are you the one who captured Mu Jun? Lord Luo, you've misunderstood. I just happened to know about Mu Jun, so I came to inform you. The price. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2643. Let's ask Lord Luo to confirm the authenticity first. As he spoke, the screen changed. On it was evidence of Luo Lao, Er's location, but the destination was not shown. Luo Lao, Er's words were not wrong. Not only that, but the person also listed the information of his transactions with Luo Lao. For a full hour, Lord Luo just watched. I have left traces of these records in the hyperspace. I will tell Lord Luo the method. Lord Luo can ask others to verify it. Tell me, where is Luo Lao? Lord Luo's eyes were cold. Although he did not care about family, he was still his son. Back then, Luo Zong had killed many of his brothers and sisters. He knew and stopped him, but he might not have been able to stop Luo Zong from secretly framing him, so he sent Luo Lao to the hyperspace as a hostage. However, he never dreamed that Luo Lao would one day plot against Mu Jun. There must be a top expert behind him. Otherwise, with Mu Jun's caution, it was impossible for him to disappear. Lord Luo knew what it meant to disappear. Let's talk about the price now, Lord Luo. Although one could not tell whether the mechanical voice was happy or angry, the speaker's tone revealed the speaker's excitement. He was a big step closer to his goal. Not long after, the screen turned off and someone entered. Lord Luo, we didn't find anything. Trash, Lord Luo growled, scaring the person into kneeling. Continue to investigate. Gather all the talents in the Three Monarchs universe. We must find this person, Lord Luo ordered. Yes. In the hyperspace, under the blooming stairs, Uncle Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Lord, there is a guest. On the stairs, He-Ran appeared. A guest? At this time, a voice sounded. Should I look for you or Bai Qian? He-Ran was confused. Who? Uncle Mo looked up. Three Monarchs universe, Luo Shan. He-Ran was surprised. Luo Shan. Although the Six Directions sect looked down on the Three Monarchs universe, compared to other universes, the Three Monarchs universe was too weak. It was undeniable that the Three Monarchs universe brought about a great shock. Rather than saying that they represented the Three Monarchs universe, it was more accurate to say that the Three Monarchs universe dragged them down. If there were no Three Monarchs universe, they would definitely be top figures in any universe. After all, those were three extremely powerful experts. Lord Luo, come out and meet me, He-Ran said. Her voice was pleasant and calm. The void split open, and Luo Jun walked out. He raised his head and looked at the stairs. At this moment, Uncle Mo stood in front of Luo Jun. Luo Jun said indifferently, even I can't see it? No, Uncle Mo said directly. Lord Luo's gaze was too domineering. Luo Jun's gaze turned cold as he took a step forward. At this moment, Uncle Mo only felt the world shaking. Everything around him changed. He couldn't stop Luo Jun. This was the only thought in his mind. For some reason, Luo Jun put down his foot. Forget it. We're partners after all. Although we've never met, we're still familiar with each other. He-Ran, what's the situation with the Yu clan? He-Ran was puzzled. Why are you asking about the Yu clan? I suspect that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family. He-Ran was shocked. Uncle Mo also looked at Luo Jun in shock. Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan. How is that possible? He-Ran did not believe it. Luo Jun replied, I hope it's not true, so please do me a favor. I want to verify it myself. On this day, the tranquil hyperspace changed. First, the surveillance went out of control, and then, chaos appeared in many regions. Extreme powerhouses hurriedly took care of it, and the tranquil hyperspace seemed to be disturbed by something. Luo Jun appeared outside the Zio realm and stepped in. He appeared at the place where Luo Lao had bought the information and looked at the ground. It really is here. He then looked forward with a cold gaze and released his tricolored monarch's aura. It was as if a multicolored monster had appeared and enveloped the entire Zio realm. At this moment, countless people in the Zeo realm saw the tricolored monarch's aura cover the sky and change the earth. It even caused the stars to change colors, creating an indescribably terrifying pressure. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was the power of a progenitor, which meant that Luo Jun was the one who had come. He had used Luo Lauer to probe the person who had sold the information, hoping to use the information that Luo Lauer was in the Yu family to expose him. However, he had not expected such a huge reaction. That person had actually directly told the three sovereigns, otherwise, Luo Jun would not have appeared. There was definitely something wrong with that person. Luo Shan, what are you doing? Yu Fang's furious voice rang out as black energy swept across the horizon and dispersed the monarch's aura. Luo Jun coldly glanced at Yu Fang. Where is Mu Jun? Yu Fang was stunned. What Mu Jun? Where is Luo Ho? Where is the Thunder Sealing clan? Luo Jun asked again. Yu Fang angrily shouted, are you crazy? What does the Thunder Sealing clan have to do with Luo Ho and my Yu family? Luo Ho appeared in the Zeo realm. Hand him over. Luo Shan attacked without holding back. A huge battle broke out in the Zeo realm as the black energy clashed with the tricolored monarch's aura. Lu Yin had originally thought that the black energy would not be able to defeat the tricolored monarch's aura, as energy was just energy. Although it had the destructive power of an extreme powerhouse, it could not compare to a true progenitor. However, Yu Fang's black energy had overturned his understanding. Even though they were both black energy, there were differences in strength. Yu Fang's black energy was actually able to block the tricolored monarch's aura. At this moment, Ran was paying attention to the Zeo realm. She silently agreed that Luo Jun had killed his way into the Zeo realm and transferred Wen Shi away to use Luo Jun to probe the Yu family's foundation. Luo Jun was not weak. Her idea was not bad. As the tricolored monarch's aura continued to strengthen, beams of feed technique shot out from the Zeo realm and pierced through the tricolored monarch's aura. There was more than one feed technique in the Zeo realm, and they shot out beams of power that even Luo Jun feared. Lu Yin's scalp went numb when he saw this power. He had never thought that a progenitor's destructive power could be measured in numbers. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, all the way until 7 beams. A total of 7 beams of feed technique's killing power forced Luo Jun to retreat. Luo Jun himself had not expected the Zeo realm's foundation to be so strong. It was so strong that it exceeded his expectations. However, these people were underestimating him too much. The Three Monarchs spacetime was the weakest of the Six Directions Association, but he was not. Luo Jun looked up and tricolored light appeared under his feet. It spread out and formed a circle. The light then rose vertically, connecting the sky and earth, becoming the most resplendent point in the Zeo realm. Yu Fang's gaze changed. He waved his hand, and beams of light shot towards Luo Jun. In the next instant, the tricolored light on Luo Jun's body expanded endlessly. At this moment, the entire Zeo realm changed, turning into another Three Monarch spacetime. The black energy was actually wrapped up by the tricolored monarch aura and fell down. Yu Fang's pupils shrank. This was a domain-like power that cultivators who had reached the extreme realm would possess. Luo Jun attacked, slamming a palm towards Yu Fang. Yu Fang continuously retreated, and Luo Jun followed closely behind, closing the distance between them. They were both extreme realm powerhouses with destructive power, but Luo Jun's black energy was no match for Luo Jun's. Black energy did not need to be cultivated to the extreme realm to possess the power of an extreme realm powerhouse. Although it was fast, its weakness was that it did not have a cultivation process. Whether it was in terms of battle prowess, temperament, or other aspects, it was far inferior to a normal progenitor. Although Yu Fang's destructive power was comparable to Luo Jun's, Luo Jun displayed a power that was similar to the progenitor's realm, and Yufeng was instantly suppressed. Just as Yufeng was about to be struck by Luo Jun, he retreated to an incomparably large source box. This source box had suddenly appeared, as if it had come from a parallel universe. It was larger than any source box he had ever seen before, and it was covered in a host of feed technique. Luo Jun's expression changed as he looked at the feed technique that was frantically extracting the sourcebox's substance. He felt a strong sense of crisis. This was the Yu family's foundation. At the same time, another figure tore through the void and attacked Luo Jun. It was another expert who could use a black energy source. The Yu family had two. Lu Yin looked at the person who had appeared. Was it Yuting? Yuting was strong enough to use a black energy source, but it depended on whether the Yu family had one or not. It was obvious that the Yu family had more than one. With two extreme realm powerhouses and a powerful feed technique, Luo Jun would not be able to gain an advantage. Luo Shan, get lost. If not for the everlasting race, you would already be dead. Yufeng roared. Luo Jun growled, hand over Mu Jun, are you crazy? What does Mu Jun have to do with the Yu family? Yufeng cursed. Luo Jun waved his hand, and a mountain appeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the mountain. Was that Mount Supreme? It was Mount Supreme again. Tu Shuangshuang had Mount Supreme, and Luo Jun had Mount Supreme as well. These were the pillars of the primordial space. Just how many more were there outside? A person walked out from Mount Supreme. His appearance couldn't be seen, but his entire body was distorted by the airflow. As this person walked out, Luo Jun shouted, attack. The person in the airflow raised a palm and attacked Yufeng. Yufeng was stunned. This person who had suddenly appeared not only had extremely destructive power, but he was even more threatening than Luo Jun. What kind of power was this? Xiaxinji. Lu Yin hadn't expected Luo Jun to bring Xiaxinji along. Wasn't he afraid that the Forgotten Ruins deity would take this opportunity to attack the three sovereign spacetime? Luo Jun and Xiaxinji were enough to suppress the Yu family, but it was obviously impossible to defeat them. Luo Jun only wanted Xiaxinji to buy time for him to search the Zio realm. Xiaxinji used his own strength to stall Yufeng while Yuting still had the feed technique to buy time for Luo Jun. Luo Jun's tricolored monarch aura searched every corner of the Zio realm, but there was no trace of Luo Lao, or Mu Jun. In the end, he captured Eulele. If you want your daughter back, bring Luo Ho to me. With that, Luo Jun and Xiaxinji returned to the three sovereign spacetime. The entire process wasn't long, but Wenshi didn't appear for a while. Yufeng's expression turned ugly, and he immediately went to find he ran. Back in the Zio realm, Lu Yin watched the intense battle and thought about the person who had sold the information. There was definitely something wrong with this person, and he might even be a spy. Although that person had provided information about a spy who had destroyed the information, that woman might have been bait and wasn't of much value. This person was the spy behind the scenes. Of course, there was also the possibility that he wasn't. Regardless, Lu Yin had to find this person first. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2644. The news of Luo Jun killing his way into the Zio world and capturing Eulele shook the entire Six Directions Guild. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Among the Six Direction Society, the three monarch universes were at the bottom, while the reincarnation universes were recognized as the strongest. Apart from them, the other four were about the same. The Yu family had a transcendent status in transdimensional universe, and their foundation was unfathomable. Yet, one day, Luo Jun had killed his way in and captured Eulele. This matter was tantamount to slapping the Yu family's face. More importantly, Luo Jun's reason for killing his way into the Zio world was that the Yu family had caused Mu Jun's disappearance. This was not simple. Why was the Yu family related to Mu Jun's disappearance? What was their goal? Was it the Yu family's doing? Many members of the Six Paths Guild had questions about this matter. Yu Fang had gone to look for Hiran, but Lu Yin did not know what had happened. He only knew that after Yu Fang returned to the Zio realm, he angrily took Yu Ting to the Three Sovereign Spacetime. Not long after, more and more news arrived. Many of the Six Direction Association's powerhouses had entered the Three Sovereign Spacetime continuum to mediate. Wen Shi had also arrived at the Celestial Traversing Realm, and he was most likely searching for Lu Yin. Su Ling went to the Zio realm and found Lu Yin. "Sister Ling. Why are you here?" Lu Yin was shocked. Su Ling replied, "It's all because of you." Lu Yin didn't understand. Su Ling said, "You are still staying in the Zio world even after such a huge incident happened to the Yu clan. Aren't you afraid that something might happen?" Lu Yin replied, "This is a matter between the Yu family and the Three Sovereigns. It has nothing to do with me. I was only invited here to capture a spy. With Lord Luo's strength, the Yu family might not be able to protect you. Don't underestimate the Three Sovereigns, especially Lord Luo. He's a legendary figure." Lu Yin was moved. "I'm fine, Sister Ling." Su Ling rolled his eyes. "Let's talk about it after this matter is over. The Yu family was slapped in the face by Luo Jun, so you might suffer a loss if you work with them. Although the Yu family is smart, they don't have a good reputation." A few days later, this matter came to a temporary end. Luo Jun had no evidence to prove that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the Yu family. At most, he could only prove that Luo Ho had appeared in the Zio world. However, the Zio world was too large, so it was not strange for anyone to appear here. He could not determine that there was something wrong with the Yu family just based on this. The reason why Lord Luo was certain that it was related to the Yu family was because Luo Lauer appeared in the Zio world, and it was also related to the internal struggle of Ultra Spacetime. The cooperation partner of the Three Monarchs Spacetime was Hiran, and the Yu family was obviously not on the same side as Hiran. This was also Hiran's guess. But as long as there was no evidence, the Six Direction Society would not allow internal strife, and Lord Luo had to release Eulele. This was the Six Direction Society's bottom line. The Yu clan brought Eulele back, and Luo Jun also said that once it was confirmed that Yu clan was involved in Mu Jun's disappearance, even if the Three Monarchs Spacetime didn't want it, he would make the Yu clan pay the price. These ruthless words were not only spoken to the Yu clan, but also to other people. He must find Mu Jun. If Mu Jun died, this grudge must be avenged. Yu Fang returned to the Zio realm. When he heard that Wen Shi had investigated, his expression turned ugly. When he heard that Su Ling was also there, he hurriedly went to find him. "Senior, how is it?" "Lele is back," Lu Yin quickly asked when he saw Yu Fang. Yu Fang nodded, and his gaze swept past Lu Yin before landing on Su Ling. He politely said, "You must be the newly advanced virtual realm powerhouse, Su Ling." Su Ling grunted in acknowledgement and smiled. "I've long heard of the Yu clan's great name. I've taken the liberty to come here and disturb you." Yu Fang smiled. "It's no trouble at all. It's the Yu clan's honor to have you as a guest in my Zio realm." After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Ling left the Yu clan. Eulele had already been brought back, and with the Six Direction Society's mediation, Lord Luo could no longer do anything to the Yu clan. Thus, there was no need for her to keep watch over Lu Yin. After Su Ling left, Yu Fang directly asked Lu Yin, "Where is Luo Ho?" Lu Yin was stunned. Luo Ho. What do you mean by that, senior? Yufang stared at Lu Yin. Who's behind you? Mu Jun was the one behind you. Lu Yin's face sank. Senior, Lord Luo killed her way into the Zio realm and captured Eulele. She did indeed cause the Yu clan to suffer heavy losses, but senior shouldn't blame this on me. I'm just a junior, so how could I have the ability to scheme against Mu Jun? Yufang's gaze deepened. It sounds unreasonable, but I don't need logic. You didn't come, so this wouldn't have happened. Now that you're here, this happened. Luo Ho had a good relationship with you in the Six Direction training rites, and you must have had a motive for deliberately approaching my Yu clan. It's hard for me not to link this matter to you. Lu Yin frowned. Most people would not think that this matter was related to him, as he had nothing to do with any of the three sovereigns. However, Yufang was certain that he was the culprit. Lu Yin's head hurt. He liked to meet people who thought they were smart, as they could often analyze details that ordinary people could not see. He was the best at using these details to divert trouble, but Yufang was different. He only looked at the beginning and the end, skipping over the analysis of the process. If he suspected someone, he would immediately confirm it. Lu Yin did not know how to deal with such a simple and crude method. It looks like the Yu clan is certain that this matter is related to me. Then why didn't Senior mention it in front of others? Lu Yin asked. Yufang replied, I wanted to see what else you could do. My Yu clan has nothing to do with Mu Jun's matter, so I'm not afraid of being wrongly accused. Unless you have the ability to make other parallel universes target my Yu clan, then I'll accept it. Otherwise, the person behind you will be exposed sooner or later. He then left. Lu Yin watched Yufang's departing figure. This was troublesome. No wonder the Yu clan had a bad reputation in the Six Direction Training Society. If they were certain of something, they did not need evidence and only looked at the results. Who could stand that? Even if their guesses were the truth, without evidence, people would think that they were overbearing and unreasonable. The Yu clan was smart and arrogant, so they would not act in a way that ordinary people would accept. This clan was very strange. After leaving Lu Yin's line of sight, Yufang saw Eulele come looking for him and stopped her. Father, move aside. I want to settle the score with Xian Qi. He must be the one behind this. Eulele bared her teeth. She was just like Yufang, determined that Lu Yin was the culprit. Regardless of whether there was evidence or not, there was definitely something wrong with this guy. Yufang replied, I've already looked for him. How was it? What do you mean? He won't admit it. Does the Yu clan need him to admit something? He's not someone from a space-time continuum. So what if we're certain? Of course we'll capture him and interrogate him. Lord Luo has no evidence that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan, so he could only retreat. We also have no evidence that Xian Qi is involved. Eulele asked, he still dares to resist. Yufang frowned. He has 4 powerhouses backing him. Eulele fell silent and scratched his head, causing dandruff to fall off. Yufang retreated. Time to wash your hair. I'm irritated. I don't want to wash it. Eulele was unhappy and felt even more sullen. The Yu clan had never needed evidence to do anything, and they could arrest anyone they suspected. This was one of the reasons why the Yu clan was in charge of the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Are we just going to let this Xian Qi scheme against us? Eulele clenched his fists. Yufang smiled. Let him be. I want to see what else he has up his sleeves. What about that he ran? That woman lured Wenshi away, which allowed Lord Luo to charge into the Zio realm. Eulele's expression turned ugly. Yufang's expression darkened. This matter won't pass. Could Xian Qi have been sent by He Ran? Eulalie guessed. Eulalie had guessed this from the very beginning, and the fact that Luine had called her sister Ran made Eulalie even more certain. Yufeng shook his head. That's unlikely. Although he's close to Ran isn't stupid. It's not her style to send someone so brazenly to approach the Yu clan. Besides. He paused for a moment before continuing, Ran doesn't have the ability to deal with Mu Jun. She's working with the three sovereigns, and if she tries to deal with Mu Jun, she'll easily become the target of everyone and lose her footing in the Six Direction Association. She won't take such a risk. Then how is Xianqi going to deal with Mu Jun? Eulalie was confused. Yufeng frowned, as this was also why he hadn't revealed Xianqi's identity. What was this person hiding? The void god space. No, that shouldn't be the case. Was he a spy? It wasn't impossible, but it wasn't likely. Sacrificing the entire void god space's spy for Xianqi was too great a price to pay. This person wasn't worth it. What was it? Where is Xianqi from? Yufeng asked. Eulalie was stunned. I don't know. Yufeng was astonished. You don't know? I thought you knew, father. Eulalie felt wronged. Yufeng was exasperated, this was too laughable. Even now, the Yu clan still didn't know Xianqi's origins. This person had clearly joined the Six Direction training grounds from the Void God space. The Yu clan's status in the Void God space was high, but they didn't even know Xianqi's origins. If this got out, they would be laughed at. They thought they were smart. Yufeng felt like he had grasped onto something. There was definitely something wrong with this Xianqi's origins. Uncle Ting definitely knows, Eulalie reminded him. Yufeng immediately contacted Yuting. Yuting's reply caused Yufeng's expression to change. It was the Genesis space. The Zio realm was quiet for a while, and Luine waited patiently. After a while, he would bring Luo Lao over and contact the person who had sold them the information. That person had betrayed them once, and since he couldn't find any leads on this person, he could only continue to contact him. Yufeng came over and gave Luine a mission. Investigate the person who provided information to Lord Luo. Luine didn't understand. The person who provided the information. Yufeng replied, someone told Lord Luo that Luo Ho had appeared in the Zio realm, which is why Lord Luo is certain that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan. I want you to find this person. Luine laughed. Senior, are you sure that I'm related to this matter, and you're not worried about letting me look for him? Yufeng replied, you're the one who's urgently looking for this person. Perhaps you planned this together with this person and purposely let Lord Luo find you, or perhaps you used this person. You knew beforehand that this person would tell Lord Luo and purposely let him know that Luo Ho was in the Zio realm. If it's the latter, then you don't want this person to know your identity, and this person definitely won't let you know his identity either. I'll give you a chance to investigate this personally. Go to the Three Monarch space and find this person. The Three Monarch space will cooperate fully. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2645. After hearing Yufeng's words, Luine rubbed his cosmic ring. If I'm in the first situation, then I'll cut off my own arm. If I'm in the second situation, then I'll do my best to investigate. Even if this matter has nothing to do with me, the Yu family won't suffer any losses if I investigate. Are you willing to do so? Yufeng asked. Luine shrugged. We've reached a bottleneck in our investigation, and this person is deliberately trying to sow discord between Luo Jun and the Yu family. He might be a spy as well, so it's a good direction to investigate. Yu Fang nodded. I hope to hear good news from you. He then turned to leave, but before he left, he turned his back to Lu Yin. I heard that you offended the primordial space's Tao master, Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes widened, but his voice was calm. Yes. I've heard of Lu Yin, and he's quite capable. If possible, I'd like to meet him and resolve your grudges. Yu Fang then left. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. What did Yu Fang mean? What was he trying to say? Even if everyone in the Six Direction Society knew that Yu Fang had come from the primordial space, they would not link him to Lu Yin. However, Yu Fang was different, as he was certain that Lu Yin was related to Mu Jun's disappearance. Xian Qi's identity alone made it impossible for him to do anything to Mu Jun. The only possibility was that there was a powerhouse from the primordial space behind him. Yu Fang definitely knew about Xia Xinji's identity, and after some analysis, he might be able to guess that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the primordial space. Yu Fang's guess was correct. It was not that others could not guess, but that they would not think in this direction. He had taken the initiative to approach the Yu family, which had caused Yu Fang to become suspicious of him. Then, he had tried to probe the information cellar, which had caused Luo Jun to kill his way into the Zio realm. This had also aroused Yu Fang's suspicions. Lu Yin was the one who had slowly led Yu Fang's suspicions towards him, which had led to Yu Fang's suspicions. However, he had no other choice. If he did not probe the information cellar, then it would be very difficult for him to find a spy in the hyperspace. Getting close to the Yu family was a necessary step, or else he would not be able to plot against the hyperspace. The Yu family and he Ran were not on good terms, so he had to get close to them. The Yu family was too unreasonable, whether it was Yu Fang or Yu Lulu. What exactly had Yu Fang guessed? Yu Fang's guesses did not require evidence, as long as he guessed it. For safety's sake, Lu Yin's identity as Xian Qi should be abandoned. Once someone from the Six Direction Association connected Xian Qi to Lu Yin, it would be easy to verify their suspicions. However, this identity was very important. How could he give it up so easily? Lu Yin was conflicted. If he really couldn't do it, he wouldn't come to the Yu family. When he thought of this, he hurriedly left with Guan Laoda and the others to find He Ran. His next destination was the Three Monarchs universe. Since Yu Fang asked him to go to the Three Monarchs universe to investigate, in order to prevent him from doing something unfavorable to himself, he would follow his steps first. However, before going to the Three Monarchs universe, he had to first understand the Three Monarchs, especially Lord Luo. That was why Lu Yin had gone to look for He Ran. Yu Fang asked you to go to the Three Monarchs universe to investigate the person who provided information to Lord Luo? He Ran was shocked. Lu Yin nodded and helplessly replied, Sister Ran, that person was able to contact Lord Luo without his identity being discovered. This proves that he's quite capable, but I'm not confident in his abilities. Then I'll go talk to Yu Fang. Actually, this is a matter of the Three Monarchs, it has nothing to do with you, He Ran said. Lu Yin replied, that person is trying to sow discord between us. Being suspicious of the Yu family is the same as being suspicious of a spy. This is something that I should do, so there's no point in looking for Yu Fang. He looked at Lu Yin, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Is there trouble? He Ran asked with concern. Lu Yin sighed, Yu Fang's attitude towards me has completely changed, and he's also speaking ill of you. I can't take it anymore, and I'm afraid that one day I'll quarrel with him, so I'll go to the Three Monarchs universe first. He Ran was furious, Yu Fang has gone too far. No matter what his attitude towards me is, you were invited by the Yu family from the Void God universe to help catch the spy. How can his attitude towards you change just because of your relationship with me? Uncle Mo, please go to the Yu family. Lu Yin quickly stopped her, no need, Sister Ran. I don't want to have anything to do with the Yu family, so I won't trouble you. Uncle Amo looked at He-Ran. He-Ran nodded, all right, I won't contact the Yu family in the future. Lu Yin's contact with the Yu family had never been part of He-Ran's plan. She was more worried about what Bai Qian was up to, so it was better not to contact him now. Sister Ran, what's Lord Luo like? Lu Yin suddenly asked. He-Ran was puzzled, why are you asking about Lord Luo? Lu Yin said, after all, I'm going to the Three Monarchs universe this time. Lord Luo and Yu Fang are both extremely strong, so it's not impossible for me to come into contact with them. You won't come into contact with Lord Luo, Uncle Amo said. Lu Yin didn't understand. Uncle Amo explained, the Three Monarchs universe has always been watched by the Forgotten Ruins God. Although it's the weakest corner of the Six Direction Association, its battle situation is no better than the other universes. In fact, it's even more intense. This is also why the reincarnation universe intervened after Mu Jun went missing and forced the primordial space to send reinforcements to the Three Monarchs universe. This time, Lord Luo killed his way into the Zio universe because of Mu Jun and relaxed the defense of the Rainbow Wall. This has already made everyone unhappy, and the Six Direction Association doesn't want anything to happen to the Three Monarchs universe. Even if Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family, Lord Luo should still ask Ultra Space to investigate. If he leaves the Three Monarchs universe, it's very easy for the Rainbow Wall to fall and cause irreparable damage. The reincarnation universe has said that he won't be able to leave the Rainbow Wall anytime soon. Lu Yin relaxed. Although the Three Monarchs universe was the weakest of the Six Direction Association, that didn't mean that Lord Luo was weak. On the contrary, both Su Leng and Yu Fang were very wary of Lord Luo, especially Su Leng. Luo Jun was a legendary figure, which wasn't a casual statement. Uncle Mo, is Lord Luo very strong? Lu Yin asked, but he was actually referring to the previous question. Uncle Amo looked at He-Ran. He-Ran nodded. Uncle Amo said, the Six Direction Association is divided into strong and weak, but the Three Monarchs are not weak. Lord Luo, in particular, is known as Luo Shan. He's one of the few known to have walked out of the void world alive. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The void world was a completely dark space that appeared when progenitors fought and tore through the void. It was an incomprehensible world, and Lu Yin had asked several people, especially those who were extremely strong, what would happen if they fell into that dark space. Everyone's answer was the same, they would definitely die. There was no light, no sound, and no sense of touch. There was nothing there at all. This was something that one didn't need to enter to know. However, other than that, no one knew what else was there because no one had ever walked out of it alive. The universe was a strange existence, and the space that normal people saw was only the surface layer. Cultivators tore through the void, and the astral sources that envoys absorbed were all layers of space. No one knew exactly how many layers there were. The void world was a world that humans knew could be entered, but they couldn't understand. It was just like how the first human who tore through the void didn't know what the void was. In the future, humans might be able to control it, but for now, no one had done so. No one had ever heard of anyone coming back alive from the void world. Lord Luo really came back alive from the void world. Lu Yin was shocked. Uncle Amo was solemn. There are 62 parallel universes in the Six Direction Association. When the Six Direction Association was first established, there was a parallel universe that was even stronger than the Three Sovereigns universe. However, the Three Sovereigns universe was one of the Six Direction Association because of Lord Luo. To be honest, perhaps no one outside of the Grand Empyreans knows how strong Lord Luo is. On the surface, Lord Luo, Mu Jun, and Star-Lord formed the three sovereigns array to resist the god of forgotten ruins, but many people don't believe that Lord Luo can come back alive from the void world. His strength might not be enough to defeat the god of forgotten ruins. Of course, this is just a guess, and the only thing that can confirm it is the Grand Empyrean's attitude towards Lord Luo. The Grand Empyrean is willing to give Lord Luo a certain amount of respect. After hearing Uncle Mo's words, Lu Yin thought back to the battle in the Zio realm. From start to finish, Luo Jun had only used the monarch's aura and a power similar to the ancestral world. He hadn't used any battle techniques, and as Lu Yin stared at Luo Jun, he felt a faint sense of danger. Had Lord Luo hidden his strength very well? Did the Yu family know? Perhaps this was the reason why the Yu family hadn't fought to the death with Lord Luo. Little brother, don't think too much about it. You won't have any interactions with Lord Luo for the time being, and Lord Luo is in a cooperative relationship with us. If you go, he'll just support you. You'll have a much better life in the Three Sovereigns universe than in the Yu family, He Ran said. Lu Yin felt bitter. All right. If Lord Luo saw him, he would definitely recognize him. He wouldn't be any weaker than Su Wuwei. The Three Sovereigns universe was the only parallel universe that the Six Paths Association had tried to find a way to interact with the Genesis space. Lord Luo was definitely no stranger to him. The more Lu Yin understood about the Six Paths Association, the more he understood how powerful these parallel universes were. They weren't as simple as they seemed. The Void Lord of the Void God Universe, Su Wuwei, the ruler of the hyperspace, the 10 black energy sources, the feed technique, and the cultivation techniques that were currently being researched. Not to mention the reincarnation universe, even the Three Sovereigns universe, which seemed the simplest and easiest to deal with, was in trouble. What was Lord Luo hiding? He had joined forces with the Three Sovereigns array to resist the god of forgotten ruins. From the beginning to the end, he gave people the feeling that they couldn't defeat him unless they worked together. Even Uncle Mo, who had dealt with him before, couldn't see through him. This person was really the same type of person as Luo Zong. Lu Yin thought about it and decided that he should ask Mu Jun. Only Mu Jun and Taixingjun could possibly understand Lord Luo. After leaving He Ran's place, Lu Yin took Guan Laude, Yu Pai, and Su Ji to the Three Sovereign Spacetime Continuum. As for Su Yu, he was left behind in the hyperspace. Nominally, he had been invited by the Yu family to assist in the capture of a spy. The Three Sovereigns universe gave off a completely different feeling from the hyperspace. Lu Yin could clearly feel it because he also cultivated the monarch's aura. Although the Three Sovereigns universe wasn't big, it was still changed by the monarch's aura. If he used it here, he should be able to use up his Dai's 6 pips. Then, the next thing to do was to earn money. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2646. Songbai was the one who welcomed Lu Yin in the Three Sovereigns universe. Lu Yin had purposely exposed his identity to the Lightning Ceiling clan, but Songbai had taken him away. Songbai wasn't surprised to find Lu Yin's group, Mr. Xian 7th, the sovereigns have sent me to welcome you. Please follow me to the Imperial Domain. Lu Yin nodded, Senior Songbai, long time no see. Songbai said, I've offended you in the past. I hope you won't hold a grudge. I'm not that petty. I remember that you belong to the Mo courtyard. Why are you welcoming us? Where's the Heaven's Reflection Manor? Lu Yin asked. Songbai replied, the Heaven's Reflection Manor's master is the missing Lord Mu Jun. Lu Yin sighed, no wonder. That Luo Lauer is so hateful. If I'd known he was going to do something like this, I would have killed him. Songbai didn't believe him, but the three sovereigns' universe's suspicions towards Lu Yin had never disappeared. Did he really not know where Luo Lao was? But if he did, why did he go to the Lightning Ceiling clan? Even though Songbai's suspicions towards Lu Yin were minimal, it was enough to make Songbai scrutinize him. His mission was to comply with Lord Luo's orders. On one hand, he had to cooperate with Lu Yin in investigating the person who had passed on the information, and on the other, he had to keep an eye on Lu Yin. Lu Yin naturally wanted to rest after arriving at the Three Sovereigns universe. Under Songbai's guidance, they entered the imperial domain and were arranged to stay in a courtyard suspended above a cliff. The scenery was beautiful, with beautiful mountains and rivers, and the vast Milky Way. "Senior Songbai, you're staying here too?" Lu Yin asked. Songbai replied, "You're all new to the Three Sovereigns universe, so you don't know much about this place. Lord Luo ordered me to stay by your side and help you if you need anything. Lord Luo is so thoughtful." "Thank you," Lu Yin said courteously. Closing the door, Lu Yin let Guan Laode and the others rest while he entered the house and took out Mount Supreme to bring out Luo Lao. After Yufeng had asked him to come to the Three Sovereigns universe to investigate the informant, he had brought Luo Lao and he ran along. Luo Lao had always been in Mount Supreme. How could he not bring him along to the Three Sovereigns universe? "We're here." Luo Lao looked outside the courtyard through the window and saw Songbei sitting by the side of the mountain. He was so frightened that he hastily retreated. "The Yu family wants me to investigate the person who sold the information, but that person is in hyperspace, so I can't investigate him. Do you have any objections?" Lu Yin asked. Luo Lao said, "Brother-in-law, even my cheap father can't find any clues about that person, so I can't help at all." Lu Yin looked outside. "I'm short on money." Luo Lao was stunned. "Huh? I'm really short on money," Lu Yin repeated. Luo Lao suspected that he had heard wrongly, but he heard the same thing twice. "Brother-in-law, are you short of money?" "What money?" "Hui Jing," Lu Yin said. Luo Lao was curious as to why Lu Yin wanted the Hui Jing. Was he trying to pull some strings? There was no need for that, but he didn't dare to ask. "Brother-in-law, how much do you want?" "The Thunder Ceiling clan has a batch." "That's not enough, far from it." "I want a lot," Lu Yin said. He then looked at Luo Lao. "Is there any way for me to obtain a large amount of Hui crystals? It's almost ridiculous." Luo Lao subconsciously said, "Rob the Emperor's treasury." "The treasury of the Three Sovereigns?" "More or less. It's the treasury of the Three Sovereigns, but it's huge. Part of it belongs to my cheap father, so the amount of Hui crystals there is ridiculous. It's even faster than robbing the Crystal Row." Luo Lao said, "Brother-in-law, that cheap father of mine is even more cautious than Mu Jun. Although I don't know how he keeps an eye on the Emperor's warehouse, I'm sure that once someone enters the Emperor's warehouse without his permission, he will be the first to discover it." "Then why did you ask me to rob the Emperor's warehouse?" Lu Yin raised his brows. Luo Lao smiled, "Brother-in-law, I'm talking about people who don't have his permission. We can find someone who has his permission to help us take out the crystals." Lu Yin looked at Luo Lao. It seemed that he had brought him out to be useful. "As I said, the Emperor's warehouse will transfer a batch of crystals to the Rainbow Wall every once in a while to maintain the monarch's aura. Usually, it's worth 10 billion, and the time of transfer isn't fixed. We can start with the person who transferred it. That person is the boss of the Three Monarchs Spacetime Crystal Store, the head of the Hui crystals. Shui Ningqiu." Luo Lao slowly opened his mouth and told Lu Yin all the useful information he knew. It had to be said that Luo Lao had put in a lot of effort over the years. Otherwise, he would have died at Luo Tsang's hands like his other siblings. He had a great understanding of the three monarchs' spacetime through his connections with the Thunder Sealing clan, and he even knew about Shui Ningqiu's most secretive matters. How do you know that Shui Ningqiu colluded with Fu Yuan to steal the Hui crystals? Can the Thunder Sealing clan find out? Lu Yin didn't believe it. Luo Lao pursed his lips. I bought it. Lu Yin looked at him deeply. Not only did you buy information about hyperspace, but you also bought information about the three monarchs' spacetime. More accurately, I mainly bought information about the three monarchs' spacetime, Luo Lao said. He looked at Lu Yin. Brother-in-law, do you know how many ways Luo Tsang has thought of to kill me over the years? He then raised a finger. 7. Lu Yin was shocked. Luo Lao calmly replied, 7 ways. Luo Tsang really thinks highly of me. He had the Mu clan steal the resources that the Thunder Sealing clan gave me while using them to kill me. Hyperspace didn't even care about me. If I hadn't bought information beforehand and knew about his methods, would have died long ago. My mother left me some resources before she died, but I've used most of them over the years. They can only protect me until now. If you hadn't taken action to capture Mu Jun, Luo Tsang would have continued to attack me. Although Luo Lao's tone was calm, Lu Yin could hear the sorrow in his voice. He had been abandoned by his own father, plotted against by his own brother, and had no choice but to use the resources that his mother had left him before she died to save his own life. His cheerful appearance hid a deep sorrow. Lu Yin was affected by it. He also had a huge grudge to take, but compared to Luo Lao, he was much better off. At least he had the ability to fight back and had a chance. Although it was still far away, there was always hope. Luo Lao, on the other hand, would have disappeared along with the Thunder Sealing clan if Lu Yin hadn't appeared at the right time. Luo Lao suddenly slapped his head. Why are you talking about this? We can definitely get the Hui crystals if we use Shui Ningqiu, and she took 10 billion in one go. Although it's not up to your standards, it's barely enough. But there's one thing we have to be careful of, nothing can happen to this woman. We have to focus on Fu Yuan. Why is that? Lu Yin didn't understand. Luo Lao said, there were 2 people who competed for the position of boss of the Crystal Bank. One was Shui Ningqiu, and the other was Matriarch Mu. There was no one else besides them. In the end, Shui Ningqiu took the position because my father needed to curb Mu Jun's power. At that time, that powerhouse from the Genesis space hadn't arrived yet, so Mu Jun's influence wasn't that great. If anything happened to Shui Ningqiu, Matriarch Mu would take over. Mu Jun was captured by me, so how could Matriarch Mu take over? Lu Yin didn't understand. Luo Lao shrugged. The Mu family's foundation in the 3 monarchs spacetime is too deep. There are people from the Mu family everywhere, and Luo Zong is still there. Lu Yin had almost forgotten about Luo Zong. Although Mu Jun had been captured, Luo Zong was Luo Jun's son, and the only one who could take over the 3 monarchs spacetime. He was also extremely talented, so as long as he was around, nothing would happen to the Mu family. So nothing must happen to Shui Ningqiu. We can't let someone from the Mu family take over just because of 10 billion Hui crystals, right? Luo Lao said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. No. Luo Lao was stunned and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin wanted to laugh. Who said that Matriarch Mu was from the Mu family? She could also be one of them since she still had the Grim Reaper's seal in her body. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.